We welcome in everyone checking in on Race on Texas, all access. Welcome to Corpus Christi, Texas for the South Texas Shootout happening right here at the South Texas Race Ranch. Big weekend of action. This is night number one. We hot lap them on the speedway right now. Big night of qualifying coming up, and we will have a full late model show tomorrow, and all of the main events happening tomorrow, and you can check it out all weekend right here on All Access on raceontexas.com. Topless limited modifieds out on the racetrack as we bring another set out for hot laps, working us towards opening ceremonies as we get set for this finale right here along the Texas Gulf Coast. Biggest race of the year, and it happens right here in Corpus Christi, the South Texas Shootout at the South Texas Race Ranch. We're going to turn these limited modifieds loose for a couple of hot laps.
Hi, welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.
Checking in on Race on Texas All Access. We welcome you tonight. Number one, it is the South Texas Shootout happening in Corpus Christi along the Texas Gulf Coast. Biggest race of the year here at South Texas Race Ranch. And this is a doozy here in the state of Texas. We are looking forward to a huge night of action. We got E-mods, we got pure stocks, we got late models, mini mods, factory stocks, limited modifieds. All of that happening tonight, and this is only night number one. Race fans, my name is Rodney Rodriguez, along with Kevin Rogers, KR. And KR, this is going to be one heck of a show tonight, my friend.
Man, I look forward to this trip every year. Thankful Owen always invites me down, even though I'm horrible at this play-by-play. I'm not a play-by-play guy, so I'm so glad you're up here. I'd like to chime in when we can. But, man, beautiful racetrack, beautiful backdrop. I walked through the pits tonight. There are some salty cars back there in the pits. And I'm going to tell you, that 5,000-win limited mod show is going to be one for the ages. Maybe race of the year this weekend.
Absolutely. All of that happening right here this weekend. And this is night number one. This is night number one. We set the field for all of that tonight, Ranch, for presenting us this big event and allowing the race teams from all around that have been able to make their way here tonight. Father God, we ask that you put your loving hand over each and every spectator, pit crew member, race driver, pit crew member, whatever it is, and then at the end of the night, we ask that you guide them to their destination safely. Father God, we also ask that you put our country in your hands. We know that the ultimate goal is where you choose to put us, and we know that wherever we need to be is going to be the place that you will guide us to. We look forward to a great night and a great weekend of racing here this weekend, Father God, and we pray in your loving name, amen. Of course, it is Riptide right here taking care of that national anthem as they are down in our bar. And if you're here on the property, anytime throughout the night, you can make your way down there to that bar. We got plenty of good food. We got plenty of cold drinks. And if you are not here tonight, we invite you to make your way to Corpus Christi tomorrow to come on out and check out the main event racing tomorrow night. And, of course, if you can't do that, you can always check in on All Access on raceontexas.com. And, KR, that's a really good option for folks who can't get down here.
Well, that's right. I know a lot of people back in the Dallas-Fort Worth area catching it live tonight. And I want to thank Chris and Harry for all they do at Race on Texas. Got a great staff, great product, and they do a ton for motorsports, bud.
E-mods are going to get us started with heat races as they roll out onto the track. 8 laps here for these heat races. Setting your lineup on the post. In car number 6 inch, it is out of Corpus. Daniel Preston on the outside. David Sheffield out of Orange Grove. Next row down on the inside. Gilbert Pettis out of Corpus Christi on the outside. Jet Johnson out of McAllen. Charlie York out of Corpus. Dustin Witchy out of Corpus. 8 laps. And we are off and racing. The South Texas Shootout underway at the race ranch into turn number 1. Off they go. From the outside, it is Sheffield working up on the top side as they make their way around. Damn good racetrack that we have set up here tonight, KR. And off they go. It's looking awful racy out there as we get started.
Yeah, and I think this place is going to just keep widening out throughout the night, Rodney. It's going to be a great show. These guys putting on a hell of a race right here in heat number 1.
Off they go into turn number 1. Up at the front of the pack, it is Preston. Preston leading down into turn number 1, trying to hang on right there. Awful tacky. Here comes Pettis as he makes his way into the 3rd spot. Onto the back straightaway we go. You got about 2.5 car lengths in between the 1, 2, and 3. Now they make their way out of turn number 4. Here they come around. Preston bringing the field around as he continues to hold on right now. At lap number 2, pardon me, it is Preston in that lead spot in the 6 inch. Onto the back straightaway we go. Boy, it does. It looks awful sticky out there. You see those cars moving around. Here comes Pettis down on the inside. Pettis with a good run down on the inside. He's going to make the move there. Check out this race. Here we go, KR. This is what it's all about right here.
Yeah, and it's really cool tonight, too, Rodney. All weekend long, you're going to get to see these guys race, these gals race without the roofs on their cars. It's always nice to watch a guy work, or a young lady work in the office there, because I know we got some young ladies in the field this weekend.
Yep, got to love it right there. Onto the backstretch we go. It continues to be Daniel Preston in the 6 inch. He has really spread this thing out. We're halfway home here in heat race number 1. These are the E-mods. The action happening all behind it. Perez rides into the 2nd spot, and off we go. Down into turn number 1, the field all stacking up there behind Preston, but Preston diving into turn number 3. It's about a straightaway advantage for the 6 inch. Out of turn number 4, he'll bring it around one more time, continuing to hang on to that advantage. Preston, very accomplished racer, and we're watching him take care of business here in heat race number 1. Off we go back straightaway. It continues to be a full straightaway. Perez riding in that 2nd spot. 2 sticks in the air. 2 more times around right here for Daniel Preston at the line as he makes his way down, continuing to hang on to this lead. Now the field very stretched out, but Daniel Preston now beginning to get to the back of the pack as he leads heat race number 1 here for the E-mods as we are just underway here at the South Texas Shootout at the race ranch in Corpus Christi. Big night of action. The white flag in the air one more time around for Daniel Preston into turn number 1. He'll ease it around as now he's into some of the lap traffic right there. He'll make his way down to the inside. Back straightaway we go. He's taking it real easy right there as he dives down into corner number 3. He'll gently burp that throttle right there out of turn number 4. And it is Daniel Preston in the 6 inch. He will win it here in heat race number 1 for the E-mods tonight at the South Texas Shootout.
Ronnie, this is going to be a good night of racing. You can already see some guys. You know, the top's pretty good out there right now. I think the bottom's going to work its way in here a little bit. You know, had a little overcast today. You know, it's real humid, so there's moisture still in the racetrack, still in the air. So I think the racetrack will ride out. I think the late models, you know, potentially going to be 3 wide. And I'm going to give you a plug after Heat 1. You are probably one of the best announcers I'd put up in the country, man. A great job. I enjoy everything you do, and it's an honor to be sitting up here with you this evening.
Well, I appreciate that, Kevin. It is my pleasure to be hanging out with you right here. Big endeavors that you have always done, and you are digging in even further. We'll talk about that throughout the weekend. Here's Daniel Preston as he takes that glorious checkered flag victory lap. He'll drop it off there on the back straightaway as we get set for heat race number 2 coming up here for the E-mods. Starting lineup on the point out of Victoria. It's Caden Valenta in the 44. Outside out of row number 1, out of Corpus in the 92D, it is Isaac Hernandez. Row 2 on the inside. Tyler Gilpin also out of Corpus. On the outside, Brad Waddups out of Corpus Christi. And the final row, it's Brianna Witchy out of Corpus in the 59B. And on the outside, Thomas Rye out of Corpus. 6 cars, 8 laps. Green flag, we're in the air, or green flag in the air. We are off and racing. Off they go into turn number 1. It is Valenta with the hole shot. Down into turn number 1. They try to make it stick. Boy, they bottleneck it up right there behind him. Onto the back straightaway we go. But it is Valenta with a nice hole shot, leading by about 6 car lengths down into turn number 1. Out of turn number 4 they come. Lap number 1 in the books. And check it out. Now they're really starting to stretch it out I think one of the things that we're going to be watching throughout the night is to try to watch how this track's going to continue to work in tonight. Very tacky right now, but as the cars get heavier, that's when that track's going to start to change up.
I agree with you, Rodney. You can even see in this heat race getting into turn 1, it's still a little greasy on the bottom. When that starts to roll in, we're going to see some really good starts getting into turn 1, and I think the racing's just going to keep getting better.
Valenta hanging on in that top spot. Tyler Gilpin rides in the second spot onto the back straightaway. Gilpin just a little bit high right there, slipping up the top a little bit right there, Brad Waddups, but he'll keep it in line. That is 1, 2, 3. Valenta continuing to hang on. Gilpin hanging on in the second spot. This is heat race number 2 for the E-Mods here at South Texas Race Ranch. Down into turn number 1, side-by-side battle down into the corner. Hanging on right there in that 92D is Isaac Hernandez. That is a hot spot on the racetrack. Hernandez right there with a rear view mirror full of Brianna Witchy. Witchy taking a peek down on the bottom side, and that is the battle for the 4th spot. And that is the spot at the racetrack right now where we have a little bit of competition, but now it's starting to tighten up just a little bit as we go up to the 2nd spot. Trying to hang on to the 2nd spot. Here comes Brad Waddups. Waddups about a half a car length behind. Waddups going to sling it sideways, try to get down to the inside of Tyler Gilpin. Battle for the 2nd spot. Waddups all over the backside of the 21 of Gilpin as they race down into turn number 1. Up at the front of the pack, it's Valenta that is checking out from the field, but that second place battle getting hot and heavy as we get down to the end of this second heat race for the E-Mods. 2 sticks in the air this time by for the 44. Caden Valenta hanging on, but check out this dogfight for the battle for second place. Hanging on is Tyler Gilpin. The 34W of Brad Waddups right behind him is now the leader, trying to get into some of that lap traffic as you've got a free and clear ride up on the front side, and now they stretch it out for the 2nd spot. Down into turn number 3 they go. Waddups with a good run at the start-finish line. It is the 44. Caden Valenta will win heat race number 2, followed by the 21 of Tyler Gilpin, and Brad Waddups will round out the top 3 in heat race number 2 for your E-Mods. Boy, they got really racy right there, KR, for that 2nd spot. I wish we'd had about 5 laps left in that one because they were really starting to chase that thing down. There is your checkered flag right there. I tell you, tightened up right there towards the end of that one.
Well, you can already see 3 and 4 starting to wide out. The bottom's pretty good down there. You're seeing some pretty aggressive moves down the back straightaway going into 3. It looks like turn 3 getting in, starting to get a little better. I think we're going to see that replicate down here in turn 1, especially after the late models. I think whatever slop might potentially still be on the racetrack, I think those guys will clear that off pretty well for us. And I tell you what, I'm excited. Like I was telling you earlier before we went on air, walked through the pits earlier, man, this limited modified field is loaded.
I tell you what, and then you pull the tops off. There's that checkered flag victory lap right there, and that is a cool thing when you start racing right here towards the end of the year, December. Of course, we're still 80 degrees here in Corpus Christi, but we still like to think of it as the end of the year. But, yeah, pull the tops off, and that makes it pretty cool.
What's cool about this race, too, you get all these guys from all over the different racetracks come down here to race for the big money, and so you kind of got the cream of the crop from several tracks here, and it just makes a great show for the fans, and I'm not going to lie to you, I'm enjoying being a fan this weekend myself.
No doubt about it. Here we go. Pure Stocks out on the racetrack there, racing for $1,000 tonight. And we got a jam-packed field of them. Here is your starting lineup. On the point out of Corpus, it is Parker Titzman in the 56, slated to go on the outside. Out of New Waverly, it's Cody Wade. And next row on the inside, row number 2. Out of San Antonio, veteran asphalt driver Lance Gaither on the outside. It's G.W. Hessong. Row 3 on the inside. J.C. Paul Jr. out of Corpus Christi. Green flag in the air. Bobby Jack, Chuck Barber, Grant Whitney Jr. out of Spring around out your lineup. Here we go. Onto the back straightaway we go. And there is that whole shot. G.W. Hessong in the 355. That is one of those Tony Blankenship Novas out of the Edna area, and that is one fast race car. I got to drive one of those a little bit earlier this year, and those cars can scoot around this racetrack. Here they go, making their way down the 88 car. Bobby Jack, veteran race driver right here from out of the Texas Gulf Coast, riding in the 2nd spot. Titzman rides in 3rd, and now here's Gaither in car number 5. To the back straightaway we go. You just check out the line right here. Hessong just diamonding this racetrack as he goes up to the top and sprints his way around down the front straightaway. He is with ease ahead of Bobby Jack. Titzman hanging on. It looks like from third on back, they're kind of struggling just a little bit right there to get the racetrack worked in. But when you look up at the front of the pack, you look at that leader as you check in right now on All Access RaceOnTexas.com, and that is G.W. Hessong as he smooths that race car around and takes it down into turn number 1. Great drive here. So many folks talk about these Novas racing in the pure stocks, leaf spring cars. Maybe they don't work quite as well. But I tell you one thing, Tony Blankenship and that team, Tony's Mobile Home Services, they have been on to something. And here he comes around. We are halfway home this time by. 4 laps down, 4 to go this time by for your race leader, G.W. Hessong. Jack holding on to the second spot. Titzman is there, followed by Gaither. Now it starts to tighten up a little bit behind him. That's J.C. Paul Jr. right here out of Corpus, trying to draw into that top 4. Or he rides in 4th, he rides in 5th, trying to get into the 4th spot. And here we go. Looking a little racy right here, KR. I think we may have something happening for the 3rd spot. Titzman hanging on, but here comes Gaither in the 5.
Yeah, the 5's starting to move around a little bit. You can see he's not content to run that 4th spot, so he has moved around. The last 2 laps, he's kind of tried some different entries and exits in 3 and 4, but he looks like he is making some headway on the car in front of him.
2 laps to go this time by. It is G.W. Hessong as he flashes by the start-finish line in car number 355. He leads by about half a track at this point. Bobby Jack riding in the 2nd spot in car number 88. Onto the back straightaway. It is your race leader, G.W. Hessong, in car number 355 as he makes his way out of turn 4. Here they come around. White flag in the air one more time around for G.W. Hessong as he makes his way down into turn number 1. And it is Hessong cruising along through corners number 1 and 2. That car is flawless as he continues to make his way around. That's going to be one to beat right there as he'll dive his way down into turn number 3. Hessong, smooth, free and clear. He will go flag to flag. G.W. Hessong is your winner in pure stock heat race number 1. Bobby Jack into turn number 3 as he rides in the 2nd spot. He'll smooth it out of turn number 4. Bobby Jack will come home 2nd. And check out this race for 3rd. Here is Titzman up to the top side. Gaither's going to take a peek down to the bottom, but it'll be the 56 car of Titzman hanging on over Lance Gaither. But wire-to-wire win right there. Dominating win for car number 355 of G.W. Hessong.
Yeah, it is a good sign. You're starting to see it. It's still not a ton of passing, but you're starting to see guys being able to move around a little bit on the racetracks. A little heavier cars in these divisions, so I think that will help it roll it in. But I tell you what, I think tonight what you're going to see in the 2nd set of heat races, you're going to see some phenomenal action.
Here comes Hessong as he makes his way around with that checkered flag in the Tony Blankenship Nova. Dominating heat race number 1 here for the pure stocks. Gotta love to see a good field of pure stocks. And KR, we got a bunch of them here tonight, my man.
You got a bunch of them, and you got a bunch of good ones. It's I love, nothing's entry level anymore. But this is a great classic car. It's affordable. A lot of guys can get out of the stands, get behind the wheel, and that's ultimately what we need to be in our sport at the moment.
Heat race number 2 rolling out onto the track. On the point out of Corpus, it's Jerry Walters on the outside. It is Donald Kane in the 179. Row 2 on the inside out of Corpus, TJ Sullivan. On the outside, David Carroll. Row 3 on the inside out of Houston. It's Nathan Renfro on the outside out of Victoria. John Drexler. Row 4 on the inside, Stephen Whitaker III out of Robstown. And Mickey Helms out of Victoria in car number 35, rounding out your field. 8 cars, 8 laps. We get set to go. Into the start zone, they make their way around. Green flag in the air. And we are off and racing in pure stock heat race number 2. Down into turn number 1, getting the whole shot from the outside. Nice job on the outside there. That is Donald Kane, man. That is one of the comers and goers right there. You see him up on the outside already. He leads by 6 car lengths, diving down into turn number 1. Kane will take the field and bring them around for lap number 1. Kane up on the top side as he guides that 179 car down into turn number 1. The 127 of Jerry Walters rides in the 2nd spot. The battle happening all behind him. You got a side-by-side battle right there up on the top side. Walters, he'll drive it off of turn number 2, keeps that momentum working, and he'll dive into turn number 3. The battle is right there coming down on the inside. TJ Sullivan down on the inside. You got a side-by-side battle for 2nd. Check it out, the 127 up on the top side. The 8S down into turn number 1. They go at the door to the back straightaway. Still hanging on. It is the 127 car, Jerry Walters KR. This is what we've been looking for right here.
Yeah, this is a prime example here, Rodney. It's starting to kind of widen out a little bit, starting to move around. You're seeing some battle for positions here. Good field of cars is going to be conducive to a good night of racing. And like I said, you're starting to see them entering down to turn one. If you'll notice, race fans, about middle to the middle to the bottom starting to roll in a little bit. So I think you're going to see some 2 and 3 wide racing throughout the evening.
Absolutely, and that's what's going to happen right here is, and I think something that we touched on earlier is when we start getting these heavy race cars out here, this is when things are going to start changing, because these cars are going to be the ones that are going to really start laying this track out. But onto the back straightaway we go, and it continues to be the 127 of Walters hanging on, and here we go. Down into the corner, great battle there for second down to the inside. Once again, it is Sullivan. Sullivan all over the inside, but a lot of momentum up on the top side of the 127 of Walters. So there's Walters hanging on down into the corner. Man, you got to love that. And all of this happening right here. And here comes John Drexler. Drexler in the 11D is now knocking on the back door as well, as you see 2 sticks in the air that time by for the 179 of Donald Kane. And here we go. Look at this. Throw a blanket over these cars as they make their way down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Hanging on is Walters. Walters right there on the top side, digging down on the bottom. Look at the 11D, a little bit of a push right there to the backside of the 8S of TJ Sullivan. Oh my goodness, white flag in the air. One more time around for Kane, but all eyes around here are on this battle for the second spot. To the inside, they sling it out of the corner, and they're racing down into turn number 1. It is Kane on the back straightaway as he continues to race right there. He is free and clear. Oh, a little bit of contact. Oh my goodness, here we go. TJ Sullivan going to take a peek down on the inside. Checkered flag waves for the 179. It's Donald Kane winning in the pure stocks, but here they come around. One more peek, but it will not happen. The 127 will hang on a second. It is Walters, my goodness, followed by the 8S of TJ Sullivan.
Rodney, one thing I've noticed about these pure stocks so far, well-balanced rules package. These cars are all running very competitive speeds. Obviously, the winner checked out a little bit, but, you know, he got to clean air quick and got to going where these guys were racing 2 and 3, 4-car battles in the bill. But great rules package on these pure stocks down here because everybody seems to be on a pretty even kill.
And that really is the thing. They're trying to keep it just as fair and balanced as possible. Here we go out onto the racetrack, heat race number 2 as they roll out here for your pure stocks. I believe we're still on the pure stocks. Sorry, I got thrown off there just a little bit. Yeah, heat number 3. All right, there we go. Take a look at that starting lineup. It's James Deere out of Corpus on the point on the outside. Alexis Hendricks, row 2 down on the inside. Hudson Miklacek on the outside. Curtis King, row 3 on the inside. Kevin Foss on the outside. Joe Riojas and E.J. Gilpin. Here we go. Pure Stocks getting set to do it one more time. 8 laps here for your Pure Stock heat race. Into the start zone. And the green flag in the air. We're off and racing here at the race ranch. Down into turn number 1. Deere with a great hole shot down into the corner. They really stack it up behind them. Boy, they are really stacking it up. You got one sinking like a ship right there. But onto the back straightaway we go. The 188 of Hendricks riding in the second spot, followed by the 42 of Curtis King. That is 1, 2, 3. Out of corner number 4, they make their way around. Right now in full command, it is the 15 car of James Deere, the 15D. As he leads by about 7 car lengths onto the back straightaway. 88 car, the 188 riding in the second spot, Alexis Hendricks. 42 car closing right there as they make their way in. Curtis King trying to make some noise right there for the second spot. We chase him out of turn number 4. now down onto the front straightaway. So the hot spot on the racetrack is for that second spot as they make their way up the track. Goes to 188, opens up the bottom. Here comes a 42 down to the inside. Kind of stabs the brake just a little bit right there. Curtis King, nice job right there. 188 kind of slipping up the racetrack. King stabs the brake, and now we'll set that car up and try to make a move off of corner number 4, but still hanging on as they make their way onto the front straightaway now down into turn number 2. But it is James Deere, your race leader, down into turn number 3, continuing to hang on here in Pure Stock Heat Race number 3. We are halfway home this time by. We got 4 down and 4 to go. And it looks like what we're seeing right here, KR, these leaders, they're able to get away and everything's stacking up behind them.
That's exactly right, Rodney. The leaders are kind of checking out on the deal in second through about 6th place. You know, you got some pretty good racing, but I'm going to tell you, this amount of cars, this amount of talent, this racetrack's going to work in good. You know, just look at these cars going around the racetrack. They're all so even right now. It's kind of hard to pass. Kind of the old IROC days from back in the day a little bit. Everybody seems to have pretty similar equipment.
Absolutely, and a little bit of contact right there as the 15D of James Deere making a pass down on the inside, trying to put the 42K of Kevin Fossilab down. A little contact there on the quarter panel, but it doesn't seem to slow down the 15D as he continues to lead. It is 2 sticks in the air this time by for Deere down into turn number 1. Now they stack it up right there behind him into turn number 1. Check out this dogfight down into turn number 1. They're all crossed up. Now they go down into turn number 1. The 188 trying to hang on, but look at this. This is like driving out on SPID right here. You've got guys all stacked up over here, and this is all caused by a lap car down on the inside, KR. This is how it felt for you and I to get here tonight.
That's exactly with the traffic I endured coming out DFW down here, but look at him. We're fixing to have a heck of a race here, getting the white flag right here. Check. I'm not picking one. No.
Hendricks hanging on right there, but Gilpin able to make the pass and go to third. Checkered flag in the air this time by as Deere will win, but check this out as they make their way down onto the back straightaway. It is the 188 hanging on right there of Hendricks, but here comes Gilpin down to the inside. Gilpin all the way from the back of the pack, but it'll be Hendricks hanging on, followed by Gilpin and the 42 car of Curtis King in your Pure Stock Heat Race number 3. Race fans out in the grandstands, we do kind of want to get a word out. We've gotten some word from over in the pits that we do have some race cars that are blocked in. We know that with the amount of cars that we have in the pits and our spectator parking, some race cars are being blocked in just a little bit from spectator parking. So we may be calling upon you tonight to get your family rider out of the way. That's a good problem to have right there.
Best problem you can have in this business right there, running out of pit real estate, having to park in the overflow parking general mission. That's just to me, that's a testament to the quality of this event, what Owen Pittman and his staff have done here at the South Texas Race Ranch, and these great race fans here. Also want to remind all these great race fans, the QR code on the program, they can order food, go down there, pick it up, no line, no wait, and $1 Dos Equis all night long.
Cannot beat that right there. Cannot beat that. That's the ease of everything when you start doing it like that. And it's been a great year here for Owen. I mean, he's done a great job right here at the race ranch with everything that he's doing. And it is stuff like that. I mean, because we know folks, they want it to be as easy as possible, and that's some really cool stuff.
Well, that customer service element there just for the race fans, to me, that shows the ultimate gratitude and appreciation for what he feels for the fine men and women who work all week to come buy a ticket here to come enjoy a great night of family entertainment here at the South Texas Race Ranch. But I'm gonna tell you, this is a cool little racetrack. I love coming down here. I love palm trees. I was telling you that earlier, so it's always cool to get down here. The Race on Texas staff, they got a crew. The drones flying tonight, like a great production on that end. Rodney, it looks like we got just a slight break, man. Snowball Derby. Tell the folks it's never been. Little 30-second rendition. How cool is a Snowball Derby?
I got to tell you, it is a lot like what we're doing here this weekend. I mean, you get a lot of folks in that come around from various places. They come in and they're just having a good time, and it's a family reunion, and that's really what all of these big races are. KR, to me, I'm old enough to remember when we used to run the Miller Modified Nationals over in McAllen, and that's to me a lot of what this weekend reminds me of here, and that's what Snowball does. I mean, it's just a good opportunity opportunity for folks to get together, enjoy the sport that we love, and just have a good time. Have a good time.
You bring up that great race in McAllen. There's guys still talking about that.
I tell you.
Talking to Lane Brooks earlier this year up in Batesville, Arkansas, he was talking about it. Just guys just talking about an event. And I think that's what's cool about our sport. When you start creating events, not just a race, but you got a destination event. And I believe truly that's what Owen's doing down here at the race ranch with this South Texas Shootout. Because you look around, we got some DFW guys, Houston guys, you got Louisiana guys, you got guys that pulled in and made the commitment. Good money on the line, know what they're going to get here, quality racetrack, quality program, and it's an A-plus facility and staff, in my opinion.
And I think a lot of this, KR, is really, yourself included, and we'll talk about you throughout the weekend with everything that you're doing with Arklatex. A lot of this is you draw folks in based on how you're going to treat the racer, and that's so important because there's a lot of promoters that they just don't get it. I mean, when it all comes down to it, it's all about fan experience. It's all about the drivers and teams and everything. And I think what Owen has done, whether it's here or at Texana, and just everything that he's always done, it's all about the fans and teams and wanting to have a great production. And that's what he continues to do.
Well, I hear people all the time when I talk about why do you go here, they talk about the experience. And it's
exactly
on both sides of the fence. You know, whether you're in the pit stands or you're in the general mission stand, people want experience. You work hard for your money, you want an experience, and we all get it. We got to all get better at that. But that's one cool thing about getting to come down here and help Owen do this, just sit up here and talk to you all night, is just picking up some little things. He showed me some things, the QR code, just some little things that we'll pick up, and we'll translate that into Arklatex Speedway next year. I'm going to share with my buddy Sestero over at Rocket. I think it'd be a great improvement for him over there. So it's cool for me to get to come hang out with guys like you and Owen and just kind of see a different perspective of it and try to learn and get better where we go back home.
Only part about this is we thought it might be a little bit cooler, but it's not. But that's okay. We are set to go. Late model qualifying. Here they come out onto the racetrack. First car out onto the racetrack in the 78H. This is single car qualifying out of Victoria. This is Eddie Hardage. Hardage on time. Green flag in the air. We are off and rolling for qualifying for your late models. We'll have a two-night show for the late models here at the South Texas Shootout onto the back straightaway. Here is Hardage. Hardage, the elder of the Hardages. You got to love that when you got father and son going at it. White flag in the air one more time around. And Eddie Hardage under time.
Anytime you get father and son, I hope they start on the same road, same heat race. Just see, it might make Thanksgiving next year a little more entertaining.
Just let them have at it. Just let them have at it. Here's Eddie Hardage way up to the top of the racetrack. Out of corner number 4, checkered flag in the air. First lap for Eddie Hardage as we go single car qualifying for the late models. Trying to work on some times here, but I don't have them at the moment. But we'll continue to work on that. Getting ready to roll them out. We got a lot of late models from all around the country, or all around the state of Texas. And here we go. This is a very familiar car right here in the 717. I know folks are going to recognize that number. Onto the back straightaway he goes. He gets a little bit of a push right there to get started. This guy is going to be a contender wherever he goes around the state of Texas or the country. Out of Salado in the 717, it is G.W. Eckbert down into turn number 1 under time. Well, I got to tell you, KR, it's one thing to get out there and race, but when there's nobody around you, that is so hard. I know when I raced qualifying, I was horrible because there was nothing to judge yourself by.
Well, at least you were good when you raced. When I raced, I was horrible at all 3 aspects of it. But I do agree with you. These guys that qualify well are impressive to me because they know how to internally clock that tempo, you know. And these Egberts, man, there's a bunch of them. They've been doing it a long time. 3 generations of them racing. Pretty cool story for racing in the state of Texas.
Here's Egbert out of turn number 4. There is the checkered flag. G.W. Egbert in the 717 out of Salado as he qualifies or completes his qualifying run. Next car out onto the racetrack. From out in the Texas Hill Country. This is a long tow right here, all the way down here to the Texas Gulf Coast in the 53X out of Kerrville, Texas. This is Matt Fox. Matt Fox in the 53X as he makes his way onto the back straightaway for his first lap under time down into turn number 3. A white flag in the air coming this time. He will have one more time around, a little sideways there out of turn number 4, but he'll dive it into turn number 1. Little steady right there. He may have lost some time out of 4. Good exit out of corner number 2. And on to the backstretch and the final lap right here for the 53X of Matt Fox. Green flag in the air, perennial name when it comes to Texas dirt track late model racing. This driver out of Spring, Texas. He's won a lot of races, and here he is making his way to Corpus Christi for the South Texas Shootout in car number 32. This is Bo Becknod. Becknod out of turn 4. White flag in the air as he completes lap number 1, and Becknod dives it down into turn number 1. Nice smooth lap right there. You hear him burping that throttle right there. And that's a nice thing about these late models right there. Ain't a lot of burping to it. When you hit that thing, it comes alive and you are off and rolling.
Easiest way I can summarize late models, they're just cool, man. Like, late models are cool, and they put on a great show wherever you see them at.
So there is the first lap, or the second lap, for Becknod as he makes his way off the racetrack. Green flag in the air. Next car out on the racetrack. And this is the car number 1. This is the car number 1X out of Elmendorf. It's Andrew Hessler III. Andrew Hessler III, as he is under time now, diving into turn number 3, sailing up to the top of the racetrack, way up to the top shelf. And the white flag in the air as he makes his way down into corner number 1, man. These late models, you and I talked about it, man. You just cannot beat a late model on dirt.
That's correct. One of my favorite things to watch, late models on dirt. I love all types of motorsports, but late models on dirt, they're got to be up at the top. We got 18 quality late models here in the pits tonight. Going to be a heck of a show here in a little bit.
There is that checkered flag right there for the 1 car as he completes his qualifying effort. On to the racetrack, car number 15. Getting set to go for qualifying time. All the way out of Vidor. And this is a very familiar name right here. It's Tracy Denby Sr. Denby on the clock as the green flag waves right there. And that Vidor, Texas right there, that Denby name, that's one that dirt track folks, they know that name right there.
I guarantee there's a lot of big checks in that shop in Vidor, Texas. Those guys, every time they unload, are contenders to win anywhere they go.
White flag in the air one more time around as Denby down into turn number 1, and you watch him right there. He is just slamming the gas out of turn number 2. Slams it sideways just a little bit, but quickly back on the gas. And here he comes making his way around. He'll complete his qualifying effort right there. Checkered flag in the air. Tracy Denby Sr. in the 15 car. Next car rolling out onto the racetrack. We talked about this last name right here. You say it out of Salado, Texas. Right there out of Central Texas. Just up from my area. Here we go. The name continues, and this is Trevor Egbert. Egbert behind the wheel in the 717. These Egberts, they keep coming, KR.
They do, and they've been doing this a long time. You can tell that race car is not wanting to do what he's wanting that race car to do. He's adapting in the seat as an experienced veteran driver. He's going to make this lap count the best he can, but he's definitely has some problems. There's something wrong on the left front up there. The whole front end doesn't look right, but it just shows you a guy that's got experience in a race car, what he can do to try to help overcompensate. As I said, it just washes up on him.
Yeah, you can watch him right there. He's pushing like a dump truck. There is that checkered flag for that last lap around right there. And of course, it's a 2-night show for the late model, so they're going to have stuff to do. And the whole thing is, like we talked about, KR, this racetrack is going to change throughout the night. What's not working right now, by the time we get to feature race time, maybe it will, but they're going to keep tweaking on that car.
I've known those Egberts a long time. That young man in that car there, you're going to watch him in the heat race. He will go throw the kitchen sink at it, and I promise you that ride will be better come heat race number 1 for him.
Here we go out on the racetrack right here as we continue the contingent of late model drivers out on the racetrack. Here is the 9R out of Lacoste. This is Ray Doyon. Doyon on lap number 1. Of course, Doyon affiliate, or pardon me, this is Shane Hebert. This is Shane Hebert out of Scott, Louisiana. So here's Hebert down into turn number 1. So this right here may be the long tow all the way from Louisiana here down to the Gulf Coast of Texas. Lap number 1 in Hebert. That's another big name.
Big name. He's won a lot of races. He's won a lot of money at the dirt track at Texas Motor Speedway. You know, he's the owner and builder of the Express Race Cars, limited modified chassis builder for years. The guy can definitely get around just about anywhere he goes.
Here comes Hebert out of corner number 4. He will complete lap number 2. So we'll get you some timing and scoring here as soon as possible, as we'll get these starting times and get you your qualifying lineup on the racetrack right now out of White House, Texas. In car number 75, this is Anthony Boatman. Boatman on the racetrack as he is under green. And I got to tell you, I like the paint scheme on this one. Red, white, and blue coming out of corner number 4, and he is hauling the mail.
Rodney, I don't know if you had a chance, but you need to go shake that man's hand. Won't find a nicer young driver in the pits than Anthony Boatman. I've known his dad, Ken, for a long time. Super quality people. He's fairly new to the late model world. He's getting better and better, and I guarantee they'll make a few changes, get that car ready for heat races.
I got to tell you, for the Corpus Christi race fans, you look at the paint scheme on this race car. There was a guy that used to race here in Corpus Christi named Johnny Unitas back in the 70s, and it looked a lot like that right there. So that's going to bring some flashbacks right there. And now, here is the one that I was talking about. Here is Ray Doyon. Doyon in the 9 onto the back straightaway. And this is a guy as well, like yourself, KR. This is a man that runs a racetrack, gets out on the racetrack, and that's a full plate when you start doing this stuff.
Man, that's a lot, trying to balance a career and a home life and running a racetrack and driving a late model. I tell you, he doesn't sleep, obviously, but it's good to see him get to get out and enjoy the experience of the racer side of it as well.
As he says, hello, I-37 race fans. You got to love those videos. Checkered flag in the air right there for Doyon as he makes his way down into turn number 1. We are in late model qualifying here at the South Texas Shootout at the South Texas Race Ranch. Kevin Rogers, Rodney Rodriguez, all of you, we are glad that you were checking in with us here tonight, whether you are on the property or checking in on Race on Texas with All Access. Out of Floresville, onto the back straightaway, under time for the first time. This is Ryan McDonald. McDonald in the 5, diving it down into turn number 3, and we are seeing a lot of guys really struggling with their race cars here tonight. You see McDonald down at the bottom of the racetrack. He'll take the white flag right there. Looks like he's trying to take the short way around. He'll go down to the bottom right there, but he pushes straight up the racetrack out of corner number 2. He's got those wheels cranked all the way. He just can't get it to do anything. But he'll hang on, but everything could change like we keep talking about. He'll make his way out of corner number 4. Here is your checkered flag. And that will be the completion of his qualifying effort on the racetrack right here. Car number 4. Or 104, another one of the race cars that we talk about in the state of Texas when it comes to late models. Very familiar names right here. Out of Lavernia, Texas, here is Brandon Brzezowski. Brzezowski into turn number 3 as he makes his way around. White flag in the air one more time right here. Brzezowski again. Very accomplished late model racer.
Ronnie, just watching this qualifying here, we're going to see a well of an A feature tonight. 18 of these guys strapped up, 20 laps, and I think we're running for 1,000 to win tonight. Tomorrow will be the 2,000 to win. You got A-Bear in the field. You got a lot of hitters in this place, so it ought to be good. But I'm going to tell you, them Egbert boys, that second one, I think that was GW maybe, struggle a little bit. You watch him. He will be on a mission the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something right there where that's only going to add fuel to the fire for that family right there. Onto the racetrack right here out of Danbury, Texas. This guy, he drives it all. You see him in limited modifieds. You see him in factory stocks. Here he is in a late model right now. This is Ray Allen Kahonik. Here's Kahonik out of turn number 4. Down into turn number 1, and Ray Allen, that's another one of those guys. I'll tell you, he's got race cars galore, and he just drives the hell out of each and every one of them.
It doesn't matter what you put him in. I'm telling you, don't bet against him. He's going to be a podium guy every night, whether it's factory stock, sprint car, late model, limited mod. The guy, true talent right there, and super nice guy. I've actually known Ray Allen for years. Wonderful guy to be around, and wish him nothing but the best all weekend long.
On to the backstretch, there goes Kahonik as he makes his way down into corner number 3. Going to slide up just a little bit right there, but that's a really good, that's 2 really good smooth laps right there. I can't wait to see timing and scoring. I think, to me, KR, it looks like that looked like a couple of the best laps that we've seen.
Very consistent. Both of them look like identical replicas of each other. So if he's not fast time, he's going to be in the top 3. That's just what I'm going to go and say now.
On to the racetrack right now out of Elmendorf, right down the road, down I-37, a little bit further south. This is Andrew Hessler III. Here is Hessler as he'll take the green flag for his first lap of qualifying. 18 strong here tonight for the late models, as we've been talking about. It'll be a full race show tonight. $1,000 to win tonight. They go $2,000 to win tomorrow. So there may be more that come in, but you got a full 18-car field tonight as they will get set to go. So trouble here for Hessler. He's going to try to gather it back in, take the white flag right here. and just drive the wheels off it here on lap number 2. And that's all you can do. If you kind of slip up, you just got to go at it the second time.
Well, that's the thing. And it's also a good time if you know you're kind of going to be mathematically out of, fast time, top 5. Mess around on the racetrack, see what your car going to do. Rodney, also while I'm thinking about it, folks at home, folks in the stands, shoot us a message, Race on Texas. We'll get to all the shout-outs we can throughout the night. I'll handle that. You handle the awesome play-by-play that you're doing, and I'll just go over here. I'll be your secretary for the rest of the night.
Absolutely. Let us know where you're checking in from. We know we're going to have folks from all around the country that are going to be a part of this massive event right here along the Texas Gulf Coast, whether you are live here at the racetrack or checking in on All Access with RaceOnTexas.com. He's Kevin Rogers. I'm Rodney Rodriguez. Here we go. Green flag in the air. This is Ryan McDonald. McDonald down into turn number 1 out of Floresville, and he is under time here for lap number 1. Onto the back straightaway we go, and he's making some nice strides there around corners number 1 and 2. I like what he's doing right there. He is just sailing that car around. Let's see if he can make it stick right here.
Well, you could hear that driver down in turn 1 and 2 had a little bit of push. He used the throttle to kind of help set the race car and get through the corners. So it's going to be fun. Like, you're seeing a lot of talent, folks here. These guys and gals in these cars, man. There's a lot more to it than just putting that helmet on and mashing the gas. And you're seeing it right now in qualifying.
Here's McDonald out of corner number 4. He will complete his qualifying effort right there. Nice job right there. Awful smooth. Very smooth right there. Onto the racetrack right now. We talked about that Doyon last name. And, of course, just as it always does with racing, the fruit doesn't fall far from the tree. Also out of Lacoste in car number 3D, this is Ryan Doyon. Doyon onto the back straightaway he is under time for 2 laps here. This is his first lap. A white flag in the air right here for Ryan Doyon. He will have 1 more lap to go here in qualifying here for your late models at the South Texas Shootout. From the South Texas Race Ranch in Corpus Christi, Texas, the season finale. And out of corner number 4, he'll slam it down to the inside and up to the top side. Ryan Doyon will complete his qualifying lap. All right, here we come around. Final car out on the racetrack, car number 12. This is Cody Hardage. And here's another one of these guys. Die-hard late model racer right here.
You don't even talk to him if you're not going to talk late models. I think that's where he's at in life. Man, he's done a lot for late model racing down in this part of the world. So hopefully he has a great weekend up here, and he's getting to enjoy just being a racer for a weekend.
Here he goes, checkered flag right there, and that will complete qualifying for your late models. $1,000 to win. They will race 4. That $1,000 coming up. Heat races coming up as well. And all of that. And a lot in between here tonight. And night number 1 here at the South Texas Shootout.
Folks, you got a full plate this weekend. Starting to get some of the people sending in. Mo Buddy Dalen Briscoe Windows up there around the Petty, Texas region. Competitor at the Rocket Raceway Park. He comes over to the Arcotech Speedway and races with us. So, Dalen, thanks for watching there tonight. And then OJW had been hecking a lot. His boys racing stuff. He just sent me a picture, text me, said, I'd have been there, but some of us are working. He's got a brand new IRP they're putting together to get ready for the 2023 campaign. So, glad they were able to tune in and watch while they're at the shop working at it. Me and you not working. Well, you're working. I'm not working. I'm just hanging out up here tonight, bud.
No, man, it's always a good time to get to come out to the racetrack, and it really is. You know, it stinks, honestly, KR, because when we start racing in December, we know we're at the end, and it's good for the race teams. It's good for everybody. Get a little bit of time off. The holidays are coming up, but the thing is, with this, it never stops. I mean, we're just getting going again, to be honest with you.
Well, do you think about it mathematically? You got 2 weeks. You got Christmas, and then we go to the Tulsa Shootout. You turn around Wild West Shootout, Chili Bowl. I mean, and next thing you know, we're weekly racing. So it doesn't stop. I would say it's a solid 11 and a half months a year program anymore.
All right, here we go. Mini modifieds out onto the racetrack. Heat race number 1, 8 laps as we get set to go. TJ Boyd, Cody Harding, James Parks III, Bill Dunker along with Michael Lindsay. Here we go. Making their way around mini mods in the start zone. Green flag in the air, and we are off and racing once again here at the South Texas Shootout. Oh, I tell you, you hear these guys on the gas, it's like it won't go anymore. I mean, they're pushing this thing so hard.
I got a chance to look at some of these cars. Pretty neat little cars, Rodney. I don't think I could fit in one, but they look like they'd be a ball of fun. And I tell you what I enjoyed about it. Everybody around them looked like having a great time getting their cars ready, getting the drivers ready. So looks like a great classic car here.
It is Harding up on the top side, leading the pack around. He got him 3 wide right there. 33 car of James Parks III. That's a name synonymous with racing here in the South Texas Gulf Coast. And here is Parks. Parks right there all over the back bumper. Going to take a peek down on the inside, and we'll just cruise around down on the inside as they stack them up into turn number 3. Making their way around, it is Parks hanging on, continuing to hold on. Here is Parks up at the front of the pack. The 59 car of Harding rides in the second spot down into turn number 1. And it's getting awful racy there for the second spot. You got the 8 ball down on the inside. Look at 72 going way up to the top side.
3 wide out of 2 down the back straightaway. Might get a little sketchy with them, but good thing they're a little bit smaller, got a little more real estate to work with. But tell you what, it's been probably one of the better heat races we've had tonight right here.
Absolutely. TJ Boyd to the second spot in car number 72. So Boyd now riding in the second spot. The 8 car down on the inside. That is Michael Lindsay all the way from the backside. And Lindsay rides in the third spot, 1 car length behind. Good push down into the corner. Lindsay going to crank it down to the bottom. 72 car hanging on right there. TJ Boyd. We're halfway home that time by. It continues to be Parks up on the point. But, boy, they're getting racy down on the inside. 8 car down to the inside, and it'll be Michael Lindsay. Lindsay takes that spot away, but now rides about 10 car lengths behind Parks down into turn number 3. Out of corner number 4, hanging on Parks. Just nice straight exit there out of the corner, and Parks dragging him down the front straightaway, followed by the 8 car of Michael Lindsay and the 72 car of TJ Boyd. That is your top 3 as they make their way onto the backstretch. And check this out. Now this is getting awful racy right here because that 8 car of Michael Lindsay is coming, and coming quick. 2 sticks in the air. 2 more times around this time by. As Parks continues to hang on. And the 8 car Lindsay trying to close in, but it's going to have to happen real fast. Up to the top of the racetrack goes Parks. Back straight away we go. You got about, we'll call that about 8.5 car lengths in between them. Here is the 8 going up to the top side. Now going to dip it down just a little bit more. White flag in the air. One more time around for James Parks III in car number 33. The 8 car of Michael Lindsay trying to go down to the bottom of the racetrack, and just like that, he is right there. Back straight away we go. Parks continuing to perch it up on the top side, and Lindsay coming on the bottom. Now he'll float it to the top side. Another good push coming down here to the bottom of the speedway. Out of turn number 4, it'll be James Parks III hanging on. A valiant effort right there. Michael Lindsay in the 8 car will come home second, and it looks like it'll be the 72 of TJ Boyd hanging in for the 3rd spot.
That's a pretty good little race. What's cool, that drone's out there flying around and getting great coverage. I'm sure the folks at home are getting it. Hey, man, couple of quick shout-outs here. Justin Z, I'm going to butcher his last name. He's watching out of Pecos, Texas tonight, out there working, so he's checking that out. And then we got people just shooting us messages all over the place, so it's always a good time. Got Brittany York, Tammy and Lynn Deaver all watching from Quinlan, Texas. Thank you all for watching from Quinlan. And then Brandy Davis, Ennis, Texas. So we're getting a good Texas flavor. Let's see where we can get some other states shouting us out. Let's see how far. I know our old buddy Phil up there in the far northeast is watching us tonight. So thanks, buddy, for that.
Yep, you know you got to have all these folks checking in. There's that ceremonial victory lap right there. That is a cool spot, getting to carry that checkered flag around. And what a great tradition of racing in Corpus Christi. I've said it so many times, KR, where to me in Texas, Corpus Christi is the place. And, man, we are living it up here this weekend.
Well, I'm going to tell you this, just for coming the last few years, a lot of underrated talent down here. Y'all got some of the toughest competition down here, and I did not realize how much history y'all had down here. It's a very cool motorsports place. You got palm trees. I'm going back to my palm trees, but you got a lot of history, a lot of quality competition, man. I'm going to have to get down here one of these weekends when I get off, just check out a weekly show, see how cool it is.
Absolutely. Here we go. Heat race number 2, mini mods on the racetrack on the point out of Bishop. It's Bill 6 on the outside. Out of Mathis, Andy Anderson. Row 2 on the inside. Out of Corpus, Steve Loy on the outside. It'll be in the BD4. Daniel Preston set to go there. And Sharon Harding in the 16 set to round out the pack. Here they come around. 8 cars, 5 laps. Five cars, 8 laps. All flipped around here. Heat race number 2 for the mini mods. Out of turn number 4. Green flag in the air. And we are off and racing once again here at the Race Ranch into turn number 1. Andy Anderson up on the top side. Got a nice hole shot move there as they power it off at turn number 2. Anderson, nice drive there up on the top side. Great straight entry out of the corner. And will lead by 3 car lengths down into the corner. Preston Bill 6 riding in the second spot as they make their way around. Here they are, trouble on the back straightaway. Looks like you got one car coming to a stop right there out of corner number 2, way down, or just inside right there. That's awful scary right there. That may draw a caution. Let's see, though. I don't see a lot of urgency right here, and there is a yellow flag.
Yeah, I think he looked, but yeah, he's right there on the edge of the racetrack. One more shout out here, pretty cool. And Kim Day out of Floyd, Texas. That Day name synonymous. Her husband's Jimmy. Her boys are Rowdy and Bo Day. All 3 accomplished racers. So thank y'all for tuning in and watching the South Texas Race Ranch.
Tell you, I love that, and we never got the caution. So I'm reaching for the yellow. It never came out. We continue to race. Andy Anderson up on the point out of Mathis. He is holding on by about a half a straightaway, diving down into turn number 1. 6 car riding in the second spot. That's Bill 6. Down into the corner. That car still sitting down on the inside, but everybody really floating up on the top side. To the back straightaway we go, and now they're getting awful racy there for the second spot. 6 is hanging on, but oh my goodness. I think we're about to tighten that up right now as we had about 2 car lengths in between them. But now as they race it out of turn number 4, down into the corner, here comes the BD4, as that is Daniel Preston, double duty driver tonight. Preston going to take a peek down on the inside. Daniel trying to drive it off the corner. 6 up on the top side, a little bit of almost some contact there out of the corner. Here they go diving into turn number 3. These are your mini modifieds. Heat race number 2 continues to be the 56 car of Andy Anderson up on the point, followed by Bill 6 and Daniel Preston in the BD4 as they have gotten away from the pack. 4th place car is Steve Loy out of Corpus Christi in car number 15. Here they go diving down into turn number 3. 2 sticks in the air this time by 2 more times around KR. And here we go. I'll tell you, these are some sweet little cars right here.
You know, they're different. I think a good variety on a big show like this, especially, kind of cool. I enjoy seeing different things. I think a lot of people at home and in the stands watch it, but they've been racy. Both heat races have been good. You know, you're seeing some battles for position, and I think that's all you can ask for as a race fan and a driver, an opportunity to watch somebody pass somebody, and as a driver, the opportunity to pass the guy in front of you. So it's going to be a great one.
White flag in the air right there for Anderson. He continues to hold on. 6 holding on to the second spot. Preston is right behind him. As he starts to turn the heat on right there, Preston going to try to drive it out of turn number 2, but 6 kind of throws the block right there. Preston taking a peek up on the top side as they race into turn number 3. Out of turn number 4, here he is, car number 56. It'll be Andy Anderson hanging on. It'll be Bill 6 riding in the second spot, and Daniel Preston will round out the top 3 in heat race number 2 for your mini mods at the South Texas Shootout at the South Texas Race Ranch.
I'm going to give this little plug here. Our old buddy Jack Barfield, Big Race Promotions, Lone Star 600. He just texted me. He's watching from home in LaPorte, Texas. That Lone Star 600 every year at Devil's Bowl Speedway, him and Brad Dixon, what they've done with that. I believe this is going to be the 10th anniversary of that event, 50th anniversary at Devil's Bowl Speedway next year. You need to go check it out. 300 laps Friday, 300 Saturday, $25,000 on the line. One of the coolest races in the country, in my opinion, go see Lone Star 600. Kudos to those guys for doing what they're doing.
That right there is a race in and of itself, and it's so funny to see how that race has developed, and you get people that come from all over the country to be a part of that. That is such a cool experience.
The atmosphere there is like nothing else you see on any kind of other racing, and it's just fun to go watch it. Competitors are buddies. Nobody's fighting. Nobody's mad. It's always a good time. So this right here is fixing to be a stacked set of heat races.
Oh, man, here we go. Factory stocks out on the racetrack, on the point. Out of College Station in the 91. It is Jared Maupin, Hector Aguirre up on the outside. Bobby McCool, row 2 inside. Daniel DeSerio on the outside. Mason Castaneda, row 3 on the inside. Dylan Elasco, Megan Dotson, Nathan Rahi. Nathan Oakes out of Cuero. Green flag in the air. Heat race number 1 for the factory stocks into turn number 1. Maupin with the whole shot, dragging the field down into turn number 1. Maupin, good move down to the inside. Here we go as they stack it up behind him. How about that right there? Big time move there for Hector Aguirre as they race down into turn number 3. Aguirre will take the field now into turn number 3. Crossing it down to the bottom. Here comes Maupin. Maupin side by side, but Aguirre up on the top side. He is driving the wheels off of that 21G car down into turn number 1. Maupin trying to come back down on the bottom. He'll wash up the racetrack, and now they start to stack up behind him. The double OM of Bobby McCool rides in the 3rd spot, followed by the 41 car of the 141 of Dylan Elasco. That is the top 4. They try to get away from the pack. Elasco down to the bottom. They race side by side. Three-way out of the corner, and here comes Castaneda. Castaneda down, and now he will race up to the top side, but you got to like this drive. How about Akide right there? You are racing with one of the best in the factory stocks, and he leads them by 2.5 car lengths.
Yeah, impressive racing right now. A lot of positions going to be changed. I'm telling you what's best about this heat race for me is you're starting to see the racetrack come around. It's going to get really good as the night goes on.
And off they go down into turn number 1. Now out of turn number 2, Hector Aguirre in the 21G leading by 2.5 car lengths down onto the back straightaway. Here comes Maupin closing in, and he continues to hang on in the caution flag. Caution flag and turn number 4. 68 car up into the fence there of Daniel Deriso. And the yellow flag waves right there, but what a drive for the 21G. I mean, you want to talk about stabbing the bull right there. I mean, go out there, get the whole shot on Jared Maupin and drive away from him. Ain't nothing wrong with that at all.
No, this has been a fun one to watch. It looked like 68 car just kind of got up a little bit and got up in the marbles and slid up in the fence. But, this is looking at these lineups, man, all these factory stock races are going to be stacked all night long. So, I don't know how we're going to pick a winner. I'm not going to pick a winner. I'm just going to let you do all that stuff. But I tell you, great racing action. But for me, just watching the racetrack, it's starting to widen out good. You're starting to see multiple grooves come into play. I'm telling you, folks, these second set of heat races, probably not even going to need to sit down to watch them. I think we can probably stand up and get the 7th inning stretch because it's going to be a show the second half of the show tonight.
Absolutely, and that is right. You got the show split in half tonight, and all of this being set for the main events coming up tomorrow right here at the South Texas Shootout here at the South Texas Race Ranch. Late models running 2 shows. They'll do a full show tonight. $1,000 to win for them tonight. $2,000 for them to win tomorrow. All of that right here along the Texas Gulf Coast at the South Texas Race Ranch. As now they go single file with our caution flag coming out. Up at the front of the pack, it is Hector Aguirre in the 21G hanging on. Here's Jared Maupin riding in the second spot. Lights out around the racetrack. We are set to go. Green flag in the air. We're racing once again here at the Race Ranch. Off we go. Into turn number 1. Aguirre hanging on down into turn number 1. McCool rides into the third spot. Maupin takes a peek down on the bottom. They stack it up behind him. Here's Rahi in the 25. Right up to the back bumper there of Castaneda in the 28. Down into corner number 3. They run single file. Out of corner number 4. Here comes the field. It is Aguirre hanging on in the 21G. Maupin, McCool, Castaneda, Rahi, and the 133 of Megan Dodson. That is how they run in single file racing order onto the back straightaway. You got to like the push right there. It looks like Maupin is able to make a good push into the corner, but Aguirre's car is just real strong when he rotates it through the center.
Yeah, that 91 car, he doesn't get in as good as the leader does, but watch him when he gets out of the corner. He's starting to make ground. Now, the leader had a little front end push on there, so the 91, so it helped. But what about the third place car, Bobby McCool? Had a rough start to this race, battled back. He's up there in contention and running third currently.
Here they come around as they make their way once again. 2.5 car lengths down into turn number 1. Hector Aguirre hanging on in the 21G. Jared Maupin trying to get to the back bumper right there. Bobby McCool, great run up to the third spot. Nathan Rahi, the 28G of Mason Castaneda. That is your top 5 here in heat race number 1. Good push right there, Maupin. Out of turn number 4, Maupin, he'll go to the top side as they race down into turn number 1. He's about, I would say, a half a car length away. Now he's going to take a peek down on the inside. To the back straightaway we go. Aguirre able to hang on. Maupin slips a little bit high right there. And a little bit of a push there for Aguirre, and Hector back on the gas. Here they come around, this time by. Continuing to count the laps here in factory stock heat race number 1. Now inches apart down into turn number 1. Here's Jared Maupin going down to the inside, trying to carry the momentum up on the top side. Hector Aguirre off of turn number 2. Back straightaway we go. 1 car length in between them. Into turn number 3, battling down into the corner. Here comes Maupin. Big push right there as they make their way out of corner number 4. White flag in the air. One more time around here at the Race Ranch. Hector Aguirre trying to hang on here in heat race number 1. Maupin goes down to the inside. Can't make the move. He'll wash up the racetrack. Onto the back straightaway we go. It'll be Hector Aguirre down into turn number 3. He leads by 10 car lengths. He'll square it off and make his way out of corner number 4. Hector Aguirre wins heat race number 1 in the factory stocks. Jared Maupin, Bobby McCool, followed by the 25 of Rahi and Mason Castaneda.
But that old boy had to earn that one, though. That wasn't a cakewalk there, folks. I'm telling you, you're fixing to start seeing more of this. These factory stocks probably some of the most competitive race cars in our region down there. I know when you get the Arklatex region, the North Texas region, some very talented Central Texas. That's what I love about big shows. You start seeing guys come from other places, and it gives the hometown crowd something else to look at. But, it's like anything, whether you're playing sports, racing, or what, you want to race with the best. You want to find out where you're at, and that's what we're seeing here tonight. You're gonna see. I'm telling you, second set of heat races. Mark my words, going to be absolutely standing. You want to watch them, and it's going to be a great show.
Hometown driver right there out of Corpus Christi, Hector Aguirre, winning heat race number 1. Heat race number 2 out on the racetrack out of Corpus on the point. It's Dennis Folkerts on the outside out of Huntsville. Rodney Todorski, roll 2 on the inside out of Corpus. Memphis Villarreal, Curtis Todorski on the outside. Cody Tesh out of Cuero, row 3 on the inside. Cody Leonard on the outside. Casey Jimerson inside of the next row. Chuck Perry and Triton Temple. This one right here is stacked. Here they come around. Lights are out around the speedway. Green flag in the air. We are off and racing here at the Race Ranch. Heat race number 2 for the factory stocks down into turn number 1. Twiderski up on the top side. Here's Rodney back on the gas. They stack it up along the bottom. Did not get going. There was Dennis Folkerts. And, boy, he's going to stack up some big hitters right there. But check out the top row. Here comes Cody Leonard. Leonard in the 12, taking a peek down on the inside. Rodney Twiderski out of turn number 4. He continues to hang on, followed by the 27T of Curtis Twiderski. So you got both of the Twiderskis up on the front of the pack. Here's Cody Leonard. Cody Leonard going down to the bottom. And, boy, here they come out of the corner. And this right here, this is some big time. This is drive time traffic right here, KR. Check this out.
A little contact there. The 115 got in the back of the 12. Yeah, you're seeing some haymakers in this one. They're starting to realize what they're racing for. We're not just racing. We're trying to earn points. We want to have some good points going into tomorrow night when the money is on the line.
Here's Cody Leonard going down to the inside. Memphis Villarreal making his way back in the 30 cars. He has pushed all his way back into the 5th place. Look at the 115. Good move right there of Chuck Perry, the veteran driver from right here along the Gulf Coast. Villarreal, he'll slam it down on the inside. To the back straightaway we go. Perry will hold on to the 3rd spot. Cody Leonard is right there. Villarreal holding on to the 4th spot. And now you got Cody Tesh in the 4th spot. But out by his lonesome right now is the 9N Rodney Twiderski. Twiderski hanging on. He leads by about 5 car lengths, but look at that log jam. You got a jam session happening right there behind him. Cody Leonard in the 12, the 115 of Chuck Perry, the 30 of Memphis Villarreal, and closing in quickly. Here comes the 147 of Cody Tesh. Oh, into the fence is Chuck Perry right here along the front straightaway, and he'll come to a stop right here along the front straightaway retaining wall as Perry out of turn number 4. He sails it up on the cushion just a little too high coming out of turn number 4.
Yeah, Rodney, it looked like once that right front got into that concrete wall, it was no coming off of it. But while we're getting this straightened out, hey, this is probably going to be one of the coolest shout-outs we're going to do. A buddy, Caleb Hudgens, I don't know if I got that name right. He's watching tonight from Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Current active military guy. Caleb, man, thank you for your service. Thanks for tuning in, man. We're all proud of you, and we're thinking about you. We're praying for you, and thanks for everything you do for everyone in the United States of America, buddy.
Absolutely. That's the real heroes right there. We can come out on race nights and idolize each and every one of these drivers, but those are the folks that really keep it real as Perry goes off the racetrack over on the back straightaway. Perry, the veteran driver out of Corpus Christi. The cone here down on the inside, and that is something that Rodney Twiderski did not want to see. He was setting sail here in this race. Here's the green flag on the racetrack. Here's Leonard up to the top side as they race down into turn number 1. Leonard, now they really stack it up. Villarreal right there. Oh, my goodness. Up to the top side. Cody Leonard back straightaway. Car number 12. Twiderski is right there, but here is Leonard. He'll try to hold that lead out of corner number 4 here in factory stock heat race number 2. Down the front straightaway now Memphis Villarreal will go to the 2nd spot. Both of these guys, they got held up there in that first lap as they kind of bottlenecked the inside. But here they come. The cream rises to the top once again. And it is Cody Leonard in car number 12, Memphis Villarreal riding in the 2nd spot, and Rodney Twiderski riding in the 3rd spot in the 9X as he's relegated all the way back. Cody Tesh in the 747. Now Triton Temple has made his way into the 5th spot. Now, this one isn't over yet, KR. Here we go. Here comes Villarreal. Cody Leonard hanging on as they make their way out of turn number 4. 2 sticks in the air. 2 2 more times around. Virial down to the inside, and boy, this is about to get good right here.
Man, I tell you what, the 12 car Cody, he's kind of a set and duck. Memphis in that 30 car, he's kind of getting to pick where he wants to go, and you see it right out of 2. He's got the inside line. This is going to be a hell of a race coming to the checkered flag here.
Here they go down into the corner. Virial on the bottom side out of corner number 4. White flag in the air. One more time around. Memphis Virial right here out of the Gulf Coast will go to the lead. He leads by 1 car length over Cody Leonard to the back straightaway. It was Virial all the way to the back of the pack on that start. Now leading by 4.5 car lengths into turn number 3. Out of turn number 4, heat race number 2. It is Virial in the 30. He'll win it over Cody Leonard in the 12, making their way around. Twarderski hangs on over the 747 of Cody Tesh.
That's phenomenal heat race action right there. Now, you was in Pensacola last week. Was the driver of the 30 car, was he racing down there last week? I saw him on some socials, and I wasn't sure, but it looked like he might have been racing down at Pensacola.
He was actually down there. He was in one of the Pro Modifieds. He was racing in the Pro Modified. Not the finish that he was looking for there as he drove for Max Calles. But I tell you what, this is one talented race driver, KR. It doesn't matter the surface. He's often doing this victory lap right here.
Last year when I come down here, I knew the name, heard the name, watched a talented young racer, very polite young racer. Got to talk to him on the front straightaway, I believe, one night. And a super nice young man. Wish him nothing but best as he gets going in his future here.
Factory stocks back out on the racetrack for their next heat race, setting your starting lineup. On the point, it is Randy Lovell in car number 83. Franco Kulik on the outside in the 41. Michael Virial inside of row number 2. Johnny Westfall on the outside out of Victoria. Brian Rye inside of the following row, followed by Alan Torres out of Cut and Shoot, Texas, in car number 27. It is Dalton Faulkner, Eric Ramos. Here we go. Green flag in the air, and we are off and racing in heat race number 3. Down into turn number 1 they go. Krulik up on the top side. Good drive into turn number 1. They stack it up behind him. Good move down to the inside. The 94 car of Alan Torres. He'll make his way to the 3rd spot up on the top side there. Johnny Westfall gets kind of hung up, but he'll try to battle his way back. But here is the 41 car of Okrulik leading them down into turn number 1. 83 car Randy Lovell hanging on there, riding about 4.5 car lengths behind. Alan Torres rides in the 3rd spot. They stack it up behind them. A little bit of contact, but back on the gas once again. Michael Virial kind of bottlenecks the field, but check it up on the top side. Here goes Dalton Faulkner in car number 27. Dalton Faulkner, you're checking in right now on Race on Texas All Access as he takes a long way around the South Texas race fans. Westfall, a little bit of trouble here on the front straightaway. And here is Dalton Faulkner. Faulkner's got a long way to go, though, as he rides in the 4th spot, making their way out of turn number 4. Your race leader continues to be the 41 of Franco Krulik, followed by the 83 car Randy Lovell. And now the 3rd place car continuing to hang on is Alan Torres. And Alan Torres is all over the back bumper right there of the 83 car Randy Lovell. They got about a car length and a half in between them. Good push into the corner here by Torres. Torres is going to push that nose down to the inside, but it continues to be the 83 hanging on. Randy Lovell in that spot right there. We chase him down into turn number 1. Here is Lovell in the 89. Alan Torres about a half a car length behind him as they go down the back straightaway, racing down into the corner, stretching it out. Now Torres is going to go up to the top side, but it continues to be Okrulik up on the point in car number 141 as he hangs on here at the halfway point. Let's see, Torres kind of sets it back just a little bit, kind of drifts back a little bit behind Randy Lovell in car number 83. To the back straightaway we go. You've got 3 car lengths in between them, but it is Okrulik in the 41 continuing to stretch out the lead here in factory stock heat race number 3. This is qualifying night for the South Texas Shootout here along the Texas Gulf Coast at the South Texas Race Ranch. The season finale in the state of Texas, and we have a pit full of cars and plenty of action that's going to be happening on the racetrack here for the last couple of nights. Boy, this 2nd place battle continues to materialize. It looks like Torres trying to push the button right there, but he got one off on the back straightaway. There's a 79 car of Irial down to the bottom, but he'll set himself out of the way. Leader making his way out of corner number 4. Here's Okrulik. 2 sticks in the air this time by for that familiar car number 141. You San Antonio race fans, you remember that 41 right there? That's the old familiar colors of Donnie Harelka. Back from the San Antonio Speedway days, back from the NASCAR late model racing days. And that 41 looking just as strong as it used to do there at San Antonio Speedway. White flag in the air. One more time around for Okrulik as he leads by a straightaway. Good battle happening here for the second spot with the 83 car hanging on. Alan Torres trying to push the envelope right there. He'll drift back just a little bit, but it's going to be Okrulik now as he makes his way up to the back bumper of Johnny Westfall. Checkered flag in the air. Frank Okrulik wire to wire in car number 141. He'll win it, followed by the 83 of Randy Lovell and the 94 Alan Torres. Looked like Alan Torres is going to push the envelope there a little bit, KR, but not able to make the pass.
Yeah, some good racing so far, though. And these races, they mean a lot. Earning points, getting stacked up for tomorrow night. So, I was talking to you earlier about Jason Ingles, IRP race cars, not here this weekend. Normally makes the trip. Just text me. Got the TV on at the shop there in Longview, Texas. Said they just got so much work going on. But I know he's got a lot of cars here in the pits. And Rowdy Day is your USRA national champion. Drove an IRP all year long. So Jason Ingles, one of the good guys of the sport, man. I call him a friend, and I appreciate what he does for everything. But I'm telling you, I think I'm going to be right on something tonight. I think the racing is just going to keep getting better and better and better as we progress through the show.
Absolutely, and it's going to continue, as you said right there. We're watching it happen right here, and we are early on. We have plenty of racing to do here tonight on the Friday night edition, night number 1 of the South Texas Shootout. Here comes heat race number 4 for the factory stocks. Your starting lineup on the point in the 741. There he is right there. It is Cameron Starry on the outside. Michaela Trimble in car number 39. Row 2 on the inside. Ryan Carlucci outside. Shannon Marr out of Victoria. Row 3 on the inside out of Victoria. Will Spears flanking him on the outside out of San Antone. It is Dylan Gaither rounding out the pack. Joshua Sewell out of Kingsville. And out of Winona, it is Jason Tyner. Green flag in the air. We're off and racing. Big time action right here. A little trouble there for Michaela Trimble as she gets tied up a little bit. Marr back on the gas, and all of that happening right there, and that allows Cameron Starry to just check out from the field. And I'll tell you, KR, Cameron Starry's not one that you want to let get away.
Talented young racer. Been watching him last few years, man, and he's one of them. It looks like whatever he gets in, he's adapted to well. He's going to be a good one to watch. I know he hopped in one of those Stealth Oil Services stock cars a few nights and had really good runs, but talented young racer. Got a chance to meet him. Super nice young man, and he's got a big future in this sport, I believe.
Absolutely, and take a look at this log jam happening behind him. Shannon Marr down to the inside, but you got a trophy dash happening out of turn number 4. Here they come making their way around. Carlucci up to the top of the racetrack. Looks like he kind of got mired up in there, but it'll be Marr going to the second spot. The 98 car. Gaither is right there. On to the back straightaway we go. And, man, I got to tell you, all of this stuff happening right there, and Starry's just checking out from the pack. That car looks pretty flawless. Marr doing a good job. I've seen a couple of different times throughout this heat race where that Marr car has been in a very bad spot, and he's been able to get through all of that.
You are correct about that, but back to your lead in the 74 car. Car's on point, driver's on point, good equipment, good racer. He's going to be tough, and I think he's kind of setting the tone early right now. He came down here to South Texas to pull off the victory tomorrow night.
Jason Tyner all the way from the back of the pack, the driver out of Winona. He started shotgun on the field, and he currently sits in the 4th spot. And here he is taking a peek up on the top side as they race out of turn number 2 there on Dylan Gaither. Gaither, another one of those guys where you put him on asphalt, you put him on dirt, and he just drives the wheels off it. He hangs on in the 3rd spot trying to chase there with Marr, but it is Tyner in the 4th spot, followed by the 777 of Will Spears. That is your top 5. We are halfway home, but up at the front of the pack, it is the Robstown Rocket of Cameron Starry as he continues to jettison away out from the field. That car just really setting itself up really nicely right there, and you got to love everything about that, Kevin. I mean, that car, he is not missing a lick at all as he makes his way around this speedway.
No, car's on point, driver's on point. He's hitting his marks like he wants to. Leslie Gill, Stealth Oil Well Service, super good man, helps this young man a little bit, and I tell you what, they got a quality program. Folks, race fans at home in the stands, you need to put his name on your calendar because you're going to see some big stuff out of him.
And he continues to lead here in heat race number 4 with the factory stocks at the South Texas Shootout right here at the South Texas Race Ranch along the Texas Gulf Coast. We are in the sparkling city by the sea. It is Corpus Christi, Texas, as they make their way down. 2 sticks in the air that time by Shannon Marr hanging on to the 2nd spot. Gaither trying to give chase. We may have something happening right there. There's Gaither really trying to take a peek there to the 02 car, but we check back in on all access. Here is the 741 of Cameron Starry. White flag in the air one more time around for car number 741. All of the action happening right behind them as they race their way around. Look at that right there. You can just see see that right there, KR. Check him out going down the back straightaway as you check in on Race on Texas. That car is just setting itself a beautiful pace.
Yeah, that car looks like it's on cruise control right now. It's just so smooth, and I'm excited to see that second set of heat race. I'm excited to see where he starts tomorrow night. It's going to be a good one.
They make their way around. It is Starry in the 741 as he goes wire to wire and wins here in heat race number 4 for your factory stocks. He will pick up that checkered flag on the back straightaway, and we get set. Limited modifieds coming up. Topless heat races coming up.
I hate to do this to you, buddy, but I just scanned the QR code. I'm fixing to go to the no line, no wait, pick up my triple cheeseburger, and I'm going to go on break. I don't think you need me anyway, so we'll be back up here shortly. And if you'll scan it in, I'll bring you something back with me, bud.
I'm good to go, man. I'm good to go. That's a beautiful thing, race fans. Scan that QR code, man. They make it easy. Owen Pittman and the staff right here at the South Texas Race Ranch. Great fan experience right here like we've been talking about throughout the night. They do everything right here, and that is one of the easy ways right there. Here we go. Let's go to the starting lineup. Heat race number 1 for your Jude Allgaier Limited Modifieds. Heat race number 1. Out of Farmersville in the 14 on the point, it is Matt Rust on the outside from right here out of Corpus. Marcus Miklicek. Row 2 down on the inside. Oliver Billingsley. In the 00K, Mason Castaneda on the outside. Lupe Gomez out of Floresville. Down on the outside, or up on the outside, it'll be Rookie Smith. Row 3 on the inside, Nathan Titzman and Chuck Perry. That is your starting lineup for your Jude Allgaier Limited Modifieds here. Topless. We got 46 of them tonight that are getting set to go as we set our field for the huge main event coming up tomorrow here at the South Texas Race Ranch. It is the South Texas Shootout. Glad you are with us right here at the Speedway, or whether you're checking in on Race on Texas. All access lights are out around the racetrack. Heat race number 1 coming up for the Limited Modifieds. Here they go down into corner number 3. The field comes around. Green flag in the air, and we are off and racing. Up on the top side, Miklicek. Nice dive into turn number 1. He'll take the field out of turn number 2. They stack it up just a little bit behind him. Single file goes to top 4 onto the back straightaway, racing down into the corner. The 4T riding in the second spot. That's Matt Rust. Rust hanging on to that spot, but it is Miklicek free and clear right there. You got a nice battle happening right there behind him. Rookie Smith in the 21S trying to find some racing room down on the inside. He'll drive it off of turn number 2. Onto the back straightaway we go. The 14C of Mason Castaneda trying to hang on. Here's Smith going down to the inside. Hot spot on the racetrack out of corner number 3. Smith going down to the inside. Not going to happen that time by, as Castaneda able to hold on as they race their way out of turn number 2. Up the track goes Rookie Smith in the 21S. A little bit of trouble right there for the 21S, so hopefully that's not going to be the end of the night. He's back on the gas once again, but he does lose a spot right there. But up at the front, it continues to be Miklicek. In this 879, hanging on to the back straightaway we go. He leads by almost a straightaway. Riding in the second spot, it is the 4T of Matt Rust in that second spot. Out of corner number 4 they come. Third spot hanging on, Castaneda, followed by the 115 car of Chuck Perry. Had a little bit of trouble earlier, but now he is in the topless, or he's not top. Yeah, he is topless in the Limited Modified, and he rides in the 4th spot, continuing to hang on right there, just outside of the podium as we are halfway home that time by. 79 car onto the back straightaway. That is Miklicek. We watch the battle right here on Race on Texas happening just a little bit further behind. Castaneda hanging on right there in the 3rd place car. And he's got some company coming right behind him, slinging it down to the inside. Here's Perry. Perry diving down to the inside. Castaneda taking it up to the top side. And that battle, you got about 1 car length in between them. Onto the back straightaway we go. Castaneda continuing to hang on in the 14C. And here's Perry going back down to the inside. But it is Castaneda continuing to hang on. He rides in the 3rd spot. Perry dives it deep down into the corner. Almost a little bit of contact right there as they make their way around. Great battle right here for 3rd. Here is Mason Castaneda. Chuck Perry going down to the inside, and now they got company behind him as Nathan Titzman in the 1T car is really getting into this as well. 2 sticks in the air that time by. 2 more laps to go that time by onto the back straightaway. White flag in the air this time. It is Marcus Miklacek in car number 879 continuing to hang on. He has about a half a track advantage onto the backstretch. Now going to catch some lap traffic. Perry hanging on. He's got Castaneda, goes up the racetrack. Titzman down to the inside. Let's see if Castaneda can cross it down to the bottom and try to get that 4th spot back. Checkered flag in the air for Miklacek. It'll be the 2nd place car making his way by of Rust. 3rd place, it'll be Perry, followed by Titzman and Castaneda. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In heat race number 1 for your Jude Allgaier Racing Limited Modifieds here at the South Texas Shootout. Heat race number 2 coming up for the Limited Modifieds as they get set to roll their way out on the racetrack. And your starting lineup on the point out of Eider. It's Tracy Denby Jr. on the outside out of San Antonio. James Cole rode 2 on the inside out of San Antonio. Johnny Torres on the outside out of Taft. It's Tanner Whitmire, rode 3 on the inside out of Corpus. J.J. Jennings on the outside. Jared Barber. Final row on the inside, it's Jared Maupin and Boone Evans out of Bullard on the outside. There they are. 8 cars, 8 laps, heat race number 2 for your Limited Modifieds as we get set to go, racing their way down into turn number 3. Lights are out around the speedway. It's Denby bringing them around, and we are set to go. Green flag in the air, and we are off and racing with the Limited Modifieds here at the South Texas Race Ranch down into turn number 1. Off they go. Good push right there for the 14J of James Cole. Here's Denby going back down to the bottom, side by side on the back straightaway. They drag race it right there. You got them 2 by 2 all the way back. The first 3 rows have not stretched it out yet. Up on the top side, James Cole. Look at Cole. Cole up on the top side. He continues to hang on, and down into the corner they go. Tanner Whitmire is right there to the back straightaway. Here we are. Tanner Whitmire knocking on the door, and Owen Pittman. Check this out. This is Limited Modified Racing right here.
Absolutely. Here comes the 101 on the inside of James Cole. James Cole, your asphalt specialist, is out here outrunning them on a dirt track tonight. Oh, a little slip up by the 101 there. Tanner Whitmire is going to allow Cole to pull out to a good lead. Denby, I think Denby's running those other tires, man. I think he's struggling on that KK704 tire. I'm not used to seeing Denby back there, Rodney.
Yeah, I think so too. He went straight back right there at the start of the race. He rides in 3rd, but up at the front right there, you have some kind of battle as James Cole, you watch him coming out of the corner, and he is taking that thing straight out. You talked about asphalt. He's driving it like asphalt right there. Watch him coming out of the corner. He'll point it right here, take it straight out of the corner, but here comes Whitmire. Whitmire going down to the inside. He'll cross it up to the top side, and now Whitmire, let's see if he drives down to the bottom, but James Cole cranks it down to the bottom and continues to hang on.
Here comes Whitmire to the inside, though, down into 3. He's going to let him know he's there, going to push him up. That's going to open the door. Here comes Denby to follow him through. Cole gets way up and jumps the cushion. He's going to drop back from 1st to 3rd with Denby up to 2nd. So the KK704, Rodney, what I'm hearing is it takes some time to heat up and get going, unlike the H500. So we're seeing that 15 get a little traction now out of that KK704 as it heats up, buddy.
And take a look at that battle behind him. We got Boone Evans right there all over the backside of Johnny Torres. Here's Evans going down to the bottom side. Boone Evans, that is your battle for the 4th spot. Down into the corner we go. Boone Evans side by side. A little bit of contact right there. Johnny Torres up the racetrack. Boone Evans muscles his way, and he will go to the 4th spot and now sets his sights on James Cole. They go 1, 2, 3, 4, but it continues to be Tanner Whitmire up on the front. Here is Denby, followed by James Cole, but Boone Evans is coming mighty fast.
Oh, yeah, here comes Evans to the bottom, going up under Cole here, trying to take over 3rd place. Hey, the 101 out front, it was definitely expected, because I tell you what, second fastest car on the track last night for Tanner Whitmire. So Cole holding off Boone Evans for the time being. I tell you what, they're working the high side. They keep getting higher and higher down in 1 and 2. We're not used to seeing that, so it's really good. The track is really working. Oh, Whitmire with problems. Look out. He's going to pull up lame. We're going to get a caution on this one.
White flag in the air that time by Denby. Let's see if he can limp his way around. He's up at the top of the racetrack. Here we go down into the corner. Tracy Denby up at the front of the pack. Now Boone Evans, they stack it up behind him. Here comes Johnny Torres down to the inside. James Cole hanging on to 3rd. Here is Torres right there. Checkered flag in the air. Give it to Tracy Denby in car number 15. Tracy Denby Jr. over Boone Evans, followed by the 14 car, James Cole, and Johnny Torres. Heartbreak at the end of the race right there. My goodness. Oh, man, you hate to see that for Tanner Whitmire. That had to have been some sort of electrical problem right there as that car just goes away. It just goes lame going into the corner. And there is your winner, Denby. As we watch him kind of sail back there just a little bit, but he's able to pull that thing back, and he goes to the top of the pack. We are getting set to go. Heat race number 3. Here come the limited modifieds. Your starting lineup out of Salado. It is Sasha Hopp up on the point in car number 420. On the outside out of Robstown, Stephen Whitaker Jr. Row 2 on the inside out of Corpus, it's Chris Rye. On the outside out of Corpus, Cody Beto. Row 3 on the inside out of Corpus, it is Zach Courtney. On the outside, Gilbert Pettis III out of Corpus Christi. Final row inside out of Analaska, Texas, it is Zane Goff and Trent Beaver. Out of China Grove, as we get set to go, lights are out around the speedway. We are set. Heat race number 3 for your limited modifieds, the Jude Allgaier Limited Modifieds, the South Texas Shootout. We are racing once again here at the Race Ranch. Down into turn number 1. Whitaker up on the top side. How about that drive right there? Stephen Whitaker, when you want to talk about a hole shot, Owen, that's a hole shot right there.
Yes, sir. How about Cody Beto, though, here in second? The 420 went from the pole to dead last in 2 turns. Not sure what's going on with the 420. That car just is not running the way it should, obviously. The 77 of Beto making his way up into second, followed by the BD1, Gilbert Pettis. Gilbert Pettis, your second place in points here at the Race Ranch this season. He is definitely no slouch. Your fast time last night is in this race. The $4 Chris Rye, the orange car, trying to work around Trent Beaver, who tied Tanner Whitmire for second fast last night. So a couple of really fast cars back here in the back. You know, Whitmire, Whitaker, he was going to run from him, folks. He's got to go. Right there, Cody Beto second. Still got Pettis in third. Oh, Beaver real sideways out of 2. Going to allow the $4 to come around him on the outside. He's going to drive it in there deep. The $4 will cross him over. Here we go. Look out. Oh, what a race there. Keep an eye on that $4 and the 14.
Oh, and I'll tell you what, that is the battle right there as you check out on Race on Texas. You saw it from the drone footage. You got Beaver and Chris Rye racing right there. That is a good battle, but they are mired a little bit further back. We continue to follow that battle up at the front of the pack, driving away. It is the 38 car of Stephen Whitaker Jr. able to get away from the pack. Cody Beto hanging on to the second spot. The BD1, you got 1 car off the pace. It is that 420 car that we talked about of Hopp that started on the point, but that car has gone from bad to worse as this race has continued to go on. But the top 3 cars separating themselves from the pack and separating himself from the field is the 38 car, Stephen Whitaker Jr., as he is up on the point. But here we go, Owen. It's going to get racy for the second spot. Beto is hanging on, but here comes that BD1 of Gilbert Pettis III.
Yeah, I tell you what, that young driver in the BD1, he has no fear, man. That cat can just wheel a race car. We saw him in the E-Mods earlier, and now we're seeing him do it here. So I tell you what, there's a really good battle right there for 4th and 5th, though. Chris Rye still trying to get around Trent Beaver there for the 4th and 5th spots. So we got a hell of a battle as Whitaker just drives away.
Yeah, caution flag out on the racetrack. He had 1 stuck on the inside. It's that 420 car of Sasha Hopp, and here we go once again. So that huge lead that we saw from Stephen Whitaker all goes away as we're going to re-rack them and re-stack them one more time and get them all back in line once again. So Whitaker's going to have a mirror full of Cody Beto in the 77 and Gilbert Pettis in the BD1 as he will line up behind him in that massive battle that we're watching for the 4th spot with the 14 car of Trent Beaver as he continues the battle right there with that $4. And I'll tell you that right there, Rye and Beaver, that's been one of the best battles that we've watched throughout the night. And they're going to get set to go right here as they race for 4th and 5th. Lights are out around the speedway. We are single file, locked and loaded, ready to go again. Green flag in the air. We're off and racing here at the Race Ranch. There goes Whitaker down into the corner. He leads by 4 car lengths down into turn number 1. Back straight away we go to the inside. Here comes Pettis as he gets to the back quarter panel there of Beto, and now back on the gas once again. It is Beto able to hang on. Down into the corner we go. Beaver rides in the 4th spot. spot. They make their way around. This one's starting to wind itself down. This has been one of the most competitive races of the night here at the South Texas Shootout. Back straight away we go. Whitaker able to hang on. Beto hanging on for his dear life in the second spot as Perez is right there in the BD1. 2 sticks in the air right here. 2 more times around here at the race ranch. There goes Whitaker, followed by Beto and Perez. Here comes Beaver and trying to hang on. Here comes Chris Rye. This is what it's all about right here, my man.
Absolutely. Rye didn't get a good restart there. He's falling back. Car's a little tight. You can see him using a lot of rear brake as he's got some glow in them rotors. I tell you what we see a lot of times, Rodney, he earned a free pass into the race with the provisional, and a lot of guys, once they got that, it changes your whole strategy. You just go out there and try not to tear your stuff up because you know you're in a big dance.
Absolutely. Here they come around. Checkered flag in the air right here. It is Stevie Whitaker in the 38. He will win the heat race, followed by Cody Beto, Gilbert Perez, Trent Beaver, and Chris Rye. In the $4, they go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as they battle it out in heat race number 3 here in your limited modifieds here at the South Texas Shootout. Oh, I tell you, if this is any indication of what we're going to be having tomorrow night, this is just heat race stuff, Owen. And I'll tell you, this is great action. You have put together one kind of show here this weekend.
Yeah, it looks like we're needing to roll the bottom maybe a little bit. The bottom still seems too slick, so we're a little bit one groovish right now towards the top. I can't wait to see this track get a little bit better. We're going to start working that bottom. We're going to get through this first set of heats, then we'll work the bottom. I also want to see what these late models are going to do to the track. What's up next, buddy?
Here we go, heat race number 4 for the limited modifieds, and they roll out onto the racetrack out of Huntsville. It's Charles Riley. On the outside, out of Corpus, it's Brian Rye. Next row down on the inside, out of Edinburgh from down in the valley, it is Rolly Rodriguez. On the outside, the veteran Joe Armandia out of Seguin. Row 3 on the inside, out of Salado, James Nicholson, Daniel Preston. Triple duty on the outside, out of Corpus Christi. And the final row on the inside, out of Kaufman, it's Cody Smith. And Edward Oaks out of Cuero. Lights are out around the racetrack. Green flag in the air. We are off and flying. Here with heat race number 4. Here with your limited modifieds. Down into corner number 1 we go. They stack them up side by side. Oh my goodness. You got a bottleneck happening right there. Almost 3 wide out of the corner. All of that allowing the 184 Brian Rye to get away from the pack. Rye leads by about 7 car lengths out of turn number 4. Here comes Joe Armandia in the 79 as he rides in the second spot. Bottleneck behind him. Look at that mass of cars going into turn number 1.
Oh, that's a gaggle down there, I tell you what. Oh, they all get together. Look out. Oh, it looks like the 3 and then 25. Cody Smith going to take the grunt there as the 3-1 around.
Yeah, it looks like the 3 car sitting down on the inside. That's the Riley car, so the caution flag will come out. Have not had a lot of caution flags happening here tonight. However, that one does come out here in heat race number 4. For your limited modifieds, we have a stacked field of limited modifieds tonight. And we've got the field split. The program is split out in half. So we're going to run half of the heat races here in this segment. We'll take an intermission. We'll come back and then we run more heat races. So all of that happening here tonight, here at the South Texas Race Ranch. So the caution flag waving there. We do remind you, if you were here at the race ranch,
all get together. Look out. Oh, it looks like the 3 and then 25. Cody Smith going to take the grunt there as a 3-1 around.
Yeah, it looks like the 3 car your order. You can do that easily right here at the South Texas Race Ranch. So we remind you the bar is open. Everything is there for you tonight. It is going to be a fantastic weekend of action as we are here for the South Texas Shootout here at the Race Ranch tonight in Corpus Christi. And not a better place to finish out the season than right here in one of my favorite race towns in the country, Corpus Christi, Texas. Brian Rye up on the point in car number 184. Riding behind him, my man, Joe Armandia in car number 79. That is your second place car. We get them all back in line once again. It looks like it'll be Ed Oaks riding in the 3rd spot in car number 53. The 25 car will at 25C. Cody Smith will get back in line. There's Rolly Rodriguez in the 12, and it looks like we got them stacked about where we want them. Here we go. Showing them on this time by. Showing them on as they make their way by here in front of the grandstands. Great night for racing here in Corpus Christi. It's early December, but it feels like it's late August. Feels like a fall night here tonight. A little bit of breeze blowing across us just a little bit to keep us nice and comfortable, and that's going to be the weather tomorrow. So if you're checking in on Race on Texas, drive on up to Corpus and check it out live in person. Lights are out around the racetrack. Brian Rye brings them down. Green flag in the air. We're off and racing. Right down into turn number 1. He leads by 2 car lengths. Armadillo right behind him. Here we go. Edward Oaks in the 53 trying to take a peek down on the inside. Armadillo able to hang on, and here we go racing down into the corner. Cody Smith is right there. Cody Smith knocking on the back door right there of Edward Oaks out of turn number 4. Here we go down into the corner. Oaks up on the top side. Racing down into the corner. Oh my goodness, here we go. Now they stack it up. Armadillo kind of off the gas there just a little bit, and he's going to bottleneck him down into the corner. Armadillo hanging on right there. You got a 3-car race down into corner number 3. Out of turn number 4, Armadillo hanging on. Armadillo takes it straight out of the corner. Edward Oaks right there, and now they race it down into the corner. You got to think right there, Armadillo's kind of doing that asphalt line as well, Owen, and those guys are sitting right there behind him waiting to pounce.
Oh, yeah, I tell you what, Armadillo, they got that car turning and working real well for him, so it's fitting his style and working. The 2 cars behind him, both USR8 cars running on the KK704, so I expect them to take a few laps to get rolling, but both really aggressive quality drivers out of Oaks and Smith. I tell you what, Smith got a hot rod. He always does, though, anywhere he goes. So that 25 car, he traveled a long ways to be here, and he didn't come for anything other than winning races. So keep an eye on him here.
Absolutely, and they chase one of my favorite dudes in this sport, Joe Armadillo in car number 79. That is your 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place battle. Here we go. 53 Oaks trying to hang on right there. Smith all over the backside. Here they go racing down into the corner as they make their way around. Caution flag on the racetrack. Yellow flag. Caution flag waves as we have our 2nd caution of the heat race. We got 1 car off of the racetrack over on the backside. And I got to tell you, Owen, first race of the night where we've had 2 cautions within 1 race. And this is all going to stack them up once again.
Yeah, absolutely. And I tell you what, it just makes my skin crawl. I hate cautions, Rodney. I just can't stand them. So, all right. Brian Rye doing a good job out front. He's going, man, I don't need these cautions. We need to go. All right, I'm going to jump on the receiver here, Rodney.
That is Owen Pittman right there as he jumps into the booth right here checking in. He is the man putting all of this together here at the South Texas Race Ranch. The lights are out around the racetrack. We get set to do it one more time. Here's Brian Rye up on the point. Joe Armadillo rides in 2nd. He's followed by Oaks, and here comes Smith. They make their way around. Can't pass till you get to that cone. Here we go. Green flag in the air. We're off and racing once again with your topless limited modifieds here at the South Texas Shootout. Oh, my goodness. Here comes Smith down to the inside. Oaks washes up the racetrack back straightaway, side by side. Down on the inside, Smith. Oaks up on the top side. Armadillo able to hang on to the 2nd spot. Out of corner number 4, it is Smith. He will take the 3rd spot. He paces the field down into the corner. The BD2 rides right behind him, but it continues to be Rye up on the point. Here comes Cody Smith in the 25.
Here comes Smith at the 25. He's going to drive down to the inside. He made it work for his pass on Oaks. He's going to make it work on Armadillo. What a move. Cody Smith to 2nd. I don't know where he started in this one. I tell you what, he started inside row 4, passing points deluxe. He's already made it to 2nd. He's probably going to be high point right now coming out of this race right here.
Absolutely he is. He rides in that 2nd spot. Continues to be the 184. 2 sticks in the air this time by. 2 more times around for Ryan, the 184. But Smith is moving. Armadillo, Oaks, followed by the BD2 of Daniel Preston. A busy man this weekend. But here we go onto the back straightaway. It's going to be Brian Ryan, the 184. But the car that has stolen the show in this race has been the 25C of Cody Smith. White flag in the air this time by for Rye. Here's Smith hanging on to the 2nd spot. Armadillo as they now go single file all the way around the racetrack. Onto the back straightaway we go. And Cody Smith closing in right here on Brian Rye. Here we go down into the corner. Owen, bring us home.
Absolutely. Here comes Rye to the checker, though. Looks like it's going to be Brian Rye in the 184 out of Corpus Christi, followed by Cody Smith in that 25. Armadillo is going to bring it in 3rd and Oaks 4th. That we didn't like to see it, but it really changed the outcome of the race there, folks, as we saw Cody Smith able to do a few passes, learn something, and move forward. So good job by him. Tough break for Daniel Preston and the 3 car there as they got together. Both of them went to the rear. We'll get them exited the track. I think they're all waiting on me to talk to them on the receiver here.
What a nice drive right there, and here is the 184 Brian Rye. He makes his way around with that checkered flag, the glorious checkered flag victory lap, as they do right here at the South Texas Race Ranch. What a weekend, Owen. I tell you, you have put together one phenomenal show right here. You got a great crowd, and what a car count you have here this evening.
Man, I'm excited about it. I tell you, the cars are just quality. This is a stacked field of race cars. You know, you could have 100, 200 cars, but I need 20 good ones. That's all I care about, 20 good ones, Rodney. And I tell you what, we got a whole lot of good ones, man. I tell you, so my man KR, our buddy KR, he had to take the trip to pick up the wife at the airport, I'm assuming. When I saw the hole was empty, I thought I'd come join you for a little bit. Here we go. Give it to him.
All right, here we go. They make their way out of corner number 4, heat race number 5. Green flag in the air. We are off and racing. Shane Hebert down on the inside. Up on the top side, it is Eric Kogleski. Onto the back straight away we go. Hebert in the 17 will float to the outside. Now they stack it up behind him. GW Hessong right there. There is the 13M of Benjamin Maklachek. Ben Maklachek rides in the 3rd spot. Out of the corner, 17 car continuing to pace the field right here. Now they stretch it out. Watch that 30K car right there. That is Cody Leonard. Cody Leonard out of Sinton. We watched him in the factory stocks just a little bit earlier. Now they begin to stretch it out just a little bit, but they're stacking up behind them. Out for a joyride right now, Owen, is car number 17.
Yeah, I tell you what, you're not used to seeing Shane Hebert in 2nd place from starting up front. Hebert, one of the multi-time winners of this event in the past. He left South Texas with a lot of money, Rodney, so I tell you what, right now that 17 car is on a rail. And I tell you, Ben Maklachek, one of our locals, is all over the back end of Hebert trying to get up into that 2nd spot.
Oh, that is a battle right there, the battle for 2nd spot. Here is Maklachek as he takes a peek down to the inside, but Hebert able to hold him off right there as they make their way onto the back straightaway. And there is one of the finest out of Edna. There is GW Hessong. Hessong rides in the 4th spot. He is well doing double duty, but up at the front of the pack, it is Kogleski in the 17E as he continues to lead. And now he is stretching this thing out as the battle happening right behind him. Shane Hebert in car number 18, Ben Maklachek in the 13M. And now here comes Cody Leonard down to the inside. That is your battle for the 4th spot. Going down to the inside is Leonard up on the top side. It is GW Hessong. They race down into corner number 1. Check this battle out on Race on Texas. Now we go up onto the drone, and you're checking out the aerial views from right here at the South Texas Race Ranch, Owen. Yeah, man, you got to love this. Check these guys out.
Maklachek. Check out Maklachek make the move on Hebert. Maklachek up to 2nd in the 13M. And here comes Cody Leonard in the 30 trying to get under the 0-3. Oh, problems for Hebert. Problems for Hebert in that 18. He's going to pull up lane.
Yeah, Hebert went right up the hill right there into turn number 1. He looks like he's going to be able to maybe limp it into the pits as he makes his way down the back straightaway. So one of the big hitters off the racetrack, Shane Hebert, but up at the front of the pack. How about the drive being put on right here by Eric Kogleski in car number 17 as he continues to lead. Maklachek rides in the 2nd spot, but he's got a long way to go with 2 sticks in the air that time by. Car number 17 continuing to hang on, and he is just checked out from the field.
Yeah, that Houston, Texas hot rod out front is gone, my friend. That one's on a rail tonight. Excited to see it, and I tell you, Ben Maklachek, good for him to sit in 2nd. The 0-3, like you said, the Edna Hot Shoe, been around Edna winning a lot of races. GW Song there in 3rd. I don't think Cody Leonard has anything for him here with a white flag this time by. So just getting that 17, going to wind up picking up the heat race win here.
There he is on the back straightaway into turn number 3. Eric Sagelski out of turn number 4. He will go wire to wire, and he will win heat race number 5. Ben Maklachek will come home in the 2nd spot, followed by GW Hessong and the 30K of Cody Leonard. 1, 2, 3, 4 in heat race number 5 here for the limited modifieds as they run topless this weekend here at the South Texas Shootout at the South Texas Race Ranch. We get set for heat race number 6. And remember, this is just the first set of heat races coming up. Coming up next, we will have your late model heats, and then we're going to take an intermission, and then we get set. We're going to re-rack and restack and do it all again. Heat race number 6 coming up for the limited modifieds. Here they come rolling out onto the racetrack. Your starting lineup on the point in the 18D. Out of Anderson, it's David Leger Jr. On the outside, out of Danbury, it's Ray Allen Kahalnik.
Inside row number 2, Ryan Harris, your Texas Grand winner, I believe, out of Crosby, Texas. And starting 4th, Garrett Gregory, everybody's friend out of Supreme Vinyl there, out of Tomball, Texas.
Row 3 on the inside, one of our good buddies out of Kingsville. It's Abel Redondo in car number 64. On the outside, Shane Heffling out of Myersville in car 63.
Derek Gonzalez out of Corpus Christi going to bring up the rear. Here we go. Rodney, this is going to be a good one, too. Here we go.
Green flag in the air. We're off and racing. Here comes Kohonic up on the top side. Ray Allen, we talked about him earlier. He'll drive the wheels off anything. He'll take the whole shot onto the back straightaway. Ray Allen, Kohonic pacing him down the back straightaway. And here they go diving down into the corner, shaping up a battle right there for second as David Leger Jr. trying to hang on, but he's got a mirror full of company right there with the 199er Ryan Harris.
Absolutely. I tell you what, Harris has been on fire in the last few months. But Kohonic, remember, he led every lap but the one that counted last year. He got turned on the last lap of the race for $5,000 out of turn number 4. So that car obviously knows its way around. He blew up a motor a few weeks back, so this is a new motor. He's got some work to do as they're all over him. Leger in the 18 right behind him going down the back straightaway. And then Ryan Harris in the 199 right behind him. So stacked up behind the 33. Let's see if anybody can find some grip down low and make a pass here.
You watch Ray Allen right there. He is up in the middle of the racetrack, and he's making it work right there, but you got a dogfight happening right behind him. Here we go onto the back straightaway. The 18D car really getting a good drive there. As Leger trying to find something right there, glowing those brake rotors off of the backside there out of corner number 3, but Kohonic hanging on as he makes his way down the front straightaway. They go 1, 2, 3. Right behind him, we got the 148, the 63, and the 03, but you got a 3-car breakaway up at the front of the pack with Kohonic into 33, followed by Leger and the 199 car of Ryan Harris. Here they come around. You can throw a blanket over this pack right here, and the way they're slinging these things around the racetrack, this thing is far from over.
Absolutely. I tell you, Harris is all over Leger. As this time the 33 starts to stretch it out a little bit. Kohonic, he's a hell of a driver, so he's starting to pull away a little bit and open that gap as Harris is trying to find his way around the 18 of Leger. Leger, pretty solid driver, so he's going to be tough to pass. I tell you what, folks, and right now, as you can see, everybody's up about 3/4 way up the racetrack. We're going to find a bottom groove in this deal. I'm going to figure it out, Rodney, one way or another.
Well, I'll tell you what, this track's going to continue to work itself in. There is the white flag right there for Ray Allen Kohonic as he has led wire to wire here in heat race number 6 for these limited modifieds. Kohonic will take the field down into turn number 3. He leads by about 10 car lengths. Oh, my goodness, good push right there, but it's going to be Kohonic into 33. He will win the heat race, followed by Leger. Good battle right there to the end of that one. And that, my friend, was some good racing right there all the way to the end of that race.
Yeah, it's good to see a hell of a bunch of good, solid, limited modified drivers here. So great run there by Kohonic with a new motor.
So getting set for your first heat race coming up for the late models. Late models coming up. Remember, they run a full program tonight. $1,000 to win for the modifieds. They race, for the late models. They race tomorrow for $2,000 to win. Here comes Ray Allen Kohonic by in car number 33 as he wins heat race number 6 here in your limited modifieds and late models. Fixing to grace the racetrack right here at the South Texas Race Ranch as they get set to make their way out. And this right here, a fan favorite. Here they come. Late models out onto the racetrack. Your starting lineup on slated to go on the point is Shane Hebert. Hebert in car number 9. Ray Allen Kohonic's going to have to be real quick because he's supposed to be on the outside of row number 1. Row 2 on the inside, Ray Doyon in the 9R. On the outside, Anthony Boatman, car number 75. Cody Hartage and DJ Schroet. Here's how they will go for heat race number 1 in your late model. So we'll get Ray Allen Kohonic out of his limited modified and into his late model to make his way out. So lots of double and triple duty drivers that we have here this weekend here at the Race Ranch. And Ray Allen, he'll go from Victory Circle into his late model and get set to make his way out here for heat race number 1. So 8-lap heat race coming up. And Owen, I got to tell you, man, when you start bringing late models out here, this is a beautiful sight to see these cars out on the racetrack.
Absolutely. You know, this All-Star Crate Late Model Series, something I kind of came up with to run our winter series, and we're going to stick around a little while. So excited to have these guys. I tell you, this is a solid group of good drivers, and it's going to be that 9. Did you see it in qualifying? Holy cow, that car's fast. He's about 4/10 faster in qualifying than everybody else. He is your points leader currently, as you can find in the program tonight, folks. If you got one, he is your points leader, Shane Hebert, out of Lafayette, Louisiana, making the long haul. You don't travel this far if you ain't coming to win the races. And this guy, he's got it figured out in this late model. He struggled in that limited, which he's a multi-time winner, folks. So he's won this race plenty of times in a limited. And tonight and tomorrow, he's going to be out to make some money in that late model.
Absolutely. As we said, $1,000 tonight, $2K tomorrow. For the All-Star Late Model Series as they race here at the South Texas Shootout, here at the South Texas Race Ranch, at the season finale for the state of Texas. And we ended in grand fashion here tonight. We welcome everyone checking in on Race on Texas, where you're on All Access, and all of the great race fans right here on site in Corpus Christi. Thank you for coming out for Friday night action. This is night number 1, actually night number 2. This has been a full weekend, and this is just a prelude, Owen. I mean, wait till tomorrow. Tomorrow is your main event.
Absolutely. Tomorrow's going to be awesome. I can't wait. 18 of these late models making the call tonight, so it's going to be a hell of a show tonight as well, as we got a full show for these guys. You know, we're rolling the top right now, Rodney, but what's got me scratching my head is I think we should be rolling the bottom. It seems like the bottom's awful greasy right now. We haven't been able to get passing done low. Anybody that shoots to the inside of a car coming off the turn, they seem to fade back. We really need to be rolling the bottom more than the top.
Yeah, you have watched them work up on the top side. That has been the place to make the pass. You have seen some struggles down on the bottom side with a lot of the cars that we have seen go down to the bottom. That does seem to be where they kind of get stuck in a rut literally down there and not able to do anything. So we'll take a look, and it looks like we will take them down to the bottom side and get that track worked in. And you have to think about this, because coming up we will have our intermission, then we re-rack and restack, and we bring them back out, and we have a whole nother set of heat races that'll be coming up. And by the time we get to doing that, you're going to have a nice wide racetrack. And again, like I talked about, a very hot, a very muggy evening. You got a little bit of a cross breeze that's blowing across the racetrack, but it really hasn't worked the bottom side of the racetrack. So we'll see how that factors in. Then with the intermission, with nothing happening on the racetrack, let's see if that factors in as well. But we roll them around as we wait for Ray Allen Kahonik. And here's Kahonik out on the racetrack in the 08 from victory lane to the outside of row number 1. We are set to go. 8 laps, heat race number 1. The All-Star late models out on the racetrack as we are set. Shane Hebert up on the point, Ray Allen Kahonik on the outside. Lights are going out around the racetrack. Hebert and Kahonik will bring them around. Let's watch Hebert down on the inside. As Owen Pittman talked about, he has been so fast. He was super swift in practice. Green flag in the air. We're off and racing. Heat race number 1 for the late models. Into turn number 1. It is Hebert with the hole shot down into the first corner. And off we go. Kahonik will settle in. And off we go to the back straightaway. And just like we talked about right there, Owen, look at that surge from Hebert. He leads by about 7 car lengths as they make their way out of turn number 4. Caution flag on the racetrack.
You need a better start out of 4, please, guys. I need y'all better start side by side.
And that's a call from Race Control. Race Control not liking the start right there. You had a little bit of discombobulation, as I like to talk about. Spread out just a little bit too much, and so we do draw a restart coming up. So we'll tie them back into their original formation right there. As now they tighten it up into the corner. Hebert with Kahonik up on the outside. 6 cars, 8 laps. Here they come around. Doy onto the inside of row number 2. Green flag in the air. Off we go. A little bit of contact down into the corner, and they race down into turn number 1. Here's Hebert. He'll wash up the racetrack. Kahonik going to slap it down to the bottom. Back straight away we go. Ray Allen Kahonik at the quarter panel, diving down into turn number 3. Ray Allen dives in, but look at that push. Here comes Shane Hebert out of turn number 4, and Hebert will surge out to about a 7-car length lead into turn number 1.
Anthony Boatman making a big move in that 75. It didn't quite work and shot him back down across the racetrack. He's going to hold on to third. Is Ray Doyon right there in that 9 and 4th. Cody Hartage not having a good night so far. Terrible qualifying effort. He told me he don't know what the hell was going on. So we'll see if he can gather that 12 car up and get it rolling. But right now you got Shane Hebert way out front. The 08 of Kahonik in a car he borrowed from Cody Hartage in the 12. That's Cody Hartage's car. So Ray Allen Kahonik right there in second. Hartage going to dig on Ray Doyon here for the 4th spot. Let's keep an eye on 4th and 5th right now.
And watching them race their way around, it looks like Kahana got the better deal with that one as he rides in the second spot. But they are all chasing Shane Hebert. Hebert out away from the pack. 75 car hanging on right there, Anthony Boatman. And now here is Doyon trying to hang on, and we are definitely watching Cody Hardage struggle right there in the 12 car, as now he'll go down to the inside to the back straightaway. That is the best battle on the racetrack. Hardage there in the 12, Doyon up to the top side. Hardage will get back in line, and here they come working out of turn number 4. That is your battle for third and fourth. They make their way around, and now they dive in, but it continues to be up at the front of the pack. The Niner Shane Hebert checking out from the field. This dude is jettisoning out from the field as Ray Allen Kahonik rides in the second spot, and they continue to battle right here. This is Shane Hebert's race right here. He is just gone, Owen.
Oh, look out. Lap traffic almost got him right there, Rodney. I tell you what, Brett Lee just walked up here and showed me the times. They're 2 seconds faster than our qualifying limiteds last night. And the limiteds are hauling butt. These guys are getting it right here. Hebert under the 5 down the back straightaway says, oh, no. He's got problems trying to get past the lap car. Now here comes Kohanek. Oh, no. Lap car going to turn the 9. We're going to get a caution.
There's actually the checkered flag waves right there over Ray Allen Kahonik in the 0-8 to Shane Hebert trying to make the pass on the lap car, diving down into the corner. 2 cars going for the same spot of real estate, and around goes the dominant car, Shane Hebert. And it'll be Ray Allen Kahonik that wins heat race number 1 here for the All-Star Late Models. Back-to-back wins. Kahonik dives out of that limited modified into this late model. And I'll tell you, he wins this one. I think he was ready to settle for second.
Under the 5 down the back straightaway says, oh, no. He's got problems trying to get past the lap car. Now here comes Kohanek. Oh, no. Lap car going to turn the 9. We're going to get a caution. I tell you what, you know who's going to benefit out of that? Everybody here watching. Because that 9 car isn't going to be on the pole for the feature, folks. He's going to be about halfway back the field, and y'all get to watch him come to the front. That's going to be absolutely outstanding to watch racing. Not that I'm happy that it happened to Hebert, but, man, it's lucky for you folks. You folks got lucky right there, so it's going to make it interesting. Who's coming out in heat number 2?
Here we go, heat race number 2. Your starting lineup on the point out of Floresville, car number 5. It's Ryan McDonald on the outside. Out of Spring, it's Bo Becknott. Row 2 on the inside out of Ider. Tracy Denby Sr. on the outside. Sweet Lake, Louisiana. It's Wyatt Wilkerson rounding out the pack. Row 3 on the inside out of Lavernia. It's Brian Brzezowski. On the outside out of Elmendorf, it is Andrew Hessler. Here we go. Heat race number 2, 6 cars, 8 laps. All-Star Late Models getting set to go. And if heat race number 1 was any indication, this one right here is going to be a good one. Here we go. As they stack it up, and we are set to go. Green flag in the air. We're off and racing. Down into turn number 1. Here's Becknott up on the top side. Bo Becknott drags the field down into turn number 1. They stack it up onto the back straightaway, and away we go. Ryan McDonald rides in the second spot. The 78 car rides in the third spot. Side-by-side battle getting awful tight there out of the corner. Down the front straightaway, Becknott leads by 4 car lengths going down into turn number 1. Bo Becknott, car number 32. Behind him, Wyatt Wilkerson rides in the third spot. Wilkerson holding on right there. The 5 car of Ryan McDonald. A good ride right there. McDonald slings it out of corner number 4, trying to chase down Becknott here in this 8-lap main event. Here is Tracy Denby Sr. He rides in the 4th spot. Denby Sr. onto the back straightaway. Now they tighten it up for the 3rd place battle. It is the 5 of McDonald, followed by the 78 of Wyatt Wilkerson and Denby. Out of corner number 4, they all chase Bo Becknott in car number 32. Looks like we may tighten this battle up here for the 2nd spot as they float up to the top side of the racetrack. Out of turn number 2, here comes the 78 car of Wilkerson. Wilkerson now back in line. Let's see if he powers it down to the bottom. That's what he did out of turn number 2. Continuing to chase the 5 of McDonald down into turn number 1. Up to the top once again. Gonna try to cross it down to the bottom, but hanging on is the 5 of Ryan McDonald. Now it's 2 car lengths in between them. Wyatt Wilkerson in the 78. Points it down to the bottom of the speedway, and we'll try to float it right behind the 5 once again as they dive down into the corner. Continues to be Becknott holding on. The battle is for second. Trouble out of turn number 2. The 5 car of Ryan McDonald, the 2nd place car, spins around out of turn number 2, and it looks like that will draw a caution. Caution flag on the racetrack as car number 5, Ryan McDonald, loses the grip right there out of turn number 2. You had one fantastic battle happening for the 2nd spot. Wyatt Wilkerson in car number 78, and Denby was right behind him. The 5-car of McDonald goes around, the caution flag waves. And we're going to re-rack them and restack them and try it one more time here in heat race number 2 for your all-star late models here tonight at the South Texas Race Ranch. This is the South Texas Shootout right here in Corpus Christi. We bring them around and get them back in line once again. Single file now. The second place car is Wilkerson, followed by Denby. As they go nose to tail down the back straightaway, lights are out around the racetrack. Bo Becknott in car number 32. We'll bring them into turn number 3. We are set. Locked and loaded. Here we go. Heat race number 2 for your all-star late models. Green flag. We're off and rolling. Into turn number 1. Becknott down into the corner. He'll lay it down. Here comes the 78 car. Look at that charge of Wilkerson. Wilkerson's going to try to find the move right there, but Becknott able to power it into turn number 3. He leads by 2.5 car lengths, making their way onto the back straightaway. Becknott out of turn number 4. Wilkerson into 78. Down into the corner. Look at Denby right there trying to cross it right across the backside, but he'll lose a lot of ground right there coming out of turn number 2, and that's going to allow the 78 car Wilkerson to get away just a little bit. White flag in the air one more time around. Bo Becknott, car number 32. Wilkerson in the 78. Tracy Denby followed by the 104 of Brandon Brzezowski. That is 1, 2, 3, 4 here in heat race number 2. Your all-star late models here at the All-Star Texas All-Star Shootout. Here we come. Checkered flag in the air. Oh my goodness, what a race at the end. Bo Becknott able to hold on over Wyatt Wilkerson, and it'll be Becknott winning it here in heat race number 1. A surge from Wyatt Wilkerson at the end of that race, and Denby Sr. in the 15. That will round out your top 3 here in your late models. My goodness. Tell you, looked like Becknott had that one in the bank, but he had a surge at the end from the 78 car. Here he comes making his way around. A wire-to-wire winner, Bo Becknott in car number 32, your winner here tonight at the South Texas Race Ranch in heat race number 2 for your all-star late models at the South Texas Shootout. And we get set for heat race number 3 for your late models. They will run a 20-lap feature. Coming up here after the intermission, here is your starting lineup. On the point out of Baytown, it's Kevin Sitton in the 1 on the outside out of Salado. The 7717 of G.W. Egbert. Row 2 on the inside out of Lacoste. Ryan Doyon on the outside out of Salado. Trevor Egbert. Row 3 on the inside out of Kerrville. It's Matt Fox in the 53X, and rounding out the pack out of Victoria in the 78H. Slated to go is Eddie Hardage. 6 cars, 8 laps, heat race number 3 for your all-star late models here this evening at the South Texas Race Ranch. Lineup looks good. We're locked and loaded and ready to go. They go double stacked all the way, double stacked 2 rows, and then you got a single file car sitting in the back right there with the 53 of Matt Fox. Lights are out around the racetrack. We are ready to go. Here they are into turn number 3. Flagman checking them out. Green flag in the air. We're off and racing. Heat race number 3. All-star late models into turn number 1. Here's Sitton down on the inside. Kevin Sitton, car number 1, whole shot onto the back straightaway. He leads by 5. Now 6, 7 car lengths down into corner number 3. Egbert rides in the second spot. Now they go single file all the way around the speedway. Kevin Sitton is your race leader in car number 1, followed by G.W. Egbert. Trevor Egbert rides in the third spot. You got the Egberts running second and third. Right behind them, Ryan Doyon in the 3D, and Matt Fox will round out the pack out of corner number 4. Here is Kevin Sitton down into turn number 1. He is stretching this thing out. You got to like what you're seeing right here. Sitton has that car running on the rail as he dives it out of the corner, lays that right side down. He'll dive it in to turn number 3 and sling it out of corner number 4 and lead another lap, this time by Kevin Sitton. In car number 1, leading over the Egberts, the 717 and the 717, racing down into turn number 1. Onto the back straightaway we go. This is heat race number 3 for your all-star late models. We're halfway home. They will race for $1,000 to win tonight. They'll race for $2,000 to win tomorrow night. They've got double features here this weekend at the South Texas Shootout here at the South Texas Race Ranch. Kevin sitting out at turn number 4. Now he drifts to the top of the racetrack, and he'll point it right down to the middle of the speedway into corner number 3. Kevin Sitton, comfortable advantage as he leads by half a straightaway. On to the back straightaway we go. Sitton in cruise control right now, followed by G.W. Egbert. Trevor Egbert riding in the third spot, pardon me, and now back on the gas once again. And it continues to be Kevin Sitton. Kevin Sitton checking out from the field. But as we talked about when Owen was up here just a minute ago, you saw the problem for Shane Hebert. As he was leading that heat race, he gets into trouble, and he's going to start further back in the pack. How does that level this field out? He was so quick in qualifying, that does not matter now as he'll start further back. White flag in the air that time by for Kevin Sitton. Checkered flag in the air. Give it to car number 1. Kevin Sitton will win heat race number 3 for the late models. Out of corner number 2, it's G.W. Egbert coming home in second. Trevor Egbert will round out the podium in car number 717. And the 3D of Ryan Doyon is your top 4. So it is Sitton in car number 1. He will go wire to wire. And here's your winner in late model heat race number 3 here at the South Texas Shootout. Late model main event coming up after intermission, 20 laps, $1,000 to win, $2,000 they will race for tomorrow. So a double dip for the All-Star late models this evening. And with that, we will take a quick pause for the cause. Short intermission coming up as we'll restack them and get set for our next fleet of heat races coming up. So a short intermission coming up. Feel free to stretch your legs out, make your way down to the concession stand, get some of that good food, get some of those cold drinks from over in the bar, and we will be back shortly with more heat race action coming up. It is night number 1. Night number 1, technically night number 2, of the South Texas Shootout here this evening, this weekend in beautiful Corpus Christi, Texas, here at the South Texas Race Ranch. We'll be back with you shortly, friends.
Hi, welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.
markups, no problems. Go to www.sawblade.com. Performance Sawing.
Here comes A-Bear on the bottom three, wide open.
Hi, welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.
No middleman, no markups, no problems. Go to www.sawblade.com. Performance Sawing.
Here comes A-Bear on the bottom three, wide open.
Hi, welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.
No middleman, no markups, no problems. Go to www.sawblade.com. Performance Sawing.
Here comes A-Bear on the bottom, 3 wide out.
Coming like a storm. I got my sword and my shield. Victory in my bones. A warrior never kneels. 'Cause I'm a gladiator and the shaker. Headed to the top 'cause I'm a groundbreaker. I'm gonna fight 'cause that's what I'm made for. I'm a gladiator. A gladiator. A gladiator. A gladiator, a gladiator. I'm gonna fight 'cause I'm a gladiator. A gladiator, headed to the top. A gladiator, a gladiator. I'm gonna fight 'cause I'm a gladiator.
Hi, welcome to Day Motorsports.
Still time, race fans, to make your way down to the concession stand or over to the bar. Get yourself something good to eat, something cold to drink. Night number 1 right here of the South Texas Shootout here at the South Texas Race Ranch. Getting re-racked and restacked for our second round of heat races coming up. And all of this in the prelude getting set for tomorrow night. We get started at 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock, the racing action happening right here at the race ranch. Opening ceremonies at 7 o'clock. We'll pack the track, hot laps and so forth coming up at 6:15. So all of that happening. And then we will get set with factory stock B mains, pure stock B mains, late model qualifying. Remember, they're running 2 nights. Limited modifieds will run B mains. Heat races for the late models, and then we'll have an intermission at that point. But here we go. We are set. E-Mods making their way out onto the racetrack.
Rodney, did you see that little Jude Allgaier son? That kid's going to be the real deal. Already got signed up to go to the Tulsa Shootout this year. Talented young racer, good young man, known his dad a long time. That's another journey that's going to be fun to watch right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Here are the E-Mods out as we get set for our second round of heat races coming up here on night number 1. Onto the racetrack they come, and we get set. Here they are onto the back straightaway. Lights are out around the racetrack. KR, I tell you what, we've done it once. We're going to do it again. What a night. What a night. What a pack of cars we have.
Racetrack's laying out good, Rodney. I think the second set of heat races, we're fixing to get a real good idea what tomorrow night's going to look like, and I'm ready for that late model feature tonight as well.
Oh, man, that's going to be great. And they come around. Looks like we got one stopped on the backstretch. So we won't set them a sail just yet. Thomas Rye on the point there in the 0. As we pull them around, 6 cars getting set to go here in heat race number 1 for the E-Mods. All right, here we go. They make their way around. Green flag in the air. We are off and racing. Thomas Rye up on the point. Into turn number 1 they go. York up on the outside. Boy, they bottleneck it up right there. It's York up on the top side. He'll take the field down the back straightaway right there, KR. That was a traffic jam right there going into turn 1.
Yeah, it looks like getting into one looks pretty good there, but I think there's just still good momentum on the outside. So I think until that kind of widens out a little more, it's going to kind of be that way. But then, look here, this fixing to get a true test here. The 13 car took her in low. Come equal. I think the racetrack's coming in great. Owen and his staff's done a phenomenal job at this place.
And that is Jet Johnson in the 13. Johnson running down on the bottom side as he noses ahead. And he takes the field down into turn number 3, making their way out of corner number 4. Here's Johnson down into turn number 1. 51 car up on the top side, Charlie York, and they race into that first turn. All right, I'll tell you what, just sailing right up the racetrack, and now they go single file. But here's a 51 car up the racetrack. Sneaking by on the inside is Brianna Witchie. Witchie will ride in the second spot, closely followed by Brad Wattops in 34. He stumbles there out of the corner just a little bit. And now they're off and going. Boy, I tell you what, they look a little nervous out there right now.
I tell you what, when you run the 2 heat race format, these points are so every position so crucial on where you're going to rack and stack up tomorrow night for the money, and so it's a little more pressure than what you'd normally see on a weekly heat race atmosphere.
Here they come around, making their way down the halfway mark right there for Jet Johnson at car number 13. He continues to lead. Here's Witchie down on the bottom now. Brianna with a little bit of trouble right there. Here's Brad Wattops in the 34 now, riding about a half a car length behind. Wattops going to take a peek down on the inside, which he throws a little bit of a block right there. I'm not sure if she meant to do that or not, but she goes back down right in front, and they race down into the corner, but up at the front, it is Johnson in car number 13 continuing to lead. Witchie in a dogfight right there with Wattops onto the back straightaway, and here we go. This one right here is going to get just a little bit interesting at the end of this. Onto the back straightaway we go. Oh, my goodness. Here we go. Wadup's on the gas right there. He had to really get on the binders right there to stay off of the back of Brianna Witchie. And now into the corner we go. Witchie down to the bottom. White flag in the air. One more time around for car number 13. Chet Johnson continuing to hang on. The battle is for second. Here comes Wadup's going down to the bottom. Witchie up to the top goes Johnson. Here's Brianna Witchie trying to go down to the bottom. Onto the back straightaway we go. Witchie at the quarter panel. And here we go diving in. Wadup's going up to the top side. Out of corner number 4. Wadup's will go to second. But it'll be Jet Johnson hanging on. Wadup's comes home second. Followed by Witchie. I'm not sure what all happened on that the last 2 laps right there.
Well, all I will say is the 34 knew that extra spot was going to be better for him tomorrow night. But I tell you, he had great corner speed coming off the corner. That's where he was making up a lot of his real estate. But that young lady drove a valiant race. And I tell you, just watching getting into 1 and 2 down here, it's very racy. 3 and 4 is starting to look like it's getting a little tricky right in the center. But I tell you, I think these guys and gals are starting to figure this place out. And speaking of Owen Pittman, he's standing out here in front of us, man. Race fans, if you're here in attendance, give that man a big round of applause. That's Owen and his staff down here has turned this place phenomenally, and it's a great venue. I look forward to this trip every year, and I can't say enough positive stuff about our time and our trips down here, Rodney.
Absolutely love it. It's been a while for me to get back down here to Corpus. I'd not been down here for racing, I think, since about 2015, so to get back to Corpus, I got a lot of friends down here. It's super cool to be back. Here comes the second heat race coming out. Tyler Gilpin on the point on the outside. Gilbert Pettis on the outside. Row 2 on the inside. Isaac Hernandez on the outside. David Sheffield. Row 3 on the inside. Caden Valenta and Daniel Preston in the 6-inch. We are locked and loaded, ready to go. 8 laps. Heat race number 2 for the E-Mods. Green flag in the air. We're off and rolling. Into turn number 1, Pettis up on the top side. He'll take the whole shot into corner number 1, leading by now about 5 car lengths. Look at that good surge right there. Good move, Daniel Preston down to the inside. He runs side by side trying to take the 3rd spot. That was a really racy move right there by Preston.
Yeah, it looks like when they're running down into 1, Rodney, that inside car needs to kind of go up just a little more because right now it's a kind of dime in the corner at a spot they don't want to dime in. But I think when they get the right run, that's when you're seeing the good drag races coming off the tree going down the back straightaway.
Here they go diving down into the corner. It continues to be Gilbert Pettis in 3 hanging on right there. That is a great young race car driver right there. Gilpin rides in the 2nd spot, followed by Preston in the 6-inch. Onto the back straightaway we go. Preston continuing to hang on, trying to get away from the pack. And I think that's one of the cool things about these E-Mods is you can drive the wheels off of these things, but that horsepower just isn't there. I mean, you just can't get them to go.
Another great class down here and another great rules package because what you're seeing pretty competitive racing here. You know, I know we're kind of strung out a little bit, but it's a lot because we got equal cars and stuff. You know, some of these cars getting in a little bit. The entry looks like one's kind of getting a few of them, but I'm telling you, they're going to have this figured out. Rest of the night's going to be great, and I can't wait till tomorrow night.
Yeah, one hell of a battle right here for second. Gilpin trying to hang on in the 21. Preston down to the inside. Preston running a lot of races, a lot of different race cars here this weekend, but Preston rides in the 3rd spot. Gilpin really protecting down at the bottom of the racetrack. You can watch a 21 right there, gets a good surge in the middle of the corner, trying to get back down to the bottom, but here comes Preston. Preston's going to take that spot in the 6-inch, and it'll be Daniel Preston going to the 2nd spot. But meanwhile, up at the front of the pack, Gilbert Pettis a 3rd. He is just checking out. He is hauling the mail, walking the dog. No other way to put it right now for Gilbert Pettis as he continues to motor out here in heat race number 2 in the 2nd set for the E-Mods. Back straightaway action, here we go. Continuing to be Preston hanging on right there. Gilpin hanging on, but now Gilpin's got company. Here comes Sheffield. Sheffield in the 4K. Sheffield going to take a peek down on the bottom. White flag in the air that time by here in the E-Mod 2nd heat race. Down into turn number 1 we go. Hot spot on the racetrack is that battle for 3rd, but we check back in on Race on Texas, and we go back to Gilbert Pettis a 3rd. He is up at the front of the pack. He is led from wire to wire. There is your checkered flag. Pettis will win heat race number 2, followed by Daniel Preston. Oh my goodness, way up to the top. There goes the 4K making the pass. Sheffield able to make the pass right there at the end of the race. That's what you call a surge.
Well, and that's what I've been talking to you about all night, Rodney. That pass right there may move that driver up a row or 2 tomorrow night in a B or A, whatever the format's conducive to. But like every position on the racetrack's even more crucial when you do the dual heat races on a bigger event like this that we got here. But that young man in that 3 car, I was down here last year, and he put on a clinic last year too. You told him about talent, and I said it earlier, and I'm going to say it again. I think this part of the country is some underrated talent, because I'm going to tell you, if you come down here and witness this in person, man, it's elbows up, and they're getting after it.
Absolutely, and that's a great racing family right there. The Pettis family, as they have that young man out there racing, and he did a hell of a job right there as he wins that heat race. And now here come the Pure Stocks out onto the racetrack. Here is your starting lineup. On the point, Mickey Helms in the 35, Stephen Whitaker the third on the outside, John Drexler inside of row 2, Nathan Renfro on the outside, David Carroll on the inside of row number 3, TJ Sullivan, and rounding out the pack, Donald Kane Jr. and Jerry Walters. Here we go. They make their way around. Pure Stocks, green flag in the air. We're off and rolling. Whitaker with the whole shot. Helms in the 35. They race down into turn number 1. Off we go. Whitaker trying to hang on. Helms in that Nova. Watch him. Leaf Springs working on that number 35. Tony Blankenship Nova. Onto the back straightaway we go, and a good pass right there for the third spot as they make their way around. TJ Sullivan moves himself into the third spot. Stephen Whitaker continuing to hang on. You got a big battle right there. A little bit of contact. Looks like the 911 may have gone into the fence right there, Renfro, but now we are back off and running once again. Here's Drexler. Drexler going down to the inside as he tries to make the pass for third at the quarter panel down into the corner. The 8S up on the outside. They make their way around. Sullivan. Here comes Drexler down on the bottom. Hot spot on the racetrack. There's a battle for third. Here comes the 179 of Donald Kane. That's third, fourth, and fifth. They're all in hot pursuit of Mickey Helms onto the back straightaway. Here's Sullivan. Sullivan going to take a peek down on the bottom. Helms will dive him down into turn number 3. Here's Sullivan, stabs the brake momentarily. Back on the gas is John Drexler. Up the track, Drexler with a big pass right there. Slide job as he makes a pass out of turn number 4. And they have a log jam right back there. KR, look at that. That right there is what it's all about.
When you can put a blanket over 3 or 4 cars racing that hard, man, you got to show like out of that 4, I'm going to tell you right now, any one of them's going to run second. Like it's, I know it's a cliche thing, but I mean, they're mixing it up. The racetrack's winding. This is a great classic car down here. I'm telling you, I've enjoyed the Pure Stocks tonight.
Love these Pure Stocks right here, and here we go. It is Mickey Helms trying to hang on. John Drexler right there. Sullivan and the 179 of Donald Kane. Second, third, fourth, and fifth. They are all locked up as they run behind the local hero, Stephen Whitaker right there. Stephen Whitaker the third. He continues to pace the field. Here comes a 35. Now we got a battle right there as a 179 of Donald Kane Jr. able to make the pass, and he will go to the 4th spot, drifting up the track a little bit. Then Sullivan slides up, trying to make a pass. A little bit of contact there coming out of turn number 2. You see the nose kind of moved around just a little bit, and here they come. Comes right back at him. He says, you come at me, and I'm coming right back at you.
Yeah, no harm, no foul right there, Rodney. A little give and take. That's what makes this sport great, man. They just let him know he caught him and let him know he's going to give it back. But what about this Whitaker kid out front, man? Really talented, comes from a great family. Big future with him as well.
White flag in the air that time by Mickey Helms, able to hold on to the 2nd spot. John Drexler rides in 3rd. Stephen Whitaker the 3rd. On to the back straightaway, hanging on right there. I'll tell you, that kid can drive. He passed me at Edna like I was sitting still, my friend. He's very young, and I'm very old, and he made me look stupid. Here's the checkered flag. Stephen Whitaker the 3rd wins. Mickey Helms hangs on. John Drexler and Donald Kane Jr. Pure Stocks going at it here in heat race number 4 for the Pure Stocks.
I was pit side earlier, and I ran into Stevie Whitaker, stopped over his pit for a minute, and I said, I didn't know you're still racing. That boy of yours has gotten so good. I'm going to give you some advice, Stevie, that a guy gave me about 10 years ago. I said, take 2 weeks off and quit. Just become a car owner crew chief because you got a talented young man there.
That's right. There he is right there with the checkered flag. Stephen Whitaker the 3rd. As he makes his way around winning the Pure Stock heat race. We are in our 2nd round of heat races. We ran 1 set, and here we are doing it again. I love this concept. This is a great concept.
It is a good concept. It makes the qualifying night where if you get a bad pill draw or you got a chance to redeem yourself. You know, little Stevie Whitaker the 3rd there, he didn't do so well in that first set of heat race. Bounces back, wins this one, so it's going to average out and give him a lot better shot going into tomorrow night.
Here we go. Next heat race coming out for the Pure Stocks. Grant Whitney Jr. on the pole in the 122 on the outside. Chuck Barber, row 2 on the inside. Bobby Jack, car 88 on the outside. The 4J, it's J.C. Paul Jr. inside of row number 3. G.W. Hessong on the outside. Lance Gaither, row 4 on the inside. Cody Wade and Parker Titzman on the outside, slated to go. It looks like we have 1 car missing. It'll be 7 cars for 8 laps. Pure Stocks as they make their way around at the South Texas Shootout. Green flag in the air, and we are off and rolling once again with the Pure Stocks. Paul up on the outside, and off we go. Down into the corner. And it is the 4J of J.C. Paul taking him down into turn number 3, and a good push by Gaither. Gaither now rides in the second spot. Here comes G.W. Hessong trying to flank it out up on the top side as he rides way up on the top side. Another one of those Tony Blankenship Novas. Into the corner we go. Hessong all over the backside there of Gaither. Here we go down into the corner. A little bit of a love tap right there. Just letting him know he's there. Just letting him know he's right there.
Little shot in the shorts, letting him know that he's going to make a move, and you'll watch him. He was strong in his first heat earlier tonight, if you remember, and he looks like they still got it rolling. If I was a betting man, he's going to run around there in third for a little bit with about 2 to go. He's going to try to get that lead.
Here's Hessong. He'll settle back in place once again as Gaither riding in the second spot. Gaither, I'll tell you what, veteran race name right there. His dad, Richard Gaither, a longtime racer over in the San Antonio area. They cut their teeth in San Antonio. Lance Gaither actually raced with my dad way back when. Lance Gaither was a young kid racing when my dad was just a little bit older. And Lance was a youngster, but look at Hessong up on the top side, trying to make that top side work, and he'll go to the top shelf as they dive into turn number 3. Hessong, let's see if he tries to slap it down to the bottom. G.W. Hessong will go to the second spot as now he sets his sights on J.C. Paul racing down into turn number 1. And here's Hessong. Let's take a look right here. Hessong maybe up to the back bumper, not quite, but now they got company coming up on the backside. This is getting racy. You got a trophy dash happening right here.
Yeah, it's good. We're coming to the white flag here, or we know he's halfway. Yeah, so GW moved a little quicker than I thought he was, but advantage Rodney he's got in this race is he already won a heat race, so he's got good points, so he can move around and try some stuff. And if you'll notice, he's rolling in a little bit higher than 3. I expect we're going to see him diamond and do a crossover come to the checkered if it doesn't happen before then.
Bobby Jack rides in the third spot. He got a little bit of a tap right there from the 5-car Lance Gaither. Off we go into the corner. These 4 cars taking the field inside, and here comes Hessong. Oh, Hessong at the quarter panel right there. He's just flirting with him right there. He's just trying to size him up, gives him a little bit of a kiss right there as they make their way into the corner. Bobby Jack riding in the third spot. A little bit of bumper tag right there. Here we go. White flag in the air one more time around. Dead heat at the start-finish line. It is Paul by a nose, and here we go into the corner. Bring us home, KR. Here they come.
Man, I'm not near what you are, but this is going to be good, folks. We got 4 cars fixing the race for the lead here. The 355, just what I thought he was going to do, going to make a run on the bottom side. He's pretty good. He's been sizing up the 4 car. Let's see, we got a drag race to the checkered, and it's going to be the 355 double heat race winner tonight. That's going to put him in great shape for tomorrow night.
I'll tell you what, G.W. Hessong, one of these guys, he jumps in these pure stocks, and there you see it right there. G.W. Hessong winning here in the second set of heat races in the pure stocks, wins heat race number 2 in a drag race right there. And that's what you like. It's just a very even playing field.
Well, that's what's great about this class and what I've observed tonight. It's good, close racing. Kudos to who wrote the rules. Kudos who's enforcing the rules. But I tell you what was interesting, that first and second got out there kind of playing a little shot in the shorts, going to kind of make race. Third and fourth said, hey, we want to join the party. We don't want to be the bridesmaid. We want to join the party and get in there. And they were in a catbird seat. If 1 and 2 was to tangle up, come to the checker, we had a different outcome. But great race, great side-by-side competition. The 355 car, he ought to be in great shape, points, winning both heat races tonight.
Here he comes out of turn 4 out of Edna, Texas. It is G.W. Hessong, your winner here in Pure Stock Heat Race number 2, winning it here tonight at the South Texas Race Ranch.
And it's cool to see Novas racing again. You know, we don't get to see that much anymore, so anytime you can see something different, it's always fun.
Pure Stock Heat Race number 6 as they make their way out. E.J. Gilpin on the pole on the outside. It is Joe Riojas, row 2 on the inside. Kevin Foss, Curtis King on the outside. You got a couple of 42s right there. Hudson Miklachek, Alexis Hendricks, and James Deere. We are rolling once again. Here come the Pure Stocks. Out of turn number 4, lights are off. Green flag, and we are off and racing. As they dive down into the corner. Tim Reston, flag man, blitzing the whole way. Here we go, and it's Gilpin with the whole shot. He's by about 3 car lengths on the back straightaway. Caution flag right there. I don't think the race director's too happy with that start?
Yeah, it looked like we wasn't even bunched up there good on that one. Got a little jump, so at a friendly competition, they want to get in that start zone and make sure we got a good opportunity for everybody. Give these race fans here in person at home on Race on Texas an opportunity to see a good show. Speaking of Race on Texas, still getting a lot of shout-out. Aaron and Adam Roy up from Texarkana Way are watching tonight, so been fortunate enough they raced with us over at Arklatex. Been to Rocket a few times this year. But, man, I'm going to tell you, Rodney, either tonight or tomorrow, we're going to talk about some cool stuff happening in motorsports in 2023 that I think everybody's going to be excited about. A lot of collaboration happening, and I couldn't be more proud to be involved in all of it.
Absolutely, and lots of great folks checking in with me as well. The picture taker, Rachel Plant, checking in. We got Jeff Hammett, Logan Dinsmore, Charles Wooten. I mean, a lot of people. Dan Carroll correcting me on some stuff that I got wrong, so it's all good. Here we go. Green flag in the air. We're off and racing with the Pure Stocks once again. Into turn number one we go. E.J. Gilpin takes the field down into the corner, and he leads by 1 car length. But, boy, they are stacking it up behind him. Onto the back straightaway we go, and now they really tighten it up. Those 42s are really getting after it. Here we go, diving down into the corner. Man, that is bumper tag there. Now they go single file as they make their way around. Gilpin able to hold on, trying to get away from the field. The 129 car kind of slows it down just a little bit there as Riojas steps it back just a little bit, but now we get back in line. All right, here they come, making their way around, continuing to battle. The 32 car rides in the second spot. That is Hudson Miklicek, followed by the 129. He rides in the third spot. That is my man Joe Riojas. And that's how you say it. You got to say it right. When you're in Corpus Christi, you say Riojas. That's how we say it right here. That's how my people say it. But up at the front of the pack, it is Gilpin checking out from the pack as he continues to lead. Now my man Riojas is getting overhauled up on the outside as he tries to hang on there with the 42. Good move down on the inside as James Deere really good in the first heat race. He's kind of laying back there a little bit, but here he comes. But that's the beauty of this format, is that you can lay back just a little bit.
Well, you can use this second heat race if you had a good first one to kind of move around, try a few things on the car, and still hopefully get a good outcome to put you in a good situation for tomorrow night.
Gilpin up at the front of the pack. He continues to lead. He leads by 10 car lengths down into the corner. 32 car of Miklicek rides in the second spot. Out of corner number 4, here we go, darting our way down into turn number 1. These are your Pure Stocks. Second set of heat races. Nice format tonight here at the South Texas Race Ranch. We ran one set of heat races. We're doing it all over again. So if you've been checking in on Race on Texas, everything you saw, we're going to re-rack them and do it one more time. 2 sticks at the line that time by for Gilpin in the 21 car. And now he's got some traffic in front of him right there as the 42K car of Kevin Foss. And we saw some trouble earlier for the late models. Let's see what happens right here for Gilpin. White flag in the air one more time around, free and clear up to the top side. 32 car rides in the second spot. And now we dive into the corner on the back straightaway we go. Here is Gilpin trying to go wire to wire right here, and he will take it into turn number 3 ever so gently right here. This is one of the few times you can kind of take a breath, and here you go. You got it. Gilpin wins the heat race.
Well, you're right about that, Rodney. These guys and gals are obviously going to compete, try to win every race they're on the racetrack, but sometimes you got to play the system a little bit. If you run a good solid second, you had a good points race in the first round of heat races, that second place is going to be a lot better for you than a DNF when you start combining the points and averaging. And the ultimate goal is to start as front as we can tomorrow night when the money's on the line. So, and after watching these Pure Stocks all night long, you want to be up toward the front because these cars are so equal and competitive. It's that's gonna. I can't think of what we're going to have as a bad feature tomorrow night. I don't think it's going to exist, brother.
And I got to tell you, man, one of the things that you were talking about a while ago, I mean, we do really have to give a shout out to Owen and his staff because you really have 3.5 grooves on this racetrack right now. We have watched this track. I mean, these heavy cars definitely help, but man, we have a great racing surface.
You do, and like I say, it's going to keep getting better and better. And I think what's going to happen tonight, the racetrack's going to be so good. Tomorrow night, we're going to see a replica of it. It's going to be a little easier to work. They're going to have a good base on it. Hopefully, we'll have another good 3-wide group of racing there tomorrow night. And I'm looking forward to these mini mods. I think this fix will be a fun feature to watch as well.
Here they come as they make their way out, getting set for their heat race action right here. Mini mods on the racetrack and your starting lineup. Feature race. Here they come. James Parks III, Andy Anderson on the outside, Michael Lindsay, Bill 6, TJ Boyd, Daniel Preston, Bill Dunker, Steve Loy, Coy Harding, and Shannon Harding getting set to go. Cool class right here. Yep, we got one dead in the water right here. Looks like the 16 car. A little bit of problem right there for Shannon Harding. And I'll tell you, that poor guy's having to push that thing all by himself. Get him some help, for crying out loud.
I would say, I don't know if that two-legged wrecker's going to get it there, but he got it pretty close, didn't he?
He did. And check in right now on Race on Texas All Access. You were on board with car number 6 as you were riding right there with Bill 6. I love that. Car 6, Bill 6. That is an in-car camera right there. That is a live shot right here from the South Texas Race Ranch as you were on board. That's how we do it right here with Race on Texas All Access. And remember, if you are a Race on Texas All Access subscriber and you happen to be here tonight, you get home tomorrow, you go home and rewatch all this stuff and then watch live tomorrow.
Might do that as well. I tell you, these guys are Race on Texas, man. Quality folks, quality programming. Excited to have them on board again in 2023 at Arklatex. And they just do so much for the sport, man. I tell you what, all these stream services have been good for business.
Here we go. They race their way around. Main event racing. Green flag in the air. We are off and rolling. Off they go into turn number 1. Daniel Preston on the outside. He'll take the whole shot into turn number 1. And he leads that 8-ball trying to run right down on the inside. But Preston will take the field down the back straightaway. You had one straight up the racetrack right there. But able to get back in line. Looks like everything right there good for Bill 6. And the BD4, Preston takes the field down into turn number 1. He continues to lead, but look at that 8 car coming down to the inside and up to the top side. It is Parks. James Parks, the third right there, darting down to the inside. Into turn number 3, you got a battle happening right there with the 8 car trying to make something happen right there. Michael Lindsay. Lindsay on the inside trying to thread the needle. 3 wide into turn number 1. And off they go. James Parks, the third. Man, that right there. No other way to say it, KR. That's a big balls move right there.
That was I'm going and I'm committed, and he did it. And luckily it ended well for him because that could have ended up down there off the end of turn 1 and 2 real easily. We got one on the back straightaway. I believe that's our in-car camera car back there.
Yeah, I think that is Bill 6 over on the backside. So we'll have to take a look right there. But you take it, the whole thing is with that. I drove dwarf cars for a while, and the whole thing is open wheel cars. When you start making moves like that, it's like, oh my goodness. You sometimes you're like, do I really want to do this? But if you're committed, you just got to go.
Yeah, he was in a spot where he was going. Like he was full send coming off the corner, and he was going to commit to the line and make it work. But I tell you what, these cars are pretty quick here in person. I think they're probably going to have a good story on the Race on Texas feed. But these cars are rolling pretty good. And you're right, the front tires are open, so like they're open wheel cars, so they will get upside down, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, these are real race cars. Not as big, but these are still real race cars. And I would imagine weight to horsepower ratio is pretty phenomenal when you start running some of the numbers.
Yeah, that's really the one thing right there when you look at when it comes to dwarf cars and mod lights and all of that. I mean, that is a whole lot of horsepower. It's a whole lot of torque compared to a 1,000-pound, 1,300-pound, or 1,300-pound race car, whatever it is. That is a lot right here. And this, I love series like this. I mean, this is the way that you start racing, something like this.
Well, it's fun. Like I say, when I was doing a pit walk earlier, I noticed they all kind of parked together. They're helping each other out, having a good time. Had the smokers out. They had some good food. I'm not going to lie to you. I want to stop there, too. But they didn't have the QR code that I could order.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
No line, no wait program. Folks, remember, $1 Dos Equis all night long, all season long here at South Texas Race Ranch. They'll be back tomorrow. I think they got a cool program. You can get 6 of them in a bucket for $6. Like, that's $1 a piece, I think.
Man, that's good.
Yeah,
that's good. I can do that math.
Yeah, I've been sharpening up, buddy.
I can do that math right there.
Hey, while we're doing this, man, talk to us a little bit about I've had the privilege and honor to be on the Revved Up show a few times with you and Bobby and them. Like, plug that thing, man. That's a great program. If you're not tuned in, folks, you want to tune in. But tell them how they can find you and kind of give them a quick overview.
Yeah, you can kind of jump. I mean, Revved Up Sports Show. Check it out on Facebook. I mean, it's right there every Monday at 6:30. You go to RevvedUpSportsShow.com, click on the top. It says Livecast, and you can. What we do with that, I mean, it's a very homegrown show. I mean, we just want to talk about. I mean, I do a couple of other shows that you know some regional stuff, but Revved Up is all about Texas and all about our area. I mean, like talking to you about all the stuff that you're doing. It's just fun. We drink a couple of beers on there, and we just get after it. I mean, it's that's what it's all about. It's a real race fan show.
It's a great resource for, and I'll speak from the promoter side, when you guys give us the privilege to be on that show and talk about what we got coming up and, some cool things, because it is fun because you don't always get to catch up with all the promoters, and social media makes it easier, but there's so much content out there, you sometimes miss some stuff. And I know you do a lot of stuff down at Heart of Texas down there. They got a great program going down there. I'll tell you one thing I like about Heart of Texas. I like that Outlaw Street Stock deal. That is a fun class of cars.
Isn't that a great class?
Man, Cody Daniels, buddy of mine, I'll give him a cheap plug on the deal. I think he's hunting this weekend, but those cars are fun. Brandon Hood, those guys, they mix it up, and it's just, again, it goes back to me. It's a different looking race car. It's got some horsepower, got a good tire on it, and man, I tell you what, that's one of the shows that I enjoy watching every week when I get a chance to watch is the street stocks. But this IMCA stock cars, same thing though. They put on a show down there week in, week out.
It was cool because we had our man Joe Spillman on. He was in a hot tub drinking Dos Equis or something Monday, and we were talking about you got IMCA, USRA, whatever, but some of the best classes are outlaw classes, outlaw street stocks, factory stocks. I mean, all that type of stuff, and it's just a really cool class.
Yeah,
really cool class.
It is good because it kind of lets those guys have a little ingenuity again. It's like if it can fit in between the frame rails, run it. And it's a lot of fun to see how they do it, and they race so well together. It's an impressive class of car.
Build your own body. Just build your own body. Here we go. We are set to go once again as they make their way around. Green flag in the air, and we are off and racing once again. And here comes James Parks, the third, down into the corner. He takes the field down into turn number 1. To the back straightaway we go. Daniel Preston rides in second. Here comes that 8-ball. Watch Michael Lindsay trying to get a good run. Here's Lindsay into turn number 3. Lindsay will take the spot momentarily. Let's see if Preston can work up on the top side. It continues to be Parks hanging on. That 8-ball right there, that is a strong car to be able to hold off Daniel Preston. Preston trying to work on the bottom side. Onto the back straightaway we go, and it continues to be Parks. And that, I tell you, when you start racing in Corpus, that's another one of those last names when you get what I love about coming to Corpus, KR, is you get James Parks the third, Stephen Whitaker the third, so-and-so the second, so-and-so the fourth. That's how great this town is.
Well, I like to think of it as parenting gone right. You know what I mean? Generational racers coming out here. And what's fun is that they're all talented. It's just like we were talking about the Egberts earlier. Their dad's racing, now they're racing. They got kids racing. PJ's boys doing a heck of a job in that junior limited. And it's fun for me to see as I get older watching these young guys, because one of these days, man, you're just going to buy us a ticket and sit in the stand. So we need some guys to keep keeping the torch going for us.
Here's Michael Lindsay. He is all over the backside of James Parks III as they race into turn number 3, making their way out of turn number 4, halfway home right here in this 20-lap main event for the Mini Mods as they go down into turn number 1. James Parks III trying to hang on, but that 8-ball is right there, but Parks able to get a good run into turn number 1 and now stretches it out as they make their way down the back straightaway. We'll call that about 5.5 car lengths, middle of the racetrack. Here they come around again. So much room out there, so many different grooves. And here's Parks hanging on, and they race down into the corner once again. It's just a nice job by Parks. Oh, a little bit of a bobble right there. Let's see if that 8-ball can capitalize on that. Here they go diving down into the corner. They work up on the top side. They're about 2.5 grooves up on the top side. The 8-ball goes down to the bottom side. They flash by the start-finish line once again. Again, remember, this is main event racing for the Mini Mods here tonight on Friday night here at the South Texas Shootout at the South Texas Race Ranch. You are airborne once again with the drone on Race on Texas as you check in live. And here we go, diving back down into the corner. KR, man, that is a heck of a shot right there. Looking at the monitor, I'm getting a little seasick up there.
Yeah, that drone operator, he may be the most talented individual here just watching him run. But what I'm noticing on the racetrack when you look at that drone shot here on the monitor behind us, Rodney, is from the tires to the wall, we got raceable space. And I think as a racer, when you roll through the gate, that's all you can ask for, an opportunity to pass the driver in front of you, and they've got that tonight. I mean, just look at it. You just got distinct grooves all the way across the racetrack. And I tell you what, I think we got the late model main up next after these guys, and guys get finished, and boy, howdy, that's going to be a doozy.
Boy, that is going to be fun. But this one right here, a long way from over. Here is Lindsay in the 8-ball as he looks down to the inside. It continues to be Parks hanging on there in the 33 car up on the top side. Lindsay's going down to the bottom as they race into turn number 1 side by side there momentarily. But back on the gas, it's the same line. It's a very steady line right now for Parks, and we're watching the 8-ball kind of do different things. Here he is taking a peek down on the bottom once again, and we are getting down to this. 2 sticks in the air right here. 2 more times around for car number 33 down into the corner. That car bottomed out right here as he went down the front straightaway. Here's Lindsey going down to the bottom. Side-by-side drag race on the back straightaway. Lindsey with the pass. Parks is in trouble, and he will come to a stop and into pit road, and here is Lindsey. He will take the lead with the white flag. One more time around for Michael Lindsey in car number 8 as he makes his way down into turn number 1. Michael Lindsey, I'll tell you what, better lucky than good sometimes.
Oh, that's the name of the game. Watching that deal, it kind of looked like a predator animal, though, chasing prey, kind of stalking it. Because you can say he was moving around on the racetrack, and then ultimately Mr. Parks unfortunately broke going off the back straightaway. But a heck of a job by the 8-ball.
Michael Lindsey in the 8-ball will win it here in the Mini Mods 20-lap feature race. He takes it home, followed by the BD4 of Daniel Preston. Oh, my goodness, your heart breaks there for James Parks III. But at the same time, your heart is wide open for the driver of car number 8.
You know, it's that old saying, man, lucky is better than good, but it's also that whole life lesson. Put yourself in a good position. That gentleman put himself in a good position to capitalize on that. He had done everything he needed to do to put himself on the back bumper of the Mr. Parks machine. But congratulations here to the 08 ball. Fun classic cars to watch, Rodney. I really enjoyed it.
Whole lot of fun right there, and you see the quarter panel knocked off of that car, so you could see how good that action was. But it is Michael Lindsey, your winner, here in the Mini Modifieds tonight, here in night number 1 of the South Texas Shootout at the South Texas Race Ranch, and that 8 car dropping off that checkered flag on the backstretch.
That's the cool part about what you just said. Night number 1. That means we get another one tomorrow night. So I think we're going to start with B mains tomorrow night and start working through the form that way. And I'm going to tell you, business will pick up tomorrow night. The pits were pretty relaxed walking through them pre-race and stuff tomorrow. It'll be a different atmosphere. It's, $5,000 for your limited modified. So, business is going to pick up. There's going to be some guys that struggle. They're wanting to get in. There's guys that are fast, going to try to figure out how to get faster all day tomorrow. So, it's going to be a good atmosphere to be out here to be a race fan at South Texas Race Ranch tomorrow night.
Oh, my goodness, and here they come. Here come the late models 20-lap feature race, night number 1, your starting lineup. On the point out of Danbury, it is Ray Allen Kaholnick on the outside out of Spring. Bo Becknod, row 2 on the inside out of Baytown. Kevin Sidden on the outside out of White House. It's Anthony Boatman. Row 3 on the inside out of Sweet Lake, Louisiana. It is Wyatt Wilkerson on the outside out of Salado. G.W. Egbert, row 4 on the inside. Out of Lacoste, it's Ryan Doyon on the outside out of Ider. Tracy Denby Sr. Next row down on the inside out of Salado. Trevor Egbert on the outside out of Scott, Louisiana. It's Shane Abear. Following row on the inside out of Lavernia. Brandon Brzezowski on the outside, Ryan Doyon. Next row down on the inside out of Seguin, Cody Hartage. On the outside out of Floresville, it is Ryan McDonald in car number 5. Position number 15 from the Hill Country out of Kerrville. It's Matt Fox in car number 53X. On the outside out of Atkins, DJ Schroet. Final row down on the inside out of Elmendorf and Andrew Hessler. And on the outside out of Victoria, Eddie Hartage. Here we go. 18 cars, 20 laps, KR.
Man, this thing front to back is stacked. I mean, there is names you hear week in, week out. 5th row, 2nd row, 8th row. This one's fixing to be, it's going to be maybe Tyson Holyfield right here. You know what I mean? This one's going to come down to who can deliver the knockout blow with probably 2 to go. So I'm looking forward to this one. So love late models, love this racetrack. This is fixing to be a heck of a show. And race fans, it's okay if you're in person. You're welcome to stand up, cheer these guys on the green. They are fixing to do everything in their power to give you 20 of the best laps that they can make in these cars, put on the show for them. So when they come back by, folks, get on your feet, let them know you appreciate them being here tonight.
That's absolutely right. Let's do a little bit of a wave lap right here as they make their way around. Jump up, wave your hat, wave your hands, wave whatever you got right there. Don't wave your kids. Don't wave your kids. Let your kids wave at them. Here they come around out of turn number 4 as we get set. Jump up off your feet and give them a big wave as they make their way by right here at the South Texas Race Ranch. Night number 1, your all-star late models right here as they make their way down.
That front row is about as salty as you're going to get. Ray Allen on the pole is going to be tough. Mr. Begnog right out there. I've been getting text all night like, who you think's going to win it? And I just keep sending them the same. I just send them a thumbs up. I don't even know how you pick a winner tonight in this deal.
Yeah, this right here is stacked. We are locked and loaded and ready to go. The caution light's still on as now they go double stacked into the corner. We're going to bring them back around, getting everybody back in line right here. And remember, this is night number one. They race for $1,000 tonight. They race for $2,000 tonight. We're showing them one this time by. Showing them one as they make their way by here in front of the grandstands in historic Corpus Christi, Texas.
I always love when you get the one to go. That whole atmosphere, the cars on the racetrack, the characteristics, that they're ready. These guys, these are athletes in these cars, ladies and gentlemen, and they are fixing to put on a show for 20 laps.
Here we go. We are set to go. Lights are out around the speedway. It is Ray Allen Kaholnik on the point. Bo Becknott on the outside into turn number 3. Here they come around. We are set to go. Late model racing. Green flag. We're racing at the South Texas Shootout. Into turn number 1. Off we go. Becknott down into the corner. Becknott up on the top side. He'll take the field to the back straightaway. He leads by 2.5 car lengths. One sailing up the track. Car number 75. Here comes Kaholnik down on the inside. Oh my goodness. Kevin Sitton rides in the 3rd spot. Out of corner number 4, Egbert rides in the 4th spot, followed by Denby. Side-by-side battle into corner number 1. Becknott trying to get away from the pack. What a great start right there, KR. You watch them go in. Now you got a battle for second. Here's sitting down on the inside. Maybe a little bit of contact right there with Kaholnik, but he gathers it back in. It is Egbert hanging on. Denby right behind him. They race down into the corner. Here comes Shane Hebert. Hebert so fast in practice, so fast in qualifying. Had trouble at the end of that heat race, and now here he is knocking on the back door. Trouble in turn number 1. We've got a dog pile over there.
Hey, we got us a parking lot over there for sure. It'll take a minute to get those cars untangled, but man, Rodney, I'm glad you're good at this because I'm just watching. Like, this is too good not to just sit here and watch. But buddy of mine up there from Longview area, Morgan Bagley, Mobag Shocks, just texted me and said he had a lot of customers down here. He wanted to come down and hang out. But just like Ingle said earlier, man, in the shop building shocks tonight. So thanks for all you guys and gals tuning in and watching, even when you can't be here. I know it means a lot to Owen, and we all appreciate it. But are you going to pick a winner for me yet? Or are you going to do?
No. Yeah, you know, I think I'm going to sit back here and watch. And one of the things that we knew was going to be a storyline when we saw the trouble with Shane Hebert in his heat race, when he was going to start a little bit further back, he was going to have a lot of ground to make up, and he made up a lot really, really quick. But I got to tell you, those guys sitting right there, Bo Becknott has been good all night long. And the whole shot that he got right there, if he can get away from the pack and let those guys just kind of race behind him, that's going to be the key.
Yeah, you're talking about Shane Hebert. I've known Shane for a lot of years and seen him win in a lot of different race cars. Something about him in a late model special. Like, he's as good in the limited, he's good in the mod. I've seen him in a lot of different cars, but when he straps into a dirt late model, the guy, he's a talented guy. You know what I mean? He understands these cars well. He's got nice equipment, but a good friend of mine there in 075, Anthony Boatman, again, don't have a ton of laps in a late model. He's out here with some tough competition, hanging tough, so it's good to see. But Rodney, what I'm impressed with, when we saw them 18 cars, I don't know how you – I'm going to go back. I don't know how you pick a winner. There was 18 quality cars and drivers out there. This is a great series down here. I'm glad to see it. Late models are getting back in Texas and the Arklatex region and Oklahoma and stuff, and it's such a great thing to see because late models, I would think, are probably some of the hottest things across the country when you look at all the money that's been Jonathan Davenport, $2 million man. You know, I mean, that's the word on the street, and super nice guy. I've had a chance to know him a little bit. Great team, that Lance Lander's own team. But, I mean, a lot of money has put late model racing back in the top form, and it's trickling down to this division here. But these cars are legit cars. They're legit drivers, and I'm going to tell you, for regional talent, you got some of the best in the country right here tonight. Yeah,
and KR, you know, you and I were talking before the races tonight. I think this is one of these things, you know, especially here in Texas, more in Texas, when it comes to late models and sprint cars, there are several different varieties of it. I mean, it's like going to buy a Coke. You can get a Diet Coke, a non-caffeine Coke, a regular Coke, whatever. All you got to say is late model or sprint car. And that just entices people to want to be a part of it.
That's right. I don't care what you stuff in the frame rail. You get 18, 20 late models on the racetrack, they're going to put on a show for you. You know, these cars, technology of these cars are so crazy, and what the sport has kind of grown into. But I'm going to tell you, It's phenomenal. But you're right, that 32 machine out front, when he's gotten clean air and get that hole shot, he's tough. But I'm going to tell you, Ray Allen's got a lot of laps around here. Ray Allen's a talented racer. That Kevin Sinton, he's won a lot of races. Like you start looking through the top 10, we got quality right there. And so, I don't know. I'll tell you who I'm going to pick to win it after they win it. How about that? I'm going to take the same.
That sounds good to me. Yeah, when they're down there in victory lane, that's when we'll pick a winner. Because this is a loaded field right here with all of these drivers that we have right here. And you got a lot of guys that are stuck in the backside. And it's going to be a challenge. But it's going to be hard because you got a lot of good guys up in the front of the pack.
Well, I guarantee you from about Shane Hebert back, those guys are going to see where he's going because he's not going to run where he's running. He come down here to win money, and that's what he's going to do. So you'll watch him. He's going to move around. He's going to maybe go to a line nobody else is running because he knows he's got to pass cars to get to the big check. And so it's going to be interesting to watch some of these guys. You know, the 32 car up there is phenomenally fast, and he's good, but he's also the set and duck. Everybody else is going to get a chance to see where he's running and go try to run some other places. So it ought to be good for, I don't know how many laps we got in, 2 or 3, I don't even know, but the next 16, 18, whatever we got left is going to be good because, well, just look at this field, Rodney. As they roll down the back straight, we look at the quality. I can't say it enough. People at home probably going to get tired of hearing it, but I get excited when you see this kind of atmosphere and this kind of quality show up to one venue to put on this show for the fans.
Absolutely. He is KR, Kevin Rogers. I'm Rodney Rodriguez as we are live at the South Texas Race Ranch, the South Texas Shootout, night number 1 right here. $1,000 on the line for the all-star late models, and they'll do it again tomorrow night for another $1,000, for $2,000. And who knows who else is going to show up. I mean, it's hard to get here on a Friday night. So I expect that tomorrow is going to be pretty cool, too.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be phenomenal. Like I say, I think the racetrack, we're getting a good hard base going tonight, and we got a good race. I think Owen and them will be able to do some track prep tomorrow to replicate this good facility and this good racing service. And these guys out here racing, all they can ask for is the opportunity to pass cars in front of them, and they've definitely got that tonight.
Here we go. We bring them around. Yellow lights still out on the racetrack. Texas two-step restart coming up. It is Bo Begnot up on the point in car number 32 as he took the whole shot. We're showing them one right here. Showing them one as they make their way around. You got Kevin sitting down on the inside, and on the outside it is the 08 of Ray Allen Kaholnick. Egbert down on the inside, and then Denby up on the top side. Brace yourself, folks. Man, that was only 3 or 4 laps. Here we go. It's really go time right now. Onto the back straightaway. Here we go. We are locked and loaded. Bo Begnot takes the field single file, or he is single file. Here we go down into turn number 3. These are the all-star late models at the South Texas Shootout, South Texas Race Ranch, into the restart zone. Big flag, and we are off and racing once again. Begnot, 3 car lengths into turn number 1. It'll be Kaholnick riding in the second spot. Off we go. Oh, my God, sitting right there. Oh, a little bit of contact. Denby, they stack it up behind him. Around goes Shane Hebert. Hebert back on the gas, and he's off and rolling. How about that right there?
Yeah, he went ahead and shut her down, though. You hate to see that, but he'll be a man on the mission. It looked like the 75 machine, looked like there was a little brake checking going in there, and he got in the back of, I'm not sure which Egbert that is with the yellow body there.
They're off and racing once again. Begnot, 3 car lengths into turn number 1. It'll be Kaholnick riding in the second spot. Off we go. Oh, my God, sitting right there. Oh, a little bit of contact. Denby, they stack it up behind him. Around goes Shane Hebert.
We'll re-rack them and restack them and get after it again.
Here we go once again, and we will get him back in line once again. That was a 717. So that's G.W. Egbert, Shane Hebert there in car number 9 as he goes around the 75 of Anthony Boatman, as they had a little bit of contact there as well. So we'll try to get everybody back in line and figure out what we're going to do here on this restart. But once again, on that jump, it is Bo Begnot in car number 32 as he's able to get away from the pack. But you got to like that restart as well from the 08 car of Ray Allen Kaholnick as he sets right there. He's got Kevin sitting at his inside. And they race down into turn number 1, and that's where all the brake checking and all the stopping was starting to happen. And that's what ends up happening. But the caution flag out once again. You check our aerial shot. You were live at the South Texas Race Ranch in Corpus Christi as you were checking in on Race on Texas All Access, raceontexas.com. It is the home of the South Texas Shootout. And we got them all in line once again. Texas two-step restart coming up now, sitting down on the inside. It'll be Kahalnik up on the top side, and Becknod will bring the field around once again as we get set to go. Here we come out of turn 4. Green and going. We're off and rolling. Becknod, 2 car lengths into turn number 1, and off we go. Becknod drags the field out of turn number 2. They stack it up behind once again and around the 717 once again and the 9. But you got all kinds of other players. You got Doyon involved. And it really was once again right there, KR. You had Egbert making contact with the 9 of Shane Hebert, but this time you had a couple of other friends at the party.
Yeah, you hate to see that. You know, you got a lot of good quality cars here.
2 car lengths into turn number 1, and off we go. Becknod drags the field they stack it up behind once again and around the 717 once again and the 9, but you got all kinds of other.
Just from the pool, like he outsmarted the rest of us, but Billy and them, Dennis, guys that Dirt Defender, been great for the sport. Rowdy Day just texted me, said the track looks phenomenal. They're watching at home, so appreciate that. But and then Jack Barfield, he's been sending me tidbits. He said to watch the one machine of Kevin Sinton. Said he's a late bloomer. He said as the race goes on, he said he's going to be a player. So sounds like Mr. Sinton may be a methodical racer. They're just kind of picking his spots when he gets there because, like I say, it's so far it's been a little tricky out there, Rodney.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Also got to get a big shout out my good friend Marianne Nauman checking in. Of course, she is the proprietor right there, her and H.E. Nauman over to Cotton Bowl Speedway over in Page. What a beautiful racetrack you have right there. They have a great program. RaceCBS.com, more information right there. Their schedule is out. And talk about that, KR. I mean, when we get to this time of year, you know, folks are like, it's time to take a break. No, it's not. Time to get your schedule and your rules out.
I always tell people I'm excited when we start racing again. It slows down a little bit. This off season's a grind. You know, you're dealing with marketing partners. You're trying to get schedules. You're working with different series and trying to make sure that you're not booking on your big events on top of other big events. But I'm going to have to tell them myself a little bit. Cotton Bowl Speedway, I've made 2 trips down there and rained out at the pit gate both times. Never bought a pass again. It's rained out both times. But I'm going to get down there. A beautiful facility. I tell you, that's one thing we got going in racing right now, in my opinion. We got a lot of great promoters, a lot of great racers, a lot of great venues. You know, the announcers, I'm gonna brag on y'all. Bryce Hall's a good friend of mine. He's going to be up at Arrowhead Speedway up there at Concord, Oklahoma this year, but called to USMTS actually. You know, Dustin Jarrett, Ben Shelton, man, like the quality's out there and the entertainment value, and that's what I say about the live stream stuff. The entertainment value, because you booth people are telling a good story, and I got a ton of respect for each and every one of you, and thank y'all for what you do, because in this business ain't nobody making any money as far as what we need to be doing. You guys are professionals. There's a lot of people out here. These guys on the racetracks are athletes. You know, I think we kind of, everybody thinks of a football player or a basketball player, but I don't know if any of them guys could build a football field and then go play on it. These guys build race cars. They work on them. They race them. They sticker them. They do all this stuff. So, ton of respect for everybody involved in this sport. And I don't know. Everybody always asks me, what's the pulse of racing? I think it's great. I think we're getting better. I think there's some hurdles we got to keep clearing. There's some things that we can't control economy-wise and stuff, but racers figure out a way to race, and we're going to make it happen.
Yeah, you know, Kevin, I think so often we're our own worst enemy. A lot of times. I mean, for a lot of reasons, but it does seem that folks are really realizing that we just need to come together. I don't care if you're a dirt track fan, an asphalt fan, a motocross fan, road racing fan, whatever. We just have to promote this sport, and I think folks are finally figuring that out.
Well, it's just like you. I was telling you, I didn't know much about asphalt racing. You've talked about it so much. I started paying attention to it. HMP down there, great program. I even follow you when you go to Alabama because I didn't know what you was doing down there, and then I get on there and you're on the call there in Alabama, you know. And so I think it's great when we kind of cross things back over. Terry Smith's a good friend of mine. He works at Texas Motorplex. I paid a lot more attention to drag racing now because those guys,
absolutely,
marketing and the way they do things, there's a lot of stuff we can take from their business and bring over to ours. So I've always said, man, we're teammates. We're not competitors, and I think that's a good way to look at it. But and I've been blessed. I've got a lot of good people that I've worked with, a lot of great opportunities. Donnie Powers up at Arklatex trusted me to come over there and do some stuff with them. Very grateful for that. that opportunity. But even like Owen and them, these guys probably get tired of them because I text them all the time. Like, hey, man, I got this crazy idea. What do you think? Or they'll text me something. So I think you're starting to see kind of a brotherhood of promoters starting to come around, and a sisterhood, if you will. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel. If you see something that's working, steal it, make it your own, kind of get after it. So.
Well, I think a lot of that, too, is, there's enough of this to go around. Between all these areas, and I'm glad, your success. It's so fun to watch what you've been able to do. Talk about that. To the progression, and it's been. I know folks say it's been quick, but it has not been quick. It takes overnight success is not a real thing.
We're fixing to go green. We'll talk about that next caution, buddy.
Here we come. Here they come around. Becknod brings them down. Green flag in the air. We're off and racing once again. Into turn number 1. Here comes Kahonik riding in the second spot. Kevin Sitten is right there. Another great restart. Kevin sitting down on the inside to the back. Straight away we go. Becknon leads by 4 car lengths. Here comes Kahonik trying to close in, sitting down to the bottom. Out of corner number 4. Now you got Denby down on the inside. Battle for the 4th spot as they dive down into the corner. Shane Hebert is right there as well. 3 car. Look at that. Right down to the inside. The 78 car. Huge surge down to the inside. That's Wyatt Wilkerson. Wilkerson now rides into the 5th spot. And they make their way out of turn number 4. Shane Hebert sitting right behind him as they race down into turn number 1. Becknod onto the back straightaway. Now the battle for second. Caution flag. Caution flag. Got one stalled on the back stretch.
Might have a little debris
got
down
some
there.
debris over there,
yeah.
too. Yep.
I'm going to tell you, Ronnie, just watching that deal, the racetrack's getting faster. The racetrack is getting faster. But, no, I'll touch on that a little bit. I appreciate the kind words. But a lot of the success we've had, if we've had success, we got a lot of good people around us. And I think the biggest thing is like anything you do, man, find people that you want to be and chase them. Look up to them. Don't be jealous of them. Aspire to be them, if you will. And so we've had a lot of good help. Kevin Sestair, he's helped me a ton over the years. We've worked together on a lot of things. We'll continue to work together on some of the specials. But working with those guys, Bubba Jones and at Sabine and Tim and them at Boot Hill and Tiffany down at Thunder Valley and Joey at Super B, we're working on stuff. Texarkana's going to open back up. It's not my spot to say who's got it. They'll release it when they're ready. I'm excited for that. We got Rocket. You got so much going on with so many different series and sanctioning bodies that racing's good. Racing's good. Here's what I'm going to tell people, and this is my goal. If you're a race fan, and every time you go to the races, bring somebody with you. Bring somebody with you. Let's get these stands back to where we need to be. Us promoters, we're conscious. We're working on trying to shorten our programs and get them together and try to get some more interaction. So we're paying attention. I want people to know we're paying attention and doing some things, but I tell you, it's hard not to get excited when you talk about something. I tell people all the time, I don't work anymore, man. I love what I do, so I don't work anymore. I get to enjoy life, and it's a lot of work, but it's a labor of love.
I tell you, I love that. I love that, and I love that for you, my man. Here we go. Now we go single file here after this last caution. Becknod taking him down into turn number 3. Bo Becknod brings him down. Green flag. We're off and racing once again here at the race ranch. Into turn number 1. Off we go. Kahonik rides in the second spot. Nice single file restart. Here comes Kevin sitting down to the inside. Oh, kind of stabbed the brake right there and just lets that 08 car sail up just ahead, but Becknod able to get away from the pack. Here we go, racing into turn number 1. And this pack now beginning to go single file. Back straightaway we go. Becknod, big time move to the inside once again. That 78 car, I'll tell you what, Wilkerson, when he gets on the gas, he is gone. Trouble down on the inside there as he kind of sails back a little bit. Hebert up on the top side. They race down into turn number 1. Becknod continuing to get away. The battle is for second. Ray Allen Kahonik in the 08 coming down to the inside. It is the one of Kevin Sitten side by side. The battle for second place down the front straightaway into turn number 1. These are the all-star late models here at the South Texas Shootout, the South Texas Race Ranch, night number 1. $1,000 on the line tonight, and here is Bo Becknod. He's already caught lap traffic, making his way down to the inside. Single file racing all the way throughout the top 5. Everybody being very patient right here as they check themselves into turn number 1. Kahonik rides in the second spot, followed by Kevin Sitten. Caution flag on the racetrack. Caution flag on the racetrack. Looks like we got one stuffed over in the corner. You see it right there on Race on Texas, car number 5. Driver clambering out of the car. Looks like a front end shot right there for car number 5. I believe that's Ryan McDonald. And boy, he took that right on the right front of that race car.
Yeah, good thing to see him get out of the car. Rodney, something I was just noticing there as we're getting some more green flag laps. You know, we're going to be in single file format, it looks like, going his way. You're watching some of these guys move around. They're trying to figure out where their car, they're running 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. They're trying to figure out where their car is going to work the best. And I think you're fixing to see it. If we was to get to a green, white, checkered, son, it's going to be a good one.
No doubt about it. We may be going down that line right there with the way that we're watching these things shake out. Everything happening right there at turn number 1. So it looks like the EMT's making their way over. I think everything good right there. So the good thing is driver out of the race car. We saw him jumping out of there right away. But once again, you got to be so impressed on that start by Bo Becknott. I mean, you've got everybody bottlenecked behind him, but that 32 car is surging.
Well, he's timing those restarts, too. He knows they're breathing down. He's probably feeling – Ray Allen may be giving him just enough feel of that nose piece on that rear bumper that he knows when to kind of stop and go. And, you know, you can tell he's been doing this a while, just the way he's restarting. But out there in the open air, I mean, and he's got the advantage in that aspect. He can run any line he wants to. He can go in the corner where he wants to, as hard as he wants to, and everybody else needs to react. But I'm going to tell you, you start looking back through the field here. That 78 car got tied up. I believe that's with Denby Sr. a little bit. They made a little contact, but he had a shot coming in. Okay. But the 78 car got a great hole shot while they're going, got tangled up. So, like I say, these guys are starting to figure out where their cars like it, where they're going to react. You know, getting a little heat in the tires, getting the cars loosened up a little bit. So it ought to be a good one going forward here.
Yeah, correction on that is DJ Schroet. DJ Schroet down there in turn number 1 with that shut right there in turn number 1. McDonald's still rolling out on the racetrack. So everything good right there for Schroet as he is up and out of the race car. So DJ Schroet down there at turn number 1 in that accident right there. McDonald's still out there rolling on the racetrack. That's the fun thing about this. You get 5, 5X, 5B, 5 whatever. Lots of different numbers in these races.
That's the product, the end of season big shows. You know, you get them all showing up. And what about technology though? You know, My Race Pass. Those guys.
Oh, isn't that crazy?
They have changed the way we do business. This right here, I tell people that don't understand the old days of doing the hand paper. My Race Pass took 10 to 15 hours a week worth of paperwork off your plate when they come out with this app. So those guys are phenomenal, and we've been working with them for a long time, and I'm grateful that they do what they do.
I got to tell you, though, when I see folks, I know we have a nice lady over there doing it. When you have folks that are manual scoring, I'm like, how do you do that? It's like they're going by and they're writing stuff down and they're looking out on the racetrack, and they continue to do that. It's like, oh, man.
I made the mistake.
Hell, I can't look down and write.
I made the mistake when I was about 15 years old out at Abilene Speedway. I asked Tommy Simons how they did it, and he put me in the booth, and I got to do it the rest of the year. So I quit asking questions like that. But I'm going to tell you, that's a true talent, sitting there hand scoring as the backup system, your transponders, and it's a controlled chaos up here in race control. When you start looking at things, kind of peel back the curtains and show some people, there's a lot of moving pieces to make what we got to work. So.
Absolutely. Lots of things that happen up here in race control. Here they come making their way around. Bo Becknott continues to lead here in your all-star late models. There goes the 5X of DJ Schroet off of the racetrack as he makes his way into the pits. And the track looks free and clear, and we will try it once again. Lights are off around the racetrack. Single file restart. Bo Becknott drags him around into turn number 3. Ray Allen, Kahonic, Kevin Sitton. That is 1, 2, 3. Here they come. Green flag in the air. We're off and racing once again here at the South Texas Race Ranch. Into turn number 1, Becknott once again sitting down to the inside, side by side. Kahonic up on the top side, gets a good run down into the corner. Kahonic trying to hang on right there. Here comes Sitton out of corner number 4. You watch him flash by right there. Boy, Kevin Sitton trying to find some room down on the bottom side. But I'll tell you, the drive up on the top side, Kahonic, you got to love how he's working up on the top side of the racetrack, and now he'll drive away. But here comes Shane Hebert. Hebert now into the 4th spot, trying to work his way back up through the field, but once again, Bo Becknott getting away from the field. The 15 of Tracy Denby Sr. rides in the 5th spot, and right behind him, here comes that car number 78. That 78 car, Wyatt Wilkerson. That's a car that we have watched make some major moves of battle now for the 2nd spot. Kaholnik trying to hang on side by side. A little bit of contact down into the corner. Bear in the 9. The 1 of Kevin Sitton to the back straightaway we go. Sitton hanging on. He got half a car length in between them. Bear will settle back in. Let's see if he slams it down to the bottom. Here they come. Kaholnik up on the top of the racetrack and now down into the corner. And they race once again onto the back straightaway. Checking away from the pack is Bo Begnaud, but everything is happening behind him right here, KR. This is a dogfight. Look at Sitton right there, but you got to watch Shane Hebert. He is coming.
Yeah, Shane's sitting there. If somebody makes a mistake, it'll be game over because he showed up and said, hey, let's make it a party for 3 for that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th spot. So then they go down the back straightaway. Kevin's doing everything he can, and Shane's working him. Shane is working him every lap, every corner.
Little bit of contact right there, but they gather it back in. Hebert will get back in line behind him. You got all kinds of tire marks right there on the right side of the Shane Hebert car. This is the battle on the racetrack. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Right there, the 6th place car continues to run. The 78 of Wyatt Wilkerson. Wilkerson going down to the bottom. Tracy Denby Sr. is right there. And let's see if they can surge up to the 2nd spot. Yeah, man, you got to watch that right there. It is Kaholnik able to hold on, but the 1 car, Kevin Sitton, now flirting with the bottom. You watch him coming out of corner number 2. We're airborne once again with the drone shot on Race on Texas. We are high above the South Texas Race Ranch here at the South Texas Shootout. These are the late models on your Friday night main event, and check out that view right there. How about that? Here we come. Continues to be your race leader. Kaholnik hanging on, and now you got one stopped up on the top side. The 717 of G.W. Egbert comes to a stop, and my goodness, he had the pack coming right there. A little bit of a dangerous move right there as the 717 stops, and here it turned right on.
I can tell you the 32 machine is tired of seeing caution laps because that joker is moving. Like, he's getting out front, he's in clean air, and he's rolling. But I'm going to tell you, Ray Allen, Kevin Sitton, Shane Hebert, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, excuse me, they're putting on a show. But I'm going to tell you, I'm still intrigued by the 78 car. What about Mr. Denby there? He's kind of been silently just sitting there stalking his prey a little bit. But I tell you what, that 78 car's fast. And, man, it's so much talent out here in the field tonight. It's crazy. But the 32 car is just getting such great restarts. His car fires instantly, and that's hard to overcome when you got a good, wide, fast racetrack like that.
It really is, and the whole thing with all of this, I mean, we keep coming down with all the caution flags that we keep seeing. We talked about a green-white checkered. I mean, it has been Begnaud that's been able to get away, but, I mean, what happens if he doesn't do that on a green-white checkered? And these guys are ready to pounce. And Ray Allen, I got to tell you, Ray Allen's doing a good job because he is feeling all kinds of heat right there from these guys. Here we go. They're making their way around. Single file restart. Green flag up in the air. We're racing once again. Begnaud into turn number 1. Takes him down into the corner, and a great hole shot once again. Kevin Sitton down on the inside. Ray Allen Kaholnik up on the top side. Here they come, making their way around. Single file down into the corner. This time by 2-6 in the air for Bo Begnaud in car number 32. Ray Allen Kaholnik, Kevin Sitton, Shane Hebert. That is your top 4. Back straightaway, off we go. Tracy Denby Sr., the 78 car sitting right there. It's about 5 car lengths into turn number 3. This time by. Little contact for second. White flag in the air. One more time around. They stack it up behind him. Boy, I'll tell you, Kevin Sitton right there with Shane Hebert. They got kind of tangled up, and we race onto the back straightaway. It is Begnaud into the corner. He leads by 8 car lengths, and he will go wire to wire. Bo Begnaud is your winner in the All-Star Late Models here tonight on night number 1. Ray Allen Kaholnik comes home second, followed by the 1 of Kevin Sitton, and rounding out the top 4 is Shane Hebert, winning it here tonight in the All-Star Late Models.
Rodney going to make his way down to victory lane, talk to tonight's feature winner. Folks, if you enjoyed late models tonight, South Texas Race Ranch, make some noise when these drivers come back around for us. Rodney, I see you down on the front straight, man. How good does that racetrack look down there now that you're actually on it?
Man, I got to tell you, KR, this thing right here is super smooth. You don't see a lot of ruts or anything right here. This front stretch, I tell you, I love this, man. I want to take my shoes off and walk in this. Feels really nice right here. What a racetrack that we have put together here tonight. And these all-star late models, they got after it. Bo Begnod going flag to flag. And we wait for him here on the front stretch. Car number 32 down here in Victory Lane at the South Texas Race Ranch. In the All-Star late models, he goes wire to wire. What a job through all the restarts. I'll tell you, that right there, that had to have been a nail biter for him. There he is, Bo Begno out of the race car. He is your winner here tonight at South Texas Speedway. $1,000 right here as he wins on Friday night. And they'll race for $2,000 tomorrow. So we'll bring him around. Bo Begno, the winner here this evening. Bo, I got to tell you, man, walk us through that race. You were so good on the restarts, man.
Yeah, so the car was still a little tight, but we worked on it all night and got it better. Track started blowing off a little bit, and car got better the longer we were on the track.
So, Bo, we were talking up there, KR and I, Kevin Rogers. Every time you saw a yellow, you had to be like, come on. That had to be pretty frustrating because you were so good on the restarts.
Yeah, so I didn't know if they were going to end, but we stuck it out and we were able to get it done.
So how cool that you come in here with this loaded field, and you had 18 cars tonight, taking home $1,000, take 2 tomorrow if you can pull it off. Got to be pretty exciting to win this thing.
Yeah, sir, it's always nice coming down here. This is actually our first trip here with me driving. I've been here a couple times down here to watch, but just glad we were able to get it done.
There he is. Bo Begno is your winner tonight in the late models. A great ride as he goes wire to wire, winning it here tonight at the South Texas Race Ranch.
Well, as Rodney makes his way back up here, folks, we got 4 factory stock heat races left and 6 limited modified heat races left. That'll conclude the night's program. You'll be able to look at my race pass, see the running order for tomorrow night. You'll be able to see the lineups for tomorrow night. Again, these classes racing for points, 2 heat races, average finish that will rack them and stack them in B's, C's, D's, however far we need to go down the alphabet soup to get them going there. So it ought to be a really good, entertaining time tomorrow night. It's still time. You can go down there. QR code on your program, no line, no wait. You can order you some groceries. If you don't want to do that, you can walk down there, and those fine ladies and gentlemen down there at the concession stand will get you some groceries. Beer, $1 Dos Equis all night long, all season long here at the South Texas Race Ranch. We want to thank Dos Equis for being a great marketing partner down here. So, folks, make one more round of applause for the driver of the number 32 machine. They head back to the pits. They will work on that thing tomorrow. Trust me, he won it tonight, but he will want to be faster tomorrow night. I'm just going to tell you, all those guys and gals that run second on back, they're going to be in their shops. They're going to be at the rigs tonight. They're going to get faster. But, Rodney, you made it back up. You're breathing a little hard. Them stare. You hadn't been doing your Pilates lately, I can tell. It's starting to show off there.
No, I tell you, yeah, beer gut. Doing its thing.
Kenny Montgomery just sent me a text, Rodney. He said you were an A-lister, and I need to go ahead and turn this microphone off, and I kind of have to agree with him there, bud.
No, man, we're a hell of a team, my friend. A hell of a team. That's what it's all about. All right, here we go, factory stocks. Back out on the racetrack, heat race number 5, Triton Temple brings them around. And we are set to go 10 laps of action, and here we go. Green flag. We're off and racing at the race ranch once again. Rahi up on the top side. Gaither, Rye, Torderski, McCool, and Cameron Starry. This is a loaded heat race. Here we go onto the back straightaway. Rahi up to the front of the pack, and Rahi will lead by half a car length. Triton Temple rides in the second spot. McCool up to the top side. He is really going, trying to hang on right there. They'll get back in line once again. Brian Rye rides in the 4th place in car number 154 onto the back straightaway. We go. McCool all over the back bumper. Look at Nathan Rahi, man. I like that drive by that 25 car as he drags the field down into turn number 3. He leads by half a car length. Triton Temple going back down to the bottom. Triton had some trouble in his first heat race, but he is making up for it right now as he races down into the corner. Triton at the quarter panel, but he'll get it back in line once again. Off we go. McCool continuing to hang on to the 3rd spot, followed by Ryan, the 154. And here comes Gaither in the 98. Cameron Starry mired way back as he was actually the winner of his heat race. But here is Rahi continuing to hold on here in this 10-lap heat race for your factory stocks. We have so many factory stocks in the pits tonight. And we may have more tomorrow. I mean, that's the whole thing with this. It's only Friday night.
Well, scrolling through social media and even some text messages, there's guys from DFW area, Oklahoma, they're like, how's the weather looking down there? We're thinking about rolling out in the morning.
Hot and humid.
That's exactly what I said. I'm hot and humid. I said, but it's beautiful down here. Great racing, and so you can get in. But, to talk about the quality of these cars, Cameron Starry running there toward the back of the field, won his heat race a while ago. These cars are phenomenally equal. Great field of cars here tonight. Tomorrow night's going to be a barn burner.
Halfway home that time by, it continues to be Rahi hanging on. But here comes McCool down on the inside, putting on the pressure right there. Turning on the wick, going down to the inside. Look at that move down to the end. Boy, I tell you, threading the needle is Gaither in the 98, and he will go to 3rd as he jettisons right by Triton Temple. Here they come out of the corner. We are past the halfway point. It is Nathan Rahi in the 25R taking him down into turn number 1. Bobby McCool is there, but here comes Gaither in car number 98. They're inches apart as they make their way down the back straightaway. Cameron Starry just kind of cooling his jets right there, but he's going to take a peek down to the inside of Brian Ryan, the 154. Side by side, contact at the front. That is a 0-0 of McCool as he's able to make the pass on Rahi. My goodness, that is how you make the pass. That was almost stroke a race right there.
Make it a little tricky getting into 1. Looked like the old orange machine there busted a radiator hose. Got a little water down there getting into 1, so a caution is going to come out for that. So, yeah, and 0-0 got a right rear flat. Kind of saw that one probably coming, a little retaliation. He kind of got into him, and the 25 machine was just going to give a little love back to him.
Absolutely. You saw that right here on the front straightaway. Bobby McCool making the pass right there as it had been Nathan Rahi in the 25 car up at the front of the pack, and they get together, and it'll be curtains on that one for McCool. He will go off of the racetrack as he makes his way out of the turn 3 pit. Down the back straightaway, Cameron Starry just kind of
cooling his jets right there. But he's going to take a peek down to the inside. Brian Ryan, the 154, side by side. Contact at the front. That is a 0-0 of McCool.
It's going to be good, but I'm going to tell you, race fans, a lot of people know this, but some may not. But you see these cars get lined back up. Years ago we had a board man on the front straightaway. We had a dry race board, and it was in and out. We got race control. They got race. They're telling them where to go, where to get to. And these drivers have done a great job of getting in their spots tonight. I've noticed that. One thing I have noticed when they get a caution, they get a pretty fast pace to get moved back into the lineup. So it ought to be pretty good here. And so, yeah, he's got a flat too. So that's actually going to put that 74 machine in the 3rd spot on the restart. So, man, I tell you, these are great cars. It's fun to watch. I even tuned in when you raced, though. Like, when you ran that one at Texas, we had a fan club, and you owe me $500 because I had a bet in Vegas on you to sweep the night. So,
great.
I ain't going to take another check from you.
Yeah, well, just take my pay for the weekend. You can have it. Here we come. Yeah, that was fun. Here we go. They come around once again. Green flag in the air. Triton Temple is your leader now. We got a trophy dash. We go 4 into the corner. And off they go onto the back straightaway. Man, they're stacking them up right behind him. There's Ryan, the 154. Cameron Starry biting his wheels right there. And here they come around. Temple in car number 99 will guide them out of corner number 4, way past the halfway point. The 154 of Brian Rye rides in the second spot, followed by the car number 741. It is a Robstown Rocket. That is Cameron Starry. Back straightaway we go, now stretching it out to about 2.5 car lengths, but they close in just a little bit. This is heat race number 1 in the second set of heat races for the factory stocks, and that is the beauty of this. I like that if you kind of suck in the first heat race, this is your chance to get a little bit better and help that starting spot.
Well, and also, too, if you run really good in the first heat race, if you want to try some things, you can move around on your card, maybe move around the racetrack. You're just trying to get better for tomorrow night. Tomorrow night's where you're trying to get to because that's where the money's at. So, and it looks like a lot of these guys have made some adjustments to getting around there. But it is good seeing the racetrack still kind of widening out. Owen and his crew's got this place in tip-top shape. But one thing I want to talk about, that drone. Whoever's flying the drone, phenomenal work, man. Phenomenal guy, whoever's doing that. Kudos, respect to that gentleman.
I'd have crashed that thing a long time ago, KR. White flag in the air that time by, and it is Triton Temple, but here comes Cameron Starry to the inside. Brian Rye up on the top side, and that's only going to help the starting spot. Here's Starry down on the bottom out of corner number 4. Checkered flag in the air. Triton Temple will win. Cameron Starry and Brian Rye. That is 1, 2, 3 in the factory stocks. Curtis Trudersky survives, and in that race, that was the key.
That's going to get you a fourth-place points night, you know. So, like I say, it goes back to what we were talking about earlier. Sometimes it's better be lucky than good, you know what I mean? You just you do what you got to do to get where you can get and see where the points average line up, see where you start tomorrow.
Getting set for our next heat race here for the factory stocks as they will roll out on the track. There he is, Triton Temple, car number 99, your winner here tonight at the South Texas Race Ranch in heat race number 5. And here comes heat race number 6. On the point in car number 21, it's Nathan Oakes on the outside. Joshua Sewell, car 38. Inside row number 2, Alan Torres. On the outside, the 747 of Cody Tesh. Next row down on the inside, the 68 of Daniel DeRiso. On the outside, Michaela Trimble, car 39, and Randy Lovell will round out the pack in car number 83. Here comes the Sames Ford factory stocks. Heat race number 6, making their way around. 10 laps of action. Green flag, and we are off and racing. Into turn 1 they go. Oakes down on the bottom, gets the whole shot, making his way into turn number 1, but Sewell up on the top side. Watch Alan Torres right there, 21 car, not going anywhere, but Cody Tesh up on the top side, and Tesh will go to the outside. He rides in the second spot. Now we go single file. Out of turn number 4, Sewell hanging on. Tesh rides in the second spot, followed by the 21 of Nathan Oakes racing down into turn number 1. Back straight away we go. They stack it up a little bit right there. Michaela Trimble down on the inside. Alan Torres up on the top side. A little bit of contact. They make their way through corners 2 and 3. Now into, or 1 and 2. Now into corner 3. Here's Torres down on the bottom side. Torres now trying to work on the bottom side of Nathan Oakes, and they're getting just a little bit racy out there, KR.
They are getting racy. Like I say, these aren't just normal heat races. These are leading into tomorrow night when the money's on the line. Like I say, it's a different style of racing. You know, these racers will all race to win, but when you start doing this kind of formula and stuff, it starts changing the dynamics of how you're going to compete and what you're going to try to do to accomplish to set yourself up for success tomorrow night.
Absolutely, but up at the front of the pack, it continues to be the 38 car dragging the field around. Cody Tesh riding a very nice second place right there. Looks like he's gaining some ground. Alan Torres once again in the 94. It's been all uphill sledding for Torres tonight. We watched him in that first set of heat races right there. He was having to make up a lot of ground, and here he is once again. Now he rides in the third spot. You're watching right there Cody Tesh as you check in on Race on Texas All Access as they flash by the front straightaway from our overhead cam right there. Sewell hanging on. Looks like Cody Tesh trying to close the door as he rides about 10 car lengths behind. Diving down into turn number 3. Tesh up on the top side. Identical lines being run right there. But it is Sewell hanging on. But here comes a good push right there. A little bit of smoke right there out of Alan Torres as he drags it out of corner number 4. And now into turn number 1. Here is Torres as Torres rides and drags it down the back straightaway. Trying to gain some ground on Cody Tesh in the 747. This is heat race number 6 for the factory stocks tonight. The Sames Ford factory stocks right here as they race tonight, and it's been great racing all night long.
It has been great racing all night long. I tell you, it's not disappointed with the ticket you bought or the seat at the house tonight, I promise.
Here we go. You got the top three. They're kind of starting to drag it all in together right here. 2 sticks at the line right there for Joshua Sewell in car number 38 as he leads by about 1 car length. But here comes Cody Tesh onto the back straightaway, and he's got Alan Torres right there. Tesh, real big push into turn number 3. Tesh is going to go up to the top side. This time by. White flag in the air. One more time around. Tesh way up to the top. Here's Alan Torres going down to the bottom. Torres at the door as they race into turn number 1. Alan Torres free and clear. He will take the spot. Caution flag. Oh, we're trying to build up right there.
You did
trying
good.
to build to a crescendo.
No, you did it. You did it. You were good. You were good. Didn't have the cooperation you needed to make it happen, but you were there, buddy.
It's the one spot in the press box I can't see. This little bar right here, you know. That's okay.
That's why I'm here. You do the talking, I'll do the pointing. We got us a good system in place. This fine gentleman there walking down the bleachers, old Keith and his buddy there. Keith, if you can see me back here when you get to the bottom, way back up here, and let me know you're coming back tomorrow night. We see those guys everywhere. I've seen them in Wheatland, Missouri this year. I've seen them at Gateway at the Dome. I've seen them at Arklatex, Rocket. If there's a race, those guys are there, man, and appreciate them making the haul down here to South Texas Race Ranch this weekend to hang out with us.
Love that right there. You get, I tell you, racing is like no other sport. I mean, you get football fans and baseball fans and all that. I know that folks travel across the country maybe to go to a baseball game, but I mean, you get folks like that they will go anywhere to watch, just a big end of the year show. Still had a car on the track. We go green anyway. That's all right. Here we go down into turn number 1. Back straight away we go. Sewell right there. Cody Tesh down to the inside. He's at the quarter panel. Here we go. This is going to get racy. Tesh down on the bottom out of corner number 4. Cody Tesh trying to make the pass. White flag one more time around. Cody Tesh. Alan Torres down to the inside. Joshua Sewell hung up on the bottom side. Up the track goes Torres. Little bit of contact there with Joshua Sewell. That's going to allow Cody Tesh to go down the back straightaway. He leads by 3 car lengths. He'll bring it out of corner number 4. Last lap pass. Cody Tesh, 747. Joshua Sewell, Alan Torres, 1, 2, 3. Green, white, checkered.
I tell you, green, white checkers are fun. I mean, everybody has kind of already shown their hand a little bit at that point, so it's kind of all bets are off on that deal. But nice job, and Cody Tesh stayed the course, kind of had a challenge there for that second spot. He kind of got loose a little bit or pushed up a little bit down here in turn 4 a few laps earlier. But that's what's fun about this sport. You can sit there and watch guys react to their cars, learn, the car may not be where they need to be, but they're going to compensate by what they're doing with their feet or their hands, and it's a lot of.
Make the pass. White flag one more time around.
Cody Tesh, Alan Torres down to the inside. Sewell hung up on the bottom side. Up the track goes Torres. Little bit of contact there with Joshua Sewell. That's going to allow Cody Tesh on the outside. 28M of Mason Castaneda. Row 3 on the inside. Ryan Carlucci, car 34. Franco Krulik on the outside, car 41. And Dennis Folkerts, shotgun on the field. Here we go. Getting set to go for 10 laps of action right here. Heat race number 7. One more factory stock heat race, and then we run the limited modifieds one more time. Here we go out of corner number 4. Green flag in the air. We're off and rolling. Good hole shot, Tyner into turn number 1. And when you can pull a hole shot on Dalton Faulkner, you're doing something right. But here he comes, the driver from Cut and Shoot, Texas, taking a peek down on the inside, but he'll get back in line once again. And there is Cody Leonard right behind him. Here we go. Tyner hanging on. Faulkner, Cody Leonard, and the 28 of Castaneda. Krulik all the way up to the 5th spot. This is a star-studded race right here.
Man, I tell you, anytime, I know Jason pretty well out there in the lead, but I've watched Dalton. He's raced a lot of places we've been. But Cody Leonard's very underestimated, I think. That kid can drive. I've seen him in all of it. That kid is very talented. That's a kid I'd love to see get a shot on the national level myself.
I agree. Very talented wheelman right there as they make their way onto the back straightaway. It is Tyner hanging on. But here comes Faulkner right there, Cody Leonard, Castaneda, and Krulik, the top 5, side by side, maybe getting a battle there for second. He got one slipping and sliding around over there out of turn number 4. But they get it back in line, but the battle up at the front of the pack. Tyner continuing to hang on. Faulkner right there, about a car length behind. What's Dalton thinking right here, KR?
Man, Dalton wants to win. He's a winner. He knows what it's like to win. But He's also, I guarantee, he's in that seat. He's trying to figure out how to win, but he's trying to figure out how to make sure his car's right for tomorrow night. He's going to put himself in position to get into the money tomorrow night, but he better not get too comfortable because that 12 machine of Cody Leonard's right there beating the back bumper off.
Sure is. You got one hell of a battle back there behind him for fourth as Castaneda trying to hang on. Here comes Franco Krulik down to the inside. That's side by side down the front straightaway. They race into turn number one. Now back up to the front. Tyner is right there. Takes a little shot right there to the quarter panel. They run 1, 2, 3 as you check in on Race on Texas from the drone cam. There it is. That is 1, 2, 3. Here we go. Dalton Faulkner is your brand new race leader, and he takes the 12 right there with him.
Cody wasn't going to let him go alone when he saw that one machine kind of push up. Look at there. We got a race down the back straightaway. Cody's going to take. I'm going to let you have it. I don't even know what to say. This is fixing to be a barn burner here, kids.
Here they come around side by side. Up on the top side is Faulkner. Cody Leonard down on the bottom. Racing into turn number one. You're watching it live on All Access. Race on Texas Contact. Turn number one, they pull it back in. But I'll tell you, this is two of the best right here as they get after it in these full-bodied stock cars. Looks like a little worse for wear Cody Leonard as he is off the pace. That car stumbling around right front flat. Something, he's got a bent wheel, got something broken on the suspension right there.
Yeah, it looked like an upper A-arm or something. Yeah, I hate to see that for Cody. He had a good run going, but I'm sure Dalton doesn't mind. Dalton's going to win this thing, or he's wanting to win this thing, but Cody still makes a pretty good last with the right front about to fall off of it.
And I'll tell you, the real beneficiary right there is Okrulik in the 41. Is Okrulik winning his first heat race, and he has found his way to the second spot riding in that 41 car. And now he gets his way past Tyner. And now Tyner's sinking. Let's see if he can hold off Castaneda. There is a checkered flag. Car 27, Dalton Faulkner, the winner. It'll be Okrulik followed by Tyner and Castaneda. Still rounding out the top five is Leonard.
Yeah. The 41 machine, if I remember correctly, he just started to scratch on the field. So running up from the back to second was good, won that first heat race. But, yeah, Cody did a good job, man. I tell you, we was talking earlier, but the rules set for these cars are the same. Like, these cars are so competitive. They're so good. You're seeing these cars get faster and faster. You know, they kind of start over in that Louisiana area. They kind of – where everybody else is catching up now. Everybody else is figuring out there's technology in these cars. But, man, I love fenders too. I love late models, but I love fenders too. They put on a great show.
Next heat race making its way out. This is heat race number 8 for the factory stocks. On the point, the 21R, Eric Ramos on the outside. Car number 11, it's Casey Jimerson. Inside of row number 2, Dylan Alasko in the 141. Shannon Meyer on the outside. Car 02. 79 of Michael Villarreal on the outside. Rodney Todursky and Jared Maupin. Shotgun on the field. This will be fun to watch Maupin chase this thing up from the back.
He sure was sporty in that first heat race. This is going to be a good one right here. You know, Dylan Alasko, I've seen him make a lot of laps, man. A lot of great talent in every one of these heat races so far tonight.
Here they come around into the start zone. Green flag in the air. We're off and racing. Heat race number 8 for the Sames Ford factory stocks into turn number 1. They say double stacked and racing down into the corner up to the top. How about that? Good move right there. As the 17 car will take the power, the 11 car will go to the front. That's Jimerson. Jimerson leads over Alasko by about 5 car lengths. Contact right there out of the corner. As racing down on the inside, Eric Ramos in the 21 car. He's trying to do something down on the bottom side. There wasn't a lot of room right there. Great start there for the 11 car Jimerson. Nope, trouble turn number 4. Yeah, debris laying over there.
If that's a nose or a tail,
Yeah,
I
that's
bet
somebody
had some help doing that too. I don't think it probably just fell off. So, but you're all right. That's a great start for those guys. That 11 machine there is pretty, or 117, excuse me. You are right too. Well, you get all these cars in there, and then you see the big 2-1s, and then that little number 7. It's easy to miss from up here. So, Rodney, talk to me about. I see you, Brandon, there. Tell me what Dirty Air with Rodney Rodriguez.
Oh, Dirty Air, yeah, that's a great show on Racing America. We actually do that on Thursday, 6 o'clock, and that's a regional late model racing around, pavement racing, and we do incorporate dirt into that. But really good show right there with the Racing America folks. They've been really kind, and that thing has really done well.
It's fun watching you do all that stuff. It's always exciting when you see people doing well and spreading the word. But I'm going to say this from the bottom of my heart. You do have a face for radio, so I'm proud of you for what you're doing, buddy. So.
Yeah, that has always been the case. That has always been the case. It's like, yeah. I've been on TV about 3 times, and every time I'm on TV, people tell me, you need to stay on the radio.
What TV show? Wasn't Cops or something, right? Tell me
No.
something good, right?
It was like the news, but not as a convict or nothing like that. I'm like the racing expert in Austin. They're like, hey, Daytona, can you come on? Yeah, Lost Speed. That's right, Lost Speedways. Forgot about that. That's right. Thank you. Here they go. We come around, getting set to go once again. Green flag in the air. Jimerson brings them down, and we are off and racing once again. Alasko down on the inside. Watch Dylan Alasko. He's going to go down to the bottom. A little bit of contact right there. Hey, man, that's how you make your hole. Boy, I saw some backfiring out of there. That Jimerson car, I think it may have sucked a valve or something right there.
Yeah, she puffed smoke about the time she laid down on him.
Here they come around. Dylan Alasko is your leader. It is a 21 car of Eric Ramos. And out of nowhere from the back of the field, Jared Maupin rides in the 3rd spot. But right now, Maupin, he's going to have a lot of ground to make up. Without a caution, it's going to be tough. He kind of gives a little love tap right there, a little kiss right there to keeps kissing. That was a French kiss right there to the back of that car.
That was definitely a 3rd date kiss right there. That wasn't a 1st date kiss, bud.
Here we go on to the backstretch. It is Maupin. Maupin still trying to get by the 21R of Eric Ramos. I'll tell you, Eric Ramos, one of these guys from right here out of the Corpus area. This is a die-hard racer, and he gets out there and he is driving his tail off. He now rides in the 3rd spot. Marr in the 02. Marr's got ripping the hood off of that car. Not sure if you can see that on Race on Texas, but the 02 car has the hood ripped off. There you see it right there, and it is right in the field of vision. Take a look at that right there, KR. That tends to make things tougher.
And I think we found out whose tailpiece that caused that caution a while ago, because he doesn't have one of them as well.
She gone. And it'll be Marr off of the racetrack. Here's Alasko making his way around out of turn number 4, and he is out there cruising around. He's cruising around on a Saturday morning because it is now Saturday morning here in Corpus Christi, Texas, as they make their way around. Maupin riding in the 2nd spot. And again, the big thing is, KR, for Maupin, Maupin ran really good in the 1st heat. It really is all about where you finish in these heat races.
That's right. If he can maintain that 2nd spot, he's going to be probably in the first 3 rows, so he's going to still be in a position. But that's what these guys and gals are doing. They want to put themselves in the best shot to be successful tomorrow night. And, you're talking about it's after midnight tonight. I know Owen and them are pushing. A lot of race cars, a lot of laps, a few cautions. It's just part of the business, unfortunately. But I guarantee you he'll make some changes and get this thing sped up for tomorrow night.
Well, and I'll tell you one thing, the fans have stuck around for this. We haven't had a lot of hiccups in this show. We had the intermission, which was really quick and compact, but we haven't had yellows, and the stands are still very nicely packed here, and that tells you a good thing.
Yeah, very impressed with the quality of the program. Owen and them, that their strive for excellence is obvious, the way they handle things and keep things rolling. So kudos to those guys. And if he hadn't made it out here, people need to come out here and check this place out.
Checkered flag in the air right here. Dylan Alasko in car number 41. He will win heat race number 8. For the factory stocks, Jared Maupin out of turn number 4 will come home 2nd. And Eric Ramos will round out your top 3.
A little fun tidbit about Mr. Alasko. Last time I saw him and talked to him was at the Lone Star 600. He took that race car when they put that extra money up for factory stocks. And I think, I don't know both nights, but I know maybe 1st, 2nd, I don't remember which night. He run 300 laps or pretty close to it, and he took his legal factory stock and raced it. But $25,000 to win, I would too if I had one.
Absolutely, so would I. There he is, Dylan Alasko, car number 41. He wins heat race number 8. Here in the factory stocks, heat race number 9. Stick around. Still got the limited modifieds coming up as they will have their heat races. Here's your starting lineup for heat race number 9. On the point, car number 115 is Chuck Perry on the outside. The 133, my friend Megan Dotson. Row 2 on the inside in the 777. It is Will Spears on the outside. Car number 9, Johnny Westfall. Inside of row number 3, Memphis Villarreal, as we say it in Corpus Christi. And on the outside, also as we say in Corpus Christi, the 21G of Hector Aguirre. Here they come, making their way around, getting set to go. Heat race number 9 into the start zone. Checking it out in the bird cage. We're locked and loaded. Green flag in the air. We're off and rolling. Chuck Perry into turn number 1. He takes the field down, and they race out of the corner. Look at that move. Megan Dotson slicing and dicing through the field, and she will go to the front side by side. I'll tell you, man, doesn't matter if it's heat race number 1, heat race number 9. They just keep after it.
When you start seeing them trying 3 wide, maybe 4 wide, that shows you, especially race fans hearing at home, it shows you how important these positions are to get into the better starting spots for tomorrow night. But I'll tell you what, these a lot of fast factory stocks down here in South Texas.
And I got to tell you, the one thing, KR, that I keep going back to, this racetrack is amazing. I mean, you don't see dust. None of that stuff happening. I know we're later. I know there's dew in the air or whatever. I don't see a lot of ruts. I don't see bumps, anything. This is a great job that they did tonight.
You know, they've had a ton of rain down here all season long, so phenomenal job because the place could be very choppy, and it's not. So they worked extra hard to give these guys and gals something good to race on all weekend long. Chuck
Perry up at the front of the pack. Now you got a battle happening for second. Megan Dotson hanging on with Johnny Westfall down on the inside in car number 9. Now he'll slip back. The 777 is right there, a Will Spears. And now they go single file racing into turn number 3. Villarreal there at the bottom of the pack. He goes down to the inside as they kind of bottleneck in front of him, but he makes the pass right there. Here we go. Diving down into the corner. Chuck Perry up at the front of the pack. He's got a massive lead right there over Megan Dotson in car number 133, the 9 of Johnny Westfall. Now they begin to stack it up behind him, the 777 of Will Spears, and the 30 up on the top side of Memphis Villarreal. Villarreal trying to make the pass right there. Villarreal up on the top side, Spears down on the bottom. That is the hot spot on the racetrack as we go back to the drone. Now we check back in on Race on Texas All Access. You are riding with the leader, Chuck Perry, in car number 114 as he brings him out of corner number 4. We go back up top side once again. You're riding up over the top side of Villarreal. Villarreal kind of sucking in on the back of the pack right there, taking a peek on the outside. He's going the long way around, and here he is trying to make the pass. Great shots from Race on Texas as we go to the top side. Oh, look at that. How about that right there? That's a little aggressive right there as they race out of corner number 4.
That was that 80% had him cleared move there. But, hey, man, they're racing hard. They're getting after it. He's trying to get himself on the front row, it looks like, for tomorrow night.
Absolutely, and they race into the corner, and this is the battle. That is Westfall in the 9. The 133 of Megan Dotson. Here's Westfall going back down to the bottom once again. He'll get back in line once again, and they trail up to the same line. And now they dig down to the bottom. Westfall's going to go a little bit lower down to the bottom side. You're watching it from the top. Here is Westfall. Westfall at the quarter panel as they dive into corner number 3. He'll get back in line once again, but Megan Dotson does a good job rotating her car and getting it back in line.
Absolutely did a phenomenal job of running a good line there to keep the competitor behind him. So I'll tell you what, that drone footage that we're sitting there taking a peek of is phenomenal. It's fun to watch from that angle.
Kind of makes me a little seasick watching that. I think I said that a while ago. It's like getting kind of dizzy. Oh, I tell you, Villarreal's got the whole backside of the tail there kind of ripped off of there. Checkered flag up in the air. Chuck Perry wins that one. Little aggressive, it seems like, even at 12:18 on Saturday morning.
It's like they've turned the wick up just a tick, you know what I mean?
It's race day. It's Saturday.
That's right. Well, I think a lot of these guys and gals know they're going to have a quick turnaround to get ready to go tomorrow night, you know, with a little bit earlier start time. So, hey, something I'm excited about, 5 o'clock tomorrow drivers meeting. I think me and you are judging the fajita contest.
Oh, is that us?
I hope it's us. I was told
too.
It was me. That's why I came, you know,
Yeah,
free food.
I think it may
So,
be you.
Yeah.
Well, that's right. It's got to be you because, I think it is you.
But you're going to be honorary. You're going to be there with me. I'm going to buy you dinner tomorrow
I'll
night.
give
How's
you
that sound?
cheap date right there. That's my style right there. That is my style. All right, here we go. Limited modifieds out onto the racetrack. This should be heat race number 7. Here we are as they roll out onto the racetrack. Thank you, Tony. Edward Oaks on the point on the outside. It's Goff. Inside of row number 2, Jared Barber. Outside, Lupe Gomez. Row 3 down on the inside, Ryan Harris on the outside. It's Eric Kaguski and Charles Riley. Here they come around. Green flag. We are off and rolling. Oh, a little contact right there at the start of the race. 53 and the 42. It's side by side just a little bit, but off we go to the back straightaway. Zane Goff to the front. He leads by 2.5 car lengths. Here comes the 53 car of Edward Oaks. They keep it all in line. 10-lap heat races right here for your limited modifieds racing down into turn number 1. They race side by side, or single file. And to the back straightaway we go. You got a little bit of side-by-side racing happening back there around the 5th spot as we race here with the topless limited modified. So that's one reason for folks, if you want to find something cool to do this weekend, come on down to Corpus and check out all the topless action.
And there is a lot of topless action here in what do y'all call it? It's not the Emerald City. It's the, what do y'all call Corpus?
Corpus? The sparkling city by the sea.
There we go. Corpus is a fun town. I would encourage people to come check it out.
I love Corpus. And in my opinion, when it comes to Texas, I've said this so many times, Corpus is the best racing city because for many years, Corpus ran a dirt track and an asphalt track simultaneously. And we have struggled to do either or around this state. I love Corpus. I got a lot of good friends up here.
You got the right guy. Owen Pittman's the right guy to be here. Like, you guys are in good shape down here.
Yep, good stuff right here. Here they come around. Zane Goff, car number 42, halfway home right here as he leads here in heat race number 7. Oh, a little contact right there. Edward Oaks kind of laying it into the fence. So does it make a difference taking the top off?
You know, I don't know. I don't think so. You'll see some of the guys will put sheet metal on there to keep the light reflection down on it. You know, some guys don't like it. Some guys love it. I've never personally done it. I think it'd be easier getting in it, but I think it's cool for the fans, and I think a lot of the drivers like to do it.
Yeah, I think that's the best part of it. Take the top off. It's supposed to be cooler, but it's not very cool at the moment, but whatever.
We've run topless factory stocks before. Think about that.
Really?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Oh, man. I bet that would be cool. And that's the beauty of these cars. You can just pull them right off.
The things are so much different than they were 20 years ago. Yeah, that's right. Easy on, easy off.
2 sticks in the air this time by to Zane Goff in car number 42 as he races down into turn number 1 here in heat race number 7 with the Judall Geyer Racing Limited Modifieds as they race topless here this weekend at the South Texas Shootout out of corner number 4. A white flag in the air one more time around. Goff in car number 42. Pacing the field, the 17 car riding in the 2nd spot. And on to the backstretch we go. I'll tell you what, you got a little bit of a battle happening right there for the 2nd spot, but I think that's all going to materialize, and the checkered flag waves. Zane Goff in car number 42 will win it here in the limited modifieds.
I'm going to sound like a broken record, but this class, too, the rule set in this class is so good. These cars are so competitive, so even. A lot of times it's just, luck of the draw where you start or whatever. But, again, I'm going to go back to what you said. A lot of great racing tradition here in South Texas, but a lot of underrated talent. I just don't think y'all get the notoriety down here that some of the guys DFW or Oklahoma City or whatever. But I'm telling you, if people will drive down here and spend a weekend watching some racing, they'll have a whole new respect and admiration for these guys because a lot of talent down here.
Zane Goff, car number 42, there he goes, racing right in front of you. As we get set for heat race number 8, they make their way out onto the racetrack. Your starting lineup on the point, car number 14, Trent Beaver. On the outside, car number 91, Jared Maupin. Row 2 on the inside, Rookie Smith. Outside, Garrett Gregory in the 148. Row 3 on the inside, G.W. Hessong. On the outside, Brian Rye. And rounding out the pack, it's Sasha Haupt in car number 420. We're set to go. I think we're missing one car because Hessong is shotgun on the field. 10 laps to go. Here we come. Green flag. We're off and rolling once again at the race ranch. Good power up on the top side. Jared Maupin right there. He stood on the gas, and he took off. And that's the nice thing about these cars, KR. When you stand on the gas on these, they take off.
They're ready to go. Got some good rubber on the ground. Got plenty of horsepower. And, yeah, it looked like the 14 car just wasn't digging when he needed to dig. And but he's caught up. He's rolling now. It ought to be a good show. But, unfortunately, the 41 was that 91-41? I can't tell. But he may already be too far gone for the rest of the field.
Yeah, Maupin up at the front of the pack, and he brings the field around as he continues to lead. Trent Beaver rides in the 2nd spot, followed by the 48 car. 148 of Garrett Gregory onto the back straightaway we go. It is Jared Maupin. As we are watching him do double duty, we check in once again on Race on Texas. Here is the 184, Rye going down on the inside. This is a battle for the 3rd spot, and Rye will take the spot. as he goes free and clear to the third spot. Now chasing down Trent Beaver. Onto the back straightaway we go. Here's a wide angle zoom as you check in on the wide pan of the South Texas Race Ranch. Continues to be Maupin in the 91. We zero back in on him as he takes it down into turn number 1. Nice and smooth right there. And that's another shot right there, KR. You look, that car's not bouncing around. This track is great.
No, he's got that car dialed in. You're right. The racetrack's perfect. He's playing. It looks almost like a slot car out there. He's just going through the motions at the moment.
Halfway home that time by for Maupin in car number 91 as he goes onto the back straightaway, continuing the lead here in heat race number 8. On a very busy night here at the South Texas Race Ranch, the South Texas Shootout. We do it again tomorrow. Lots of money on the line. You had a full late model show tonight. They will run tomorrow for $2,000. Factory stocks racing for $5,000. This is going to be a fantastic show tomorrow.
Yeah, I think over $50,000 will be paid out tomorrow night. So it will be a well of a show tomorrow night.
Beaver in the 14 trying to close the gap right there on Jared Maupin as they make their way onto the back straightaway. And Beaver is able to close in just a little bit, but he's running out of laps because this time by, white flag or 2 sticks in the air. You got 2 laps to go this time by for Jared Maupin in car number 91 as they race their way down. We're once again up in the drone cam as they make their way around. There's a 148 making his way in, trying to hold off Hessong in the 0-3, but these leaders really beginning to reel this thing out. Maupin taking the white flag that time by. Trent Beaver in the 14, followed by the 184 of Rye. That is your top 3, the 148. Trying to hold on to that 4th spot. Here they come around. Beaver trying to chase him down, but he ain't going to do it. Checkered flag in the air. It is Maupin in the 91, followed by Beaver in the 14, the 184 of Brian Rye, followed by the 148 of Garrett Gregory. And that is how they race it out in heat race number 8.
Heat race number 8. We still got a few more to go. You know what's cool about being topless like this? So you can watch those guys in there working, seeing how their wheels working, and you're seeing some of the car control from a different angle that you normally don't get to see. And I know if you're watching at home, there's some in-car camera footage, and that's always cool, because if you've never sat in the seat of a race car, whether you're good, bad, indifferent, you don't understand what that view looks like, and technology is starting to give that to people, and I think that's a pretty cool addition to what we offer on Race on Texas.
There he is, Jared Maupin right there, your winner in heat race number 8. Heat race number 9 rolling out, and here's how they do it. For JR, it is Boone Evans up on the point, Nathan Titzman on the outside, Abel Arredondo in the 64, Ben Meklicek on the outside of row number 2, Rolly Rodriguez inside of row number 3, Stephen Whitaker on the outside, Stevie Whitaker, and Tracy Denby Jr. You are locked and loaded right here. You got an all-star field right here for this one. 10 laps of action. These are some heavy hitters.
You do have some good ones. Whitaker Jr., Meklicek, Boone. I'll tell you, that Boone Evans kid's a real deal. That's a real deal right there.
Here we go. Green flag in the air, and off we go into turn number 1. It's Boone Evans down on the inside. Evans trying to hang on. They wash up the racetrack, but now they gather it all back in. Here's Whitaker in the 38. Whitaker down on the bottom side. Whitaker's going to take him 3 wide down into the corner. Evans in the middle. Titzman is there. Here they come around out of corner number 4, able to hang on. Look at that drive up on the top side. The youngster, Nathan Titzman, racing with the veterans out there, and oh my goodness, Whitaker makes a pass, goes straight up the track. Here comes Titzman down to the bottom, but Whitaker, man, you got to admire that dude. That guy is one hell of a wheel man.
Very good, which I'm going to tell him when I see him tomorrow. He watched his boy in that pure stock, and kind of the boy showed him the way. I'm not going to cut him any slack, but he has got that 38 machine on a rail.
Here they go onto the back straightaway, still hanging on is Whitaker. They make their way around, and the action is all happening right behind them, side by side. Denby right there. Denby able to make the pass on Titzman as they make their way onto the back straightaway. Denby now free and clear to the 3rd spot. Titzman will be relegated back, and I think there's something wrong there in the 1T. He kind of sucked back a little bit right there.
Yeah, there was a lot of beating and banging there for a couple of laps, so there's no telling what's going to be going on. So I think everybody's just kind of content to run some laps here and see if there's anything shakes loose. But as you say, that looks like the 1T's off the pace.
Yeah, definitely off the pace right there as they make their way around. We are at the halfway point, continuing to be up at the front of the pack. Stevie Whitaker in car number 38. Ben Meklicek in the 13M sitting right behind him. Tracy Denby Jr. riding in the third spot in car number 15 as they make their way down. 2 sticks in the air that time by. I guess I missed the halfway point. Here they come around. They're going that fast. I'll tell you what, Meklicek is closing.
Yes, he is. He's closing in a pretty good rate of speed, actually, right there. But it is hard when you're up here. You're going to miss some stuff because the racing's been so good tonight. It's hard not to just get focused and be a race fan and watch a little bit of the action.
Here they go, diving down into the corner up at the front of the pack. It continues to be Whitaker, Meklicek right there. Looks like he's trying to close in, but a good drive off of the straightaway. There's your 2 sticks in the air. 2 to go that time by for Whitaker.
Well, Stevie got that bright orange helmet without the roof on. You can sure see that pretty good. But, yeah, Meklicek's making some ground there. But, Stevie's a KZO veteran. He's got a lot of laps around here, too. He can hear him coming. He knows if he needs to, step the pace up or not.
Yep, a lot of that by feel right there. White flag in the air one more time around. Stevie Whitaker down into the corner. Ben Meklicek riding in the second spot. To the back straight away we go. 1 car in front of him. That's Rolly Rodriguez. Rodriguez, it looks like, oh, man, he kind of checked up right there. Whitaker will slam it out of the corner, and Stevie Whitaker will outrun Meklicek, followed by Denby in the 15. There you go, 1, 2, 3 in heat race number 9.
That was a loaded heat race. That's a lot of talent, one heat race. Man, can you imagine what we're going to see tomorrow night for $5,000 to win when you put them all out there together?
I'll tell you that right there. And tomorrow will be a lot smoother. Tonight is running longer. I know Owen's not the biggest fan of that, but tomorrow, once we have the field locked in, that'll make a lot more sense.
Well, you just, like I say, got a lot of qualifying laps tonight. It's just part of it. You're going to have some cautions. Guys are racing hard to get to those qualifying spots to earn those points. And so it's just part of the process. But Owen's not a fan. Most of us aren't. He stepped in here a while ago and shook his head at me. I said, it's all right, man. You put on a hell of a show tonight.
And the folks are hanging around. That's even more important. Thank you all that are here on site for hanging around with us tonight as we race into Saturday. This is the South Texas Shootout here at the South Texas Race Ranch, and we invite you back tomorrow for the main events. That is going to be a great time. Getting set for heat race number 10. Heat race number 10 coming up for your limited modifieds. It'll be Chuck Perry. Thinking about that old game show. Yeah. Chuck Perry. Chuck Perry on the point on the outside. Shane Heffling. Cody Leonard will go on the inside of row number 2. Joe Armandillo on the outside, car number 79. Chris Ryan, the $4 inside of row number 3. James Cole on the outside, and Matt Rust. That will be your lineup as they make their way out. All right, here they come around as they double stack them up on the back straightaway, getting set to go. Looks like a couple of safety vehicles out there.
They're squeegeeing the booth up here because we don't see that up my neck of the woods. That's an interesting deal. I guess some of that moisture done made its way to the booth so they can see. But that's what I was telling somebody earlier. I was talking to them on the phone. It's fun as you travel to different racetrack. What different elements every racetrack has to offer. You guys got the fog and the Gulf effect. Up there where we got humidity and stuff. But as you travel across the country, it's interesting to see what promoters have to deal with. And Owen and them, like I say, have done a phenomenal job down here. And I'm just glad he lets me come back every year. I don't know.
Yeah. I'll tell you, it's a great time right here. And I'll tell you, I was actually in Pensacola last weekend, and we had a pro late model race, a Snowflake, that got delayed by 5 hours. There was supposed to be a race after that. They couldn't run it. Too much fog. So the Gulf is right over there. Yeah. Right down the road.
We got fogged out at Rocket this year on night number 1 of the Short Track Super Series. It's the craziest thing I ever saw.
Here we go. Green flag in the air. We're off and racing once again. Heffling up on the top side as he gets the whole shot move right there on Perry. Into turn number 1. Back straight away we go. Heffling hanging on. They bottleneck it up behind him. Boy, look at that $4 down on the inside. Here's Leonard down on the inside. Armandillo, car number 79, trying to hang on. He rides in the third spot. A little bit of contact there out of the corner from the 30 car. Now they get it all back in line. James Cole in car number 14, but up at the front of the package, Shane Heffling. these guys, I got to tell you, for being this late at night with everything that's going on, to be this composed and have to wait this long and be able to race this way is very impressive.
That's right, because you could lose focus pretty easy. You may be parked in the general mission side. Things are a little different than what you're used to. So I got a lot of respect for these guys. Well, Cody Lennon, for instance, running 2 or 3 cars now, whatever he's in, there's a lot of swapping around, getting ready to go, and it is a little different feel when you get to these big shows. But these guys have done it before. They understand the drill.
It is Heffling up on the point. Good side-by-side battle right there behind him. You got Chris Ryan, the $4, as he races side-by-side with James Cole. That is a hot spot on the racetrack. That's a little bit further back right there. They race single file up at the front. There is that battle right there as we pick it up on Race on Texas. There they come out of the corner. It's Cole up on the top side, Rye down on the bottom. A little bit of contact as they race down into turn number 1. Oh, I think Rye may have been trying to go for the backside right there, but they get it all straight. Now they're single file. Continues to be Shane Heffling up at the front of the pack. They race single file, making their way around. Very impressive run right here from Shane Heffling.
Good racing all the way around, actually. It's funny watching like Cody Lennon, for instance. Looks like the car's not exactly what he wants. Looks like when you get in the brake, it's doing a little bit of difference for him. But I'll tell you what, these 2 cats out front, they setting a pretty good pace at the moment.
Yeah, you got a good one right there as it is. Heffling hanging on, but Chuck Perry in the 65. Off we go, trouble turn. You got one on fire. Looks like Armandia with some fire under the hood. He's got something broken right there. Let's see if he can get into the pits. Here they come making their way around. Nice veteran move right there. Joe Armandia, many times an Asphalt Pro Modified champion. He's not going to cause a caution. He just gets right off the racetrack.
Yeah, he was able to get off safely, and we appreciate that to keep everything rolling. So looked like probably blew an oil line or something if I was betting.
Here's Heffling hanging on, or 2 sticks in the air that time by. Chuck Perry right behind him as they race down into turn number 1. Again, remember, every spot so important as it comes to that starting lineup coming tomorrow. And here comes Chuck Perry down to the inside. Big time move, a little bit of contact with Shane Heffling. White flag, one more time around here at the race ranch as they race into turn number 1. Onto the back straightaway we go. Let's see if Perry can mount a charge right there on Shane Heffling. He has been the man from the drop of the green flag. They race into turn number 3. Here's Perry down on the bottom. Heffling will sling it sideways, and he will win heat race number 10 in the Jude Allgaier Racing Limited Modifieds as they race topless here this weekend at the South Texas Shootout. Coming home in the second spot, Chuck Perry. That is great racing right there.
Very good racing. They're testing each other, seeing how far he could take him into the corner. Made a little contact. No harm, no foul. Let him straighten back up. Just hard racing. Because like we talked about all night and what you just mentioned again, each position as the night wears on is important. It might move you up a row 2 or 3 tomorrow night. So, again, a little different format than normal. Not just trying to get in the top 4 to get your point average back or something. You are earning points in 2 heat races to set yourself up for success tomorrow night.
Getting set for heat race number 11. You got 2 more. You got this one and 1 more. Here they come out onto the racetrack, your starting lineup. On the point, it's Derek Gomez in car 703 on the outside. Austin Storm, row 2 on the inside. James Nicholson. Cody Beto on the outside of row number 2. Johnny Torres inside of row number 3. That's Texas Sweet Tea. And on the outside, car number 879, it is Marcus Mikulacek.
Austin Storm got him a late model. Wasn't even going to come racing. That car's for sale. Last minute decided to pull down here. 5,000 was just too much to walk away from.
Got to do it. Here we go. Green flag in the air. 10 laps to go. Heat race number 11 here in the limited modifieds into turn number 1. Off they go. 17 car up on the top side. Boy, I'll tell you what, right there, I thought we had a caution. they kind of stopped right there. Austin Storm will bring the field around as he leads lap number 1. It is Storm followed by Cody Beto, the car number 99 of Johnny Torres. Let's see what Torres can do right there, riding in the 3rd spot. Now they go single file onto the back straightaway. This 879 of Marcus Mikulacek. 5 cars on the racetrack, and they make their way around. Here they are as we race on a Saturday morning here at South Texas Race Ranch onto the backstretch. I got to tell you, that's kind of a different line right there. That Austin Storm, he just kind of drifts up, and it looks like he's really slowing down right there.
A little different than what we've been seeing through the night. So, when you go to different racetracks, different soil composition, different things, it's going to change the racing. But you're right. He's kind of drifting it, taking it to the wall, and it looks like he's getting a little bit of meat there coming off, too, and getting a pretty good drive off the corner.
And here he comes out of the corner. He's got a big old rat's nest happening right behind him. 77 of Cody Beto. The 99 car of Johnny Torres down on the inside. Check this out. Miklicek right there. Here comes Torres down to the inside in car number 99. Beto trying to hang on right there. Boy, I'll tell you, this is what it's all about, racing on a Saturday morning, side by side into turn number 1. Johnny Torres down on the inside. Cody Beto on the top side, slicing through the middle. Look at Beto right there. I'll tell you what, Cody Beto, longtime asphalt racer, he's done a nice job picking up this dirt track stuff. But here comes Miklicek down to the bottom. Look at this. I mean, this is unbelievable what we're watching right here.
A-main quality action right here in heat race 9, 10, 11, whatever we're at. But I was talking to Johnny earlier. He said, I just hope I remember how to drive one of these limiteds. It looks like he figured it out real quick.
Yeah, like riding a bike, apparently. Here's Miklicek right there into the third spot, as he'll now try to chase down Johnny Torres, racing down into the corner. Back straightaway we go. Continues to be Austin Storm in the 17. Just so smooth right there. Austin Storm, I'll tell you, there he is once again. It's like he really does. He drifts that thing up, and it's like he almost stops. But then he goes right off the corner.
If you watch Johnny, it looks like Johnny's kind of mimicking the line a little bit. He's made up some ground there, but Austin's in the catbird seat right now. But Johnny's sitting there. He's in a good spot. He look at him. He's fixing to make a move right here. What are we fixing to get? We getting the white flag? Yeah, you watch it. I think what you're going to see, Johnny's going to he's going to run him in hard going in here to 1. He's going to get a run down the back straightaway, and he's going to take the lead, and he's going to bring his buddy with him. He's going to try to.
Absolutely. Here we go. Johnny Torres to the top of the pack right there as he sizes up Austin Storm and makes the pass. Checkered flag in the air. Johnny Torres, Texas Sweet Tea over Austin Storm and Miklicek. Boy, I tell you, he sized him up right there. I think he remembers how to drive him.
Yeah, I think he's okay to get back in a limited when he wants to. He told me, because I asked him, I said, this is how the conversation was. I said, Johnny, has this guy never seen you race before? Because he's driving for somebody. He said, no, I don't think so. I said, no, you'll be all right. But he was worried because he hadn't been in a limited a whole lot, the last few years. But it's like, you're right, like riding a bike, he did it. But, Storm was sitting there drifting a little bit. Johnny tried that, and you could see he gained on him a little bit. But, Johnny got a lot of laps around here. So, and that does help a little bit. When you've been on the racetrack a lot of laps, you kind of know what your car is going to do. And which I say that's a pretty new ride for Johnny. But Johnny's a veteran racer, you know what I mean? So he did a well of a job there.
Here comes heat race number 12, and pardon me, we have one more. I hadn't pulled my thing up far enough. We got 13 heat races total. So here we go. This is number 12. We got one more. On the point, Jason Downey in the 164 on the outside, the BD2 of Daniel Preston. Zach Courtney on the inside of row number 2. On the outside, Tanner Whitmire. Oliver Billingsley on the inside of row number 3. And David Leger Jr. Here we go. 6 cars, 10 laps. Heat race number 12, Jude Allgaier Racing Limited Modifieds. They racing topless this weekend. Here we go. Green flag. We are off and rolling. From the outside of row number 1, it's Preston. Into turn number 1, the BD2 will take the field into turn number 1. Out of turn number 2, they stack it up behind them. Check out that battle there for third. Now they go single file. They make their way around, and it continues to be Preston in the BD2 hanging on. But he's got all kinds of company right there with Tanner Whitmire. Tanner Whitmire, one of the locals right here, and Whitmire will get on the wheel, and he will drive the hell out of that race car.
I know we're going to sound like a broken record, but again, you got another loaded heat race here, man. A star-studded field right here in heat race number 12. 6 cars, 10 laps. I'll let you pick the winner in this one too there, Rodney.
Here we go. I'll tell you at lap number 10. Here we go. Whitmire is right there. Whitmire going down to the inside. Preston up on the top side to the back straightaway we go. They drag race into corner number 3. Whitmire's going to take a peek down on the bottom at the quarter panel. At the door, contact out of turn number 4. And it's going to be Preston up on the top side, able to hold on as they race into turn number 1. Now through the center of the corners. Oh, man, Whitmire, let's see what he does right here. Trying to come back at him right there. And you got to love this right here, KR. As those two come together, and they just stay on the gas.
Whitmire let him have that spot back. Classy move right there. Got in just a little hot, made contact, let the other driver get his spot back, and racing hard. A lot of respect, and that's one thing that's been the theme of the night. A lot of respect on the racetrack, where I can tell.
Absolutely, setting up for what is going to be an epic main event tomorrow here for the Topless Limited Modifieds here at the South Texas Shootout. They race down the front straightaway once again. The 64 car of Jason Downey, the 164, riding in the third spot as he rides right behind him, kind of closing in a little bit right there on Tanner Whitmire. But Whitmire kind of slipping back just a little bit from Preston as they make their way out of corner number 4, flashing by for another lap. Now single file racing all the way around the speedway. Second to the last heat race of the night here this evening. Reminder, we'll be doing this again tomorrow. Check in if you're on Race on Texas. If you're on All Access, check in at 7 o'clock tomorrow. We'll have our opening ceremonies, and we will get started with all of the main event racing. As KR mentioned, over $50,000 in the purse on the line, and that's pretty damn cool for South Texas racing.
That ought to be a great show tomorrow night. I'm excited. I'm gonna sleep a little bit tonight, but I'll be ready to go when we get out here tomorrow.
We may sleep in tomorrow. I mean, not you and I, but not together. But
thank you for that clarification, bud.
Here we go to the back straightaway. We go. It's Preston up on the top side. Whitmire is there once again, still knocking on that door. They make their way around. White flag in the air, I believe. Yes, sir. One more time around, and Whitmire is right there. Let's see what Tanner does as they race into turn number 1. To the back straightaway we go. There's a couple of the local favorites right here racing down into corner number 3. Preston is there. Whitmire kind of stands back just a little bit. Whitmire down at the bottom. At the line. Give it to Preston.
Don't get much closer than that there, Rodney. Whitmire was like a shark, though. Tasted a little blood in the water, and he was going, you know. And, again, I'm going to talk about his classy move. He got into him a little hot down there, let him correct himself, get back in their race. A lot of respect on the race. These guys are going to have a hard time tomorrow night, so they know they don't want to make any enemies tonight. You know, try to do the best you can to have some allies when it comes to the money show tomorrow night.
And that really is the thing that we have watched here tonight, KR, is so much of that respect. We've seen some close racing, and these guys are giving that tonight. Here he is, Daniel Preston, right here in front of your race fans as he wins heat race number 12. And we get set for Lucky 13.
Lucky 13. Final 10 laps of the night, fixing to roll on the racetrack.
Here they come out onto the track on the point car number 25C. It is Cody Smith on the outside. Gilbert Pettis the third. Row 2 on the inside. The 26 of J.J. Jennings on the outside. Mason Castaneda. Row 3 on the inside. Once again, Ray Allen Kahonik. And there's Shane Hebert.
Another
loaded again.
Another loaded field. You know, Cody Smith's DFW racer. Been watching him for a long time. Raced with him a little bit. The guy, when the money's on the line, he's always there, you know. And he's no stranger to these topless races. He likes these topless races. But, again, you got 6 cars. This is going to be an A feature quality right here.
Here we go. We get set to go. Green flag in the air. We're racing for the final time. Almost said for the final time on Saturday, but no, we got a lot of racing left to go. Here we go. Oh, my goodness. Here we go. They stack them up. Oh, 3 wide out of the corner. A little bit of contact right there. You got one dead on the backside. Looks like that's Hebert. Hebert had some contact, and that will draw the caution.
Oh, Shane's had a rough night, ain't he?
He really has. He really has. It's been tough for him this evening.
I'm gonna tell you that's gonna make for a good show tomorrow night, though. He's a motivated guy. You know, this is gonna motivate him. Like I say, talking about Cody Smith earlier, guy can win in anything. One of those guys that I used to tell him all the time. I said, if I ever win the lottery, I'm gonna put you on the national tour. Like, he's that guy. He's got that kind of skill set. Very good in a race car. Takes care of equipment. That Robert Clark-owned machine is phenomenal. Got to know those guys real well. So, unfortunately, I don't know as many guys down here, so I know those guys. But then you got Ray Allen back here in the field. You know, this guy, I think he could drive a wheelbarrow pretty well. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. And the thing is, what we keep going back to, KR, there's a lot of busy guys this weekend. I mean, we're calling the same names over and over and over, and that's what happens with a big event like this. I mean, you got guys that they want to come out, they want to win the money. I mean, this is a big money race.
Big money, big checks. That's what they're chasing this time of year, and that's what we're going to get tomorrow night, or tonight, I guess, actually.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Here we go. Cody Smith on the point, bringing him around. We still have 10 laps to go here in our final heat race of the evening or morning. Green flag, we're off and rolling. Smith into turn number 1. Pettis up on the top side. Let's watch them as they make their way down the back straightaway. It is Smith into 25. Slicing right there is Hebert as he's able to make the pass right there. Let's see what Hebert does right here. I'm going to be curious to see what he does right here, KR. I think he's going to get on the gas.
Yeah, he'll be on a mission, I guarantee you. Whoa, little contact there. Whoa.
Yeah, Kahonik in trouble in turn number 1 right there as he and Hebert come together going down into the corner.
That's a great job with Ray Allen there, not stuffing it in the fence, because there's a lot of momentum there, and he was able to get a shutdown before he went in the fence. So good job.
What he does right here, KR, I think he's going to get on the gas. Yeah, he'll be on it now. I guarantee you, whoa, little contact, whoa.
Yeah, Kahonik in play as that contact happening here on the front stretch. It looked like Hebert just a little sideways coming out of the corner.
What he does right here, KR, I think he's going to get on the gas. Yeah, I guarantee you, whoa, little contact, whoa. Yeah, Kahonik.
For any damage in the altercation there.
So we'll pull them around once again, and we talked about a very caution-free night, and here we are in heat race lucky 13. Yeah. Number 13, that's what happens.
We had to know. With the 13, we had to know we was going to have a few of them in this one. But I tell you, you got a lot of hungry drivers out there. You know, there's a lot of guys, they want to be on the front row tomorrow night for that 5,000.
Every spot counts. Here we go, green flag in the air. We're racing once again here at the race ranch. Into turn number 1, Cody Smith into 25C. We'll take him out of turn number 2. Gilbert Pettis rides in the second spot. 26 car is right there. That is J.J. Jennings. All of you Texas race fans along the Gulf Coast, if you want a sentimental favorite, that is the guy that you really want to pull for right there is Jennings. That's a good dude right there here out of the South Texas area. He rides in the third spot now, trying to get all over the back bumper of Perez now as we go single file. They spread him out just a little bit. Still up at the front of the pack. Cody Smith in the 25C bringing him around as they continue to race. And Hebert just digging.
Yeah, him, Ray Allen, they want to get up there. But, you know, these guys are going to move around on the racetrack. They're going to figure out what they got to do to get their cars better. You know, Ray Allen's in the shock business. You know he's sitting there trying to fine-tune in his head right now while he's making laps. But Cody Smith's got a pretty commanding lead right now. And, you know, unless they get mechanical fair, he's going to be hard to chase down.
Oh, you got a battle right there for second as J.J. Jennings going down to the inside, able to make the pass on Perez, and it is Jennings going to the second spot. Here comes Perez trying to come back at him. You got a hell of a race right there. And at the same time there, Hebert and Kahonik going at it toe-to-toe, but Cody Smith trying to step away from the field as he continues to do that. But behind him, you got a couple of sets of cars right there. These guys right there, they got their own little trophy dash going right there behind them.
Yeah, we've talked about it all night. They're just trying to get another position, another point or two, just trying to get themselves in a better spot for tomorrow. But tell you what, J.J. Jennings got a fast race car right there. If we get a caution, we're going to have a well of a show here at the end.
Here they come, continuing to make their way around. Cody Smith hanging on in the 25. Now they go single file. Jennings rides in the second spot. Trouble. It'll be Kahonik off the racetrack. He's had a rough heat race, and he'll pull it off into the infield. So he goes off of the speedway, and that's going to put Perez in the third spot and Hebert rounding out the top 4 right here as they continue to race on.
Yeah, again, Cody Smith's out front, got a pretty comfortable lead there. J.J. Jennings running in the second spot. I tell you what, I'm impressed with J.J. You know, doesn't do a whole lot of traveling, but the guy could go and win a lot of big races, a lot of parts of the country.
White flag in the air one more time around. Cody Smith, car number 25C, continuing to hold on. J.J. Jennings riding in the second spot. To the back straightaway we go for the final time this morning. Cody Smith into the corner. He'll bring it around. He will win heat race number 13 in the limited modifieds, followed by Jennings, Perez, and Shane Hebert. Fantastic finish.
You know, we talked about doing a little post-race show. I think we can do it right now. Hell of a race tonight.
Yeah, we'll save that for tomorrow.
Yeah, if you're not here tonight, you want to get here tomorrow. If you can't get here, raceontexas.com is going to have every lap for you. Again, kudos to Owen Pittman and his whole entire team out here from concession to check-in. A phenomenal job all night long. Appreciate you being there. Congratulations, Cody Smith, on picking up Heat Race 13. I'm going to let you close us out, buddy.
That's right, KR. We'll do it once again tomorrow. Don't forget, 7 o'clock opening ceremonies, main event action, and we will get you set for the South Texas Shootout. It all happens right here once again. Remember, if you can't get to the racetrack, tell your friends, tell your family to check in on raceontexas.com. All access, $39.99. You check out racing from all around the state of Texas, Louisiana, and parts beyond. On behalf of KR, Kevin Rogers, the entire staff here at the South Texas Race Ranch, friends, my name is Rodney Rodriguez. We will see you tomorrow night or later today. We'll do it once again for the South Texas Shootout. We'll see you soon.
Hi, welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.